was a real high pitch newt newt.
That's a really high pitch noise. And a really good high pitched newt newt. For context, I was given a newt
out
newt.
of my newt. But yeah, sorry. Explain your context.
She sent me a what was the gift? It was something like a sweet
It was not a
gift.
gift. It was
Not
a
a gift.
meme. And I have it in my Twitters.
You do have it on your tweeters.
I saw the AW.
Because you did have A&W earlier today.
I did. Romantic poem for your true love. You so awesome. You so cute. You make my heart go newt newt. That's what it was.
It's honestly really cute and actually really funny. Because, hi, Pinku and newt newt. Anyways, hey guys, Manweight's here. I'm joined with...
Me. Sorry, Dragyn.
I swear.
We're here.
The amount of times I was about to do a spec take would be 2. Which is not a lot.
Already
but
in the stream?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I was going to say, no, not 2, 3. Which is not a lot. But it's crazy to say that I almost spit take 3 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't type. Poor Han. We live.
We live. We live.
I sent a message to Han so she can join us and be ready for all this.
It's going to be a very beautiful, long, probably normal length-ish, I'd say. If not a little bit extended, because this is going to be the very big, oh my god, I can drive. Very big year in review, 2023 edition. For those who doesn't know, we've been more or less doing it for every year since 2018, actually. I think the only one I did not do was a 2019 version. I remember doing for 2018, 2020, 21, 22, and now for 23. And it's going to be a fun time. We'll talk about everything and everything, or as much as everything and everything, throughout of what we did, the highs and lows, I was about to say the funs and the blows, because rhyming.
That works too.
It kind of works. For all of 2023, and then we'll give like some prospects of what we're planning to do to 2024. Just with anything, I wish I did review a little bit of like last year, but now I can't remember of anything I said last year to this day of like what I wanted to do. And then so it's gonna be a great time for just talking all about all this and then re-reviewing again just to see how much I did accomplish. But I know I did accomplish. There's like one big thing that I know I said early in the year of 2023, which, not gonna lie, I'm not gonna ever do again, or at least for a while, because that was a lot. And I turned off my car and the truck, and I just wanted to turn off my windshield wipers.
Oh wow, we're doing great.
It's great. It's not like it's been 3 months since I've streamed Truck and Talk.
Oh my god, no wonder you're a little rusty.
A little bit. I got most of my hands down, my buttons down, outside of like my engine and my wipers, but everything else I think is good. This is horn. You can hear my horn. It's great. It's very.
I can't, but I'm sure the audience can.
Yeah. Wish I had like a nice big horn, or at least like a train horn, like a train just passed by a couple minutes ago or a couple seconds ago.
Sure.
But yeah, for once, I told Dragyn this, and just a couple minutes ago before we started, I told her that I actually like this for the first time actually writing down everything that I did in 2023, and it's all on my iPad. So I'm just reading off everything in here just like a teleprompter. Not really, but it's a great way for me to like actually keep note of everything, because I'm pretty much sure the last few year in reviews it's more of like I'll remember it. Looks on Twitter, looks on Facebook. Right. Sort of thing. But I would say this year has been quite. I never expected to actually this year to be a very big year. In retrospect of what I said like last year, sort of thing. Because I know for the fact I wasn't really going to be traveling a lot per se. I knew for the fact it was going to be a con year, like going through a lot of conventions and whatnot. Hey, Han. Welcome.
Hi, Han. You missed the newt newt.
You did miss a newt newt. A very beautiful newt newt. I feel like we should clip that.
Can I like recite the poem quickly? Because
Yeah.
Han deserves it as much as you did.
Yeah. Probably
Okay.
a lot more than. Yeah.
No. Only
Just.
because I was a little mad at him earlier, but now we're good. So Han, romantic poem for your true love. Han, you so awesome. You're so cute. You make my heart go newt newt.
I thought you were actually gonna do it, though. There you go. Hey.
Okay, there you go. That's just for you, Han.
Wow. Okay. Stream elements. That took you a good 5 minutes to finally
I
release
told
that
you
I'm
so.
streaming.
Yeah.
Aww.
You're welcome.
You've been nuded.
Muted.
Nuded. Newt. But yeah.
Yeah, you said you did a lot more this year than it kind of expected-ish, is
Yeah.
what
I
you
was.
were saying.
Yeah, because I think when I did year in review, I remember it wasn't a truck and talk. It was actually a Minecraft stream. When I did the year in
Hmm.
review back last year, it was about roughly around this time, if not probably a week before, because I was going to the Philippines. So I had no idea what was coming in
Right.
for 2023 ish. Because it's like, oh, I'll be in the Philippines for the first week and a half, technically,
Hmm.
of 2023. And that's actually the first thing I wrote in January. Like, I was still in the Philippines,
Yeah.
having a fun time, seeing all the fireworks being exploded right near me. It was a wild party night, I'd say.
With all
Filipinos know
your
how to party.
cousins.
Yeah, my cousins, we're all just blasting music, putting on our light flashlights from the phone or like whatever light fixture that we had, and just like swinging it around, and just having a fun time to ring in the new year.
Hmm.
Um, it was a blast. I remember seeing all the photos on Facebook and Twitter of just having like some fun small events or activities with my cousins as well. Going to like a night food market, having some Korean barbecue, and
Mm.
then going with other cousins to a little bit further south in the Philippines called Tagaytay, which had the volcano. Which I when I checked Twitter, I remember immediately saying it's like, oh, this volcano is doing something. Oh, it stopped. I remember typing that all out. And just having a blast, reliving, just having a fun time for the first 1.5 weeks of 2023.
Mhm.
Experiencing the Philippines since it was like 4 years in the making. Yes, I'm doing this very sketchily. Don't worry
Oh
about it.
God, scary.
Thank you. I'm hoping. I wish I could turn off ads. I should have just turned off the ads for this stream.
That's okay.
Um,
I was using them like as much as I can, but then I can only do 3 snoozes. So
yeah, and I think it will actually have to run like, bus, 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 bus. Oh, that's a sign. Oh, that's a thing. Bye. Um,
my gosh.
I was passing, and then the bus turned left on me, and then I got scared. Thank God I don't do. Thank God I don't do what I. Disclaimer for those who this is your first time watching Truck and Talk. I don't drive like this in real life. This is a game. I like to be
Sure.
stupid with it.
Can I announce something really random?
Yes.
Guess what Uber's doing now?
What?
You can rent a car through Uber,
Yeah.
like to
You
drive.
can. Yep.
Isn't that cool?
It is cool.
Uber is fancy.
It
Okay,
is.
that's my random like girl. So you know what happens next time you're up here?
I mean, I'm gonna. Okay, I'll jump in a little bit. I've gotten a little bit more comfortable in driving, so the next time I go, I will actually rent a car.
Ay!
Yeah. I
I'm
just
excited.
I'm hoping that I'll at least have a little bit more experience with highway driving.
My
Um
my degenerate ass can finally like be driven around by you. Yay. Same with Han. Han can drive me around too if she wanted. I'm like the loser in the group, to be honest. I don't drive.
Aw. We'll
I
encourage you
deal.
to drive. We'll
Huh?
help you to drive
Pay for
somehow.
my $500 in learning to drive fees.
True. It's okay. I
I'm a
remember.
master driver. Ooh,
Ooh.
is that like the
Uh.
remake of Mastermind? Cause I'm a master driver. These roads don't stand a chance. Okay,
Exactly.
exactly.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Oh gosh.
Also, it might be a little bit gassy because I think my Pizza Hut personal pizza and Alfredo might be giving me the gassies.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Whereas me, I haven't. I. I'll let you know. I ate half a sandwich like 3 hours, 4 hours ago,
Oh boy.
and then it's been out, not refrigerated for 4 hours. So
Oh
I had to throw it
no.
out. So that's all I ate tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, doing solid. So I'm just burping gassy because my stomach's like, feed me so you don't have the acid, please. So I'm like, no.
Don't have the acid reflux.
Although I could cut up the Yule log that I ordered for groceries, but I want to
Ooh.
save that, right?
Yule
Uh,
log? Whoa.
yeah, it was only for like $5 at Walmart.
Ooh.
So I traded my stuff to it, and I thought it was gonna last till Christmas, but I have to eat it by the 21st.
Oh, that's dumb.
Right, so I'm gonna bring it with me to Toastmasters tomorrow and have them all eat it with me
Aw,
because we're
sweet.
doing a potluck thing after.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Um, man. Sorry, one last aside. I have now one thing that I should probably do at work next year because I
Mm,
don't think it's gonna happen this year. A potluck. I've been thinking of that
yes.
like recently because I was always thinking of like my last jobs with like parties and whatnot, and I was like, huh. When I worked back in the census, we always suggested to do like potlucks and whatnot.
Hmm.
And it was just a fun time because it's like everyone brings their own kind of food, and we just all and like since everyone's common trait to talk about as a group is food, it helps to
Yeah.
bring something with it too. So,
Yeah, it sounds like there's gonna be a good mix tomorrow, which is nice.
oh, that's good.
Yeah, I know Michelle's bringing coffee, and I'm like my fucking hero.
Hello, nice.
Because you both know in this like chat and call that I'm not gonna be sleeping tomorrow, so I am
Yeah,
gonna lean heavily on the coffee.
I'm gonna need that caffeine.
Yo,
No, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm excited.
But yeah,
But yeah,
so like, that was just like the one aside. Have fun with the potluck. Hopefully, you'll have nice abundance of foods and drinks and all that stuff.
I know someone's doing a lot of baking for it, so that'll be
Ooh,
nice. Homemade
ooh,
shit.
that'd be great.
Whereas I'm bringing Walmart made Yule log. Nah.
Yeah, it works. It's
Yeah,
something. It's in ways that even like people that brings like catered or like store bought food. It's the thought that counts, right? So,
exactly.
yeah. Um, but yeah, so like first week and a half of 2023 was in the Philippines. I wrote enjoying every moment of it, with hanging out with the cousins, going through two places, and yeah, it was the first time I've been there since 2019. 3 years in the making, so it was great to go back. Meet with cousins and my grandma one last time, which I forgot to write down on my thing.
Um,
Um, on this thing,
hugs.
so I just need to remember that. I was trying to remember what I was missing in August, and I know what I am missing. um.
Hugs. Hugs, hugs, hugs.
Oh, thank you. Um. And then yeah, after that I traveled back home, but it was interesting because I didn't travel with my parents going back. I traveled with my parents going to the Philippines, but it was my first time traveling solo long haul, going back.
It's
Um,
fun, right?
it it's fun, and thank God I actually had that extra time for like when I did had a layover at Singapore, because if I had a short time, I'd
Hmm.
be stressed. I'd be stressed.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was great to actually fully travel solo. Also, I decided to splurge a little bit and try business class, at least on the 3 hour flight to Singapore. I wish I could have afforded a business class with the 15 hour flight to San Francisco because it would have been nice and I would have been gone to sleep. But you get what you can get, sort of thing. Um, and I think because I spoiled myself, I am now I want to get too used to it, and I feel like I'm gonna get used to it, and that's gonna suck
Hmm.
because one of my goals is to budget. So yeah, um, it's okay. I think even like For some of the goals that I'll have for 2024, there's going to be some big aspiration stuff, but I'm not going to be going for like I'm going to splurge on this sort of thing. So
You're gonna just travel like normies? Sorry.
yes.
I don't know why I made that joke. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'll shush.
Speaking of tired, I remember writing this comic because I remember this specifically. I remember landing back in San Francisco, being all fine and dandy. I landed San Francisco around like 6 p.m. Had my friend, my coworker, pick me up at the airport right after work. Got dinner, had a nice talk, and then he dropped me off. And then everything was fine. I was able to kind of go to sleep, even though I was severely jet lagged. And I definitely felt it on the day after, because the day after I went back to work, and it was great to work for 4 hours, and then after that I was tired as fuck. By 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific time, I wanted to go to sleep. I still remember when we still had a bean bag in one of our sections. I remember sitting there with my laptop, tried to work, and I think I took a 20-minute nap. And I told myself, nah, this is not good. I should have not worked.
Cozy vibes were real.
Cozy vibes were fully real. So I learned my lesson on that part. I need to at least give myself an extra day or two to kind of conform. I know for the fact I'll still be jet lagged even doing a day or two rest, but I would rather do that just to make sure I can at least wake up and be awake at a reasonable time. To be fair, I had a coworker who came back from their Asia trip as well the day before, and also went straight back to work. So we were both jet lagged. So it's okay. I had one other person who was suffering from the jet lag. But I do recall shortly thereafter, I did go to Los Angeles that following that first day going back. So I came back on a Wednesday, worked on Thursday, worked at home on Friday, and then had a flight to LA that Friday night.
He's crazy.
I was. It was I didn't know how well this was going to pan out when I thought of it back in late 2022. But I did it anyways. Oh God, please stop. Okay. But I did it anyways, and I went down to LA, technically Pomona, which is like way far inside SoCal, which is not technically LA, but they call it LA anyways, to go to Anime Impulse. It was my first Anime Impulse convention, mainly for anime, Genshin stuff, but also for a lot of VTuber stuff, because I got myself into VTubers technically late 2021, but really got into it throughout 2022. So, and I wanted to go because one of the VTubers that I've watched quite a bit was doing a meet and greet, and I wanted to go, and you had to pay for a ticket, and I managed to get one. So I did that. And then I did note this as to being my first long distance solo con trip. Yeah, very specific, I know. But it was my first time going to a convention by myself, like strictly by myself, and that was not local. Because actually, now I think about it, Anime Impulse LA was actually my first solo con run. Because every other convention I went to, Fanime was with friends, Anime Expo was my brother, even the local conventions were with my coworkers. So this was my first time going to a convention full solo. I was by myself. It was crazy to say the least, because not only it was like a convention that I've like wanted to meet like the VTuber and all that stuff, but it was also one of the wettest seasons in California for the year. That whole weekend was a downpour. And walked in puddles, shoes were wet, but hell, it was a fun time. And that was a fun experience. I had a fun time. There's a couple posts on Twitter that you could like scroll back in January, see who I met and all that stuff. It was a very fun time nonetheless. Wow, I did write "got wet due to the weather." Okay, me. At least I remember doing that. and it makes me want to go again. And so, uh, spoiler alert, I am going again to Anime Impulse LA for next year because they're doing another thing. I also got another meet and greet ticket, so it'll be fun doing a 1 year update and be like, "Hi, do you remember me? It's been 1 year. I've been to the same exact convention to meet you, and I meet you here again." But luckily, I'm not doing it alone. I'm gonna have a friend who's gonna be coming with me for this convention run
Oh,
to
good.
LA for 2024. But after that, I came back from LA, and then did my normal work duties. But during those week or two, we got a beautiful announcement that our current manager at work was being promoted. They were splitting the support department from like my manager manages 3 offices back then, and now we're all getting our own managers, sort of thing. And
Mm-hmm.
then we heard the announcement of who's gonna be our new support manager, which was my team lead. In all that was going on, they were also looking for a new team lead, and so I thought, why the heck not? I mean, it'd be fun. It'd be a fun challenge to go through. Even though I told myself was gonna be a while to go into a management position, but hearing this opportunity come in, it's like, you know what? I'll try. If I get it, cool. If I don't get it, that's cool as well. I remember having that mentality going through. I did take it seriously for the interviews and whatnot, but like in terms of like the result, if I didn't get it, it was fine. I just wanted to see what happened. But if I got it, awesome as well. And well, yeah, I won't get to spoil that until we get to February. But one small thing to end out January was that I remember tweeting, and I believe this also stemmed from a Truck and Talk. But I did tweet that I was planning to go to one local, one regional, one national, and one international convention for 2023.
Yep.
And I thought I was going to go only through those 3 cons. Spoiler alert, there was a lot more.
Many more.
Many more. But before we get into that, what we're going to do for this for this year in review, I believe the past few ones we've always done it all of mine first and all of Dragon's first. But we're going to take it a
Do you
little bit
want to
different.
wait like 5 seconds to explain this?
Yeah.
For you
I
two
realize.
people, we have an ad break, but
Yeah.
now we're coming back from our ad break. Yay!
Hello. Hopefully the ad wasn't too
Yay.
bad. I should have just turned it off in this case. So in the next hour you'll see another ad coming soon. But coming to this, that was the all of January for me. I'm gonna hold off a few information as we get to February, because the past few year in reviews I've always talked. We always split it up to where I talk everything on the first half for my year, and then have Dragon talk on the second half.
Mhm.
This time around, we're gonna do an even split, and we'll go through 1 month every time. So I just finished off my January, and now I'll pass it on to Dragon.
Hey, it's me. Time to talk about January 2023 for me.
For you.
So, not a whole lot really went down specifically in January 2023 for me. However, as you may know from all the Truck and Talks and streams beforehand, January 1st kicked off. Actually, I think it was a few days into January because it always takes a little bit for this to reset every year.
Mm-hmm.
But a few days into January 2023, I began fundraising for my 4th year with Extra Life. So this is year
Hell
4
yeah.
for me. And I decided to raise the stakes a little bit and go for a $1,250 US goal. So I set that for the year, and I mean, we're very close to that. We're 150 away.
You are.
So yeah, thank you, Spam, for putting that
No
in the chat.
worries.
So yeah, I started that fundraiser again, and I decided this time around to not do too many incentives like the milestone ones, because I was really bad at actually honoring those last year. So I stuck with the main ones, and then I did a few special ones in between there. So I still did a couple, but otherwise I just kept the incentives I've had all year long until game day happened. Then I added a lot more extra stuff. But that's a
Mm-hmm.
November talk, not a January talk. Well, January I just got it all set up, got started, and we were hit off the ground running with fundraising again for Extra Life, my fourth year.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's still crazy to say that it has been 4 years that
I
you've
know.
been fundraising for Extra Life.
I know. First year was pandemic, baby. Like yeah, 2020, like really late into
Yeah.
2020, October. Um,
I didn't even know it was actually late. I thought you kind of started a little bit earlier.
no, it was like October, and then I was like, oh God, I have a month of plan for game day. Here we go. And the first year I raised just over $300 US, and then the second year was
Ah.
over 1,000. Third year was 1,120, and then
Wow.
this year I'm trying 1,250. So yeah, slowly
Yeah.
increasing it a little bit every year. So that happened in January. I got set up and going on that. I also continue to teach on Outschool, and I had my same two groups of kiddos for the whole year. And then
Aw,
this
that's
month,
amazing.
a spoiler alert, I got two more kiddos under my belt for a third campaign group. Whoop,
Ooh,
whoop. So I'll talk about
nice.
that a little bit later. But yeah, I continued going on Outschool. I taught a lot of new students. I did a lot of one-to-one classes. I did a lot of group classes. So Outschool definitely was still a big prevalent thing throughout my year. In January, I really got that established and set up too. I got few more students that I was coaching with Talk Maze at the time,
Mm-hmm.
and by the end of the year, I had 6 students under my belt, and
Wow.
teaching that group class. So that kind of all really like officially got into high gear, like starting
Mm-hmm.
January. And same with all the starting the promoted role at that time because I was just a coach for a few months, and then near December I took on that promotion of becoming the education coordinator
Mm-hmm.
for Talk Maze, and my main task. I was under probation still in January.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to do the revamp of the curriculum and do a few other tasks and things and take on more responsibilities. That was my January, was trying to prove myself.
Aw.
And then at the end of the month there, I hit that goal and I managed to keep in that position for as long as I did.
Right. Right.
And then really my only,
Dang.
yeah, right? Talk me like January 2023 started off great where I'm like, ooh, I'm in a startup company. I'm like being the coaching and curriculum coordinator for Talk Maze, like revamping all the curriculum, making the
Mm-hmm.
materials like incredible and interactive and more engaging. That's how the year started. And it felt really exciting and great. As long as like as well as substituting and
Mm-hmm.
keeping up with that work as well. That was like January. And then the only other thing is that next month, January 2024, it'll be 1 year of me being consistently in therapy for the first time ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I had a couple other therapists beforehand, but they never worked out.
Oh, I see.
And they were short-term kind of things because it's
Mm-hmm.
just not good vibe checks. No good vibes from the other therapists. With this
Right.
one, with my lovely therapist right now, I started seeing her, had my first consultation in January, and then we started seeing each other regularly shortly into February.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah,
I
so
hope you
look at
guys have
me taking
something.
care of my mental health.
I
What
hope you.
up?
I hope you guys have something planned to do in the new year.
Oh, we do.
It'd be a fun, nice, long talk. You guys should have a
We
year in
do.
review.
We did actually.
Oh, you
Because I
did.
had my session yesterday with her.
Ah.
My last session of 2023 with her.
Aw.
So we did a whole thing. We'll get to
That's
there. That's a
right.
December thing.
That's a December
Um,
thing,
but we
definitely.
did do like a quick year interview, and it was actually super wholesome and wonderful, and it made me feel really good.
Aw, that's sweet to hear.
Yeah. So yeah, January was just kind of like getting used to the new role, adjusting my
Mm-hmm.
schedule a little bit to fit the like coordinator role, like 20 hours mandatory a week that I was doing in that role, and then substituting like 3, 4 days a week kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it was quite interesting
Nice.
to kind of figure out a new schedule basically for my work and my opportunities that came my way.
Aw, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's how my January kicked off in 2023. I don't
Yeah.
remember anything other like really specific stuff, just like trying to get into schools, kind of figuring out what schools were great, what schools were not so great, and I will never
Mm-hmm.
go back again. And just, yeah, adjusting my schedule to fit like team meeting days because they were always like during school hours was when our team meetings were. So I had to
Mm-hmm.
adjust my like schedule quite a bit where I ended up like subbing on like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday situation, and then did talk mates only Tuesday, Thursdays, and just kind of balancing out my schedule the most as well as I could.
Right.
So that was that. Cause yeah, it ended up being something like working 44 hours a week
Whew.
if I did full days for subbing. So yeah.
Truly like a productive week. When you get the subbing full days and talk maze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Dang.
then that's not including out school classes on there, so I had another like 3 hours to that. So really it's like 47 hours of like work a week. So
Right.
I was productive through the first part of January for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Or for
Mm-hmm.
the first part of 2023.
Right. Amazing.
Yeah. So that was really my January. I don't really have a lot of like more specific cool stories like you do for January, but like those are like the big highlights and
Mm-hmm.
how the year started off like with me taking care of my mental health, getting excited about fundraising, teaching on Outschool, substituting, getting more students under my belt with Talk Maze, and then the promotion with Talk Maze, and
Mm-hmm.
it really started to feel like a bright 2023. That's what I thought it would be in
Right.
January.
Right. Aw.
Yeah, that's what my year started off with. It was feeling bright and hopeful.
Yeah, and then meanwhile me, it was just like a lot of anticipation because, well, a lot of anticipation for January, but that anticipation quickly went up as just as well because technically I got it at the end of January, but I felt like it just only fits for February. That interview that I did for team lead position, yeah, I got it.
Yee, he
So,
got it!
yeah,
Mr.
like
Team Lead.
I know it's so weird to say that I was still just a regular agent technically for like a month in January,
Yeah.
but at the same time, like
Right,
it's
him?
also
Like,
been a year.
man.
It's gonna be a year soon. I'm gonna go through my appraisal like in late January, early February, which is just a month and a half away, which is crazy. So
Yeah. God. And
yeah,
like, oh, you should. God, I know he probably doesn't want to talk about salaries on the stream, but my God.
uh, yeah. The funny part is I have something to talk about at the very end about plans for 2024 because it's more of like a my thinking thing. But yeah, it was a good salary bump. Definitely a
Mm-hmm.
lot of new work to do. Coming from just doing tickets every day, and my little side project back then to now managing a team,
Yeah.
doing evaluations, doing all that stuff, helping them out, while still trying to balance what I did before actually,
I
and
remember this period so well because I kept telling you, like, treat it seriously. Don't just be like, nah, whatever. I'm like, no, it's a big thing, Daryl. Like, be
yeah,
excited. And then look what happened when he
it
listened to
was.
me.
And not gonna lie, and it's like I can't wait to talk about it. Hopefully more, definitely more as we go down. It's like I remember, yeah,
Yeah.
the transition was interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
I was definitely excited, but pretty anxious because not gonna lie, once I heard I was getting a position, it's like awesome. What do I do?
Oh no, what's gonna change?
Because what I've been told was that when my team lead becomes manager, I go from agent to team lead, but he's gonna try and shadow as best as he can before he has to fully take on manager duties very very shortly thereafter, even though he was already taking them on. So it was something to say the least on
Mm-hmm.
getting like training resources and everything like that. It took some time. I think it took a little spoiler alert, but I think it would be great to tell now. Um, it took probably about like 2-3 months to finally get every resource that I needed, to
Yeah.
say the least, and to know that like starting evaluations, I know I had to do an evaluation that month specifically, and that evaluation was someone's like half year appraisal, which was like, can I just do a regular review first? It's like, no, you're gonna do the appraisal first. It's like, okay.
I ain't sure.
All right, awesome. I'll take that, I guess. So it was a fun, chaotic month,
Hmm.
February. Definitely lowering my ticket at like my ticket case average, and then really taking on the role to evaluate and help out the team. To be fair, before I was a team lead, I was already helping out the team in some sort of capacity. But now to
You
have it
are.
as an official role was really nice. So I definitely took it on, and leading to this year, it's been a blast. High stress, not gonna lie, but it's definitely something new. Uh, it's definitely something new nonetheless, and I'm kind of glad. I'm definitely glad to see where I'm at right now with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Also, one small thing that I decided to point out, because I technically this did happen, specifically on Valentine's Day, because I remember it was specifically I got this on Valentine's Day. I made the switch from Android to iOS. I've always been an Android person on the smartphone field for 12 plus years. But ever since I got frustrated with my Samsung Note 20, I told my coworker, says, "All right, if you drive me to the Apple Store, I will buy the iPhone."
Hmm.
Lo and behold, he drove me to the Apple Store right by my area.
What's funny?
And what?
Han and I are Android.
I know, that's the weird part. It's like I remember. It's like you used to have an iPhone for quite a while, and you switched to
I did.
Android, and then
Yeah.
I, one reason or another, got very convinced to switch over to iPhone, and I'm just like, all right, it can happen if you drive me to the Apple Store. It's like, okay, he drove me to the Apple Store, and then I was thinking, it's like it was the iPhone 14, like the iPhone 14 Pro Maxes. Like this was a coveted item for like ever since the release of the phone. So I was thinking maybe it's still like having some inventory issues, because during that time, 2022, some things were getting better in terms of resupplying electronics, but there were still some like supply chain issues along the way. So I was thinking maybe they won't have this exact iPhone 14 Pro Max that I wanted, which was in purple, 256 gigs. They
Hmm.
did, and I remember this experience vividly, because I was literally in and out of the Apple Store in 15 minutes.
Wild.
It was, and I still have this phone. I haven't bothered um, to switch just yet, and main reason was that, like, if I wasn't so pissed off with my Note 20 Ultra, I would have stayed. I would have stayed until the iPhone 15, which ended up getting USB-C, because the main reason I held off, I've always wanted to jump to iOS, but main reason I held off was that it was using Lightning, and I did not want to get new cables and all that stuff for the iPhone. I was gonna wait till the iPhone 15 so I could just use all my USB-C stuff. But then, yeah, unfortunately, Samsung kind of blew on this one. Like, this phone glitched out so much on me that I said, no, fine. If they have it, I'll buy it. And then they had it, so I bought it. But
I can't believe I went to USB-C before you did for phones.
yeah. But yeah, so I got one. I'm not gonna lie, it has been nice to have an iPhone. It's nice to test out the iOS ecosystem, because most for the most part, my family uses iPhones, and I always like testing their things out. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I mean, I like Android nonetheless, but I
Yeah.
do have both. I still have both to this day. I still love and I enjoy using both ecosystems. Not gonna lie, I'm haven't left Android fully per se. I still like using this phone from time to time for other functions. But as my primary daily driver, it's now been the iPhone 14.
Leave it to the tech guy to have like two phones for two separate purposes.
Yeah, I did hear crappy things about that particular phone so far. Yeah, I was low key. I was thinking of getting a Fold, the Galaxy Fold. I believe it was
Yeah.
they had the 4, which had the better camera, I believe, but I couldn't justify spending more than I spent with this. which was, I think back then it was at a full price at like 1800 bucks. So it's like a
Yeah.
bit steep for the liking.
The flip was 15 something. Because I
Yeah.
got a little bit of a discount. Haha, trading phone in, baby.
Nice.
But yeah.
But
Now
like,
the new one I want is so fucking crazy.
mm-hmm. I do want to get it one day. We'll see. But I'm gonna stick with this phone for quite some time. I do low key I did want to get the 15 when it got announced this year, but hearing all the issues that it has, I'm holding off. I'm actually might keep this phone for the time being.
Isn't there a
Um,
16 now?
it 15 only came out this year. Ooh, shit.
I know, but I'm wondering, is there 16 now, or is it coming out? I don't know. I heard things about an iPhone 16.
It should be coming out, but not till next year.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And I'm hoping the 16 will have not
Better
any of those
shit.
issues. Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, that's what Galaxy did, or like Samsung did, was like they had so many issues with the folds and the flips,
Mhm.
like Flip 4 and Fold 4.
Mhm.
Now they have the 5s and they're much fucking better.
I've heard, and like when I heard that, I was like, "Ooh, the competition's real again," sort of thing. So.
Yeah, although I will say the folds still have like the very clear fold on the screens,
Mhm.
but like what I've seen from the Flip 5s, they look much smoother.
Because we have a Samsung store nearby here. I saw the Flip 5. Yeah, no, it like what you say is true. Like the crease is a lot less noticeable.
My crease has gone very bad. Oh, my Flip 4.
For all the use and all that stuff.
I hope it lasts until October when my 2-year contract is over.
I hope so. Hopefully.
Gotta go kid voice because I'm scared of phones
No.
prices. They're so
Yeah,
pricey.
I know they're so pricey nowadays. It sucks. I remember, I had like one time I was just like I looked at phones from like yesteryear. I'm just like, yeah, phones are cheap. What the fuck happened now? Stupid inflation,
Ugh.
right? But that was February. Getting comfortable, getting into the team lead position, getting an
Yay.
iPhone in the process as well, and yeah, that was my February.
Yeah, my February is pretty more expensive and lower quality, it seems, right?
100%.
What a mood. God. Fucking society.
Consumerism at its finest.
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Okay. February for me, very short. I only have 2 things in my February that I can remember, besides, my regular work and substituting and all that stuff I was doing. I received my 2nd gold medal for Extra Life in February. It took a month to ship out after the year ended. And then, so I have that now. I have my 2 gold medals. I will have a 3rd this year because I'm over $1,000. So I'm
Hell
a 3rd coming next year, baby. And then, oh yeah, I guess I should explain that. For those that don't know, Extra Life, when you register for Extra Life, you could do like just the normal fundraiser, or you could do the premium fundraiser, and you just pay a little bit, like a one-time payment, and you become premium, which unlocks a lot of like automatic rewards throughout the year. And so it's like
nice.
75 US, you get a sticker, like a sticker decal. 250 or 200 is the t-shirt. So they design an Extra Life t-shirt for every year. So I got the special 15th anniversary one t-shirt this year because it was Happy 15 Extra Life for this year. And then at the $500, it's a silver medal. And then if you manage to raise $1,000, it is the gold medal.
Awesome.
Gold medal. And then they have other things that come out every year, like the special TTRPG weekend or month. If you fundraise a certain amount of money in that month or that week or that weekend, you get certain things. So I've had dice. I've had a dice tray. I now have a little hexagonal storage thing for my dice with it from Extra Life. So that should do the 3 years in a row on that. So I got like the dice tray. I got the dice, and it comes in a glow-up case, which is gorgeous. And then I got the Extra Life large dice tray, and then I got the hexagonal storage thingy for dice. So, gotta love my D&D. And so yeah, if
Nice.
you become a premium fundraiser, you get some of these automatic rewards unlocked. And my team does incentives throughout the whole year. So yeah, it's really cool. So then yeah, last year I managed to fundraise over $1,000 US and got my second gold medal.
Nice.
Yeah, and then so that was really cool. And this year I got it again. Hee hee, spoilers, but I
Hey.
mean I got it again. Uh, so I'll be getting one again in January, February. Woohoo! Uh,
Nice.
and the only other big thing that happened in February, and I know it's probably not that big of a thing, but I can't afford to do big hair stuff every year.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like every February I've dyed my hair something. So
You
last year was
did.
pink. It was like a bright pink. This year, back in February, I did purple hair. I had
Ooh,
purple
you
in my hair.
did.
I thought it was fun. That was like always a extra life fundraiser thing. If I hit my max goal, I will dye my hair whatever people choose.
Mm-hmm.
And so the year before was I someone chose pink for myself to dye my hair pink. And then last year my friend Doc chose purple because my name is Violet. Yeah, so it's
Aw.
so good, right?
I rem- I rem-
uh so next year, because next year's gonna be year 5 for Extra Life.
mm-hmm.
What I would like is if we hit the fundraising goal this year, hit the 1250 this year, I want to do the Extra Life Blue.
Ooh.
I really want to do that bright, like sky blue color. So
Oh,
hey
that'll look
guys,
beautiful.
donate Extra Life. So yeah, that's
Yes.
dyeing my hair has always been a. If we hit the year-end goal, I will do it. I'll dye my hair a color, and I don't do the full hair. I just do kind of like the ends.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's kind of nice and yeah, so that's what happened in February. I did my extra life incentives. I got my gold medal, and I dyed my hair purple because someone chose purple.
Awesome. I forgot about the
So,
purple, and I remember. But then like when you said the purple, it's like recall the picture too, in my head.
yeah. So yeah, I got my hair purpled, and then it kind of faded out to be pink for a little bit, and now I just like this orangey, bleached hot mess of the hair that it is right now. So I'm hoping I can save up enough money to like dye my hair again.
Mm-hmm.
In the new year so I can do the extra leaf blue,
Ooh.
but that's only if we hit 1250 US raised.
Let's
Um,
go.
let's
We can
go.
make it.
Can we? We'll see. So that was honestly that's all I remember about February. It was just that like I was grinding out work, doing that 47 hours a week, doing Toastmaster stuff. Like it was just a busy month, so not a lot
Mm-hmm.
to celebrate or do. But I dyed my hair, and then I got my second gold medal from Extra Life.
Hey, congrats, congrats.
Yes, that was my little Babu February.
What was your Babu February? For me, I do have a Babu March because not gonna lie, outside of turning the ripe old age of 29 and doing karaoke with friends, I can't really call what else I did in March.
Huh.
I looked through Facebook and Twitter trying to see if there's anything that came about out of that. Couldn't find anything of like very like of importance to talk about. So yeah, for me, I turned 29, so
Ooh.
one more year till 30. Technically, now it's 3 more months till 30. 4 more months. I can math.
By
And
the
I
way, this Derp's birthday is on Pi Day, if anyone's
yes, if
curious.
anyone wants
Ever.
to
That's the
know.
easiest way to remember Daryl's birthday. It's Pi Day.
Yep, 3.14, March 14th.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the one comment I wrote is not gonna lie, I feel old, and I'm definitely gonna really feel it when I turn 30. But I have some goals that I do want to hit before 30, which I think I should be able to hit. I'd be surprised if I don't. Um, but we'll leave it for like the 2024 of like what I'm like thinking about,
Yeah.
because next year I don't know so much if it's gonna be a big year, but at least in terms of age, it will be a big year. It's going
It's
from the
a big
twos.
year for some of us. Maybe a certain friends.
Ooh, yes, 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 yes.
I love how I had to go crazy voice for that. It's our friendship.
Yeah, our friendship,
I love how you put a question mark at the end. Our
friendship.
friendship? What?
I don't know why I did it. It's like
How
I
dare you question us?
put the question mark in the wrong spot. I was like friendship. And I was just like trying to question it, but I said the wrong thing or put the
The
question
wrong
in the wrong thing.
inflection.
Yeah.
I was like,
It's like
what?
something big. That's what I was trying to like do. It's like big, big.
Yeah.
It's been in a lot of time.
I
We'll leave it at
know. A
that.
third of our lives.
It
Oh my
really
god.
good spoiler alert right there.
Oh please, people can't math well. I mean, I can, so
Fair.
You could
Um.
ask my student tonight what happened at fucking
Oh
tutoring.
no, I'm scared. But yeah,
Look, we started doing GST and sales tax. I fucking can't do
oh,
that
forget
with
that.
life.
No, 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 no. If we're gonna talk about GST and sales tax, yeah, that's a lot of that's money math. Money math can go fuck itself.
Right?
Um, but yeah, no. Outside of birthday, turning 29, it's like a weird pinnacle where you're thinking it's like I am almost at that 3, and then that's where you have you're not having your midlife crisis yet, but you're having your what is it called at that point, the 35% life crisis, I guess, because quarter life crisis is when you're 25, so you're like 30%, I
Oh,
guess.
poor Han's turning 25 soon, so let's not put that in our head.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Wait a moment. Like, sorry, Han. Just realized, wait a minute, Han's so close to 25.
Oh
Oh
my
no.
god, oh no.
Sweaty!
Sweats.
I could just picture the anime, like, sweat drop. Like, no!
Right. It's okay. It's okay. I always love memeing 25 because SpongeBob. And I always love to say, what's better than 24? 25. I don't know. It's like, not gonna, okay. Because I was I was a good numbnut during these times. I remember making a joke, turning 21, saying forever 21, 22, because the song 22. I never figured out anything for 23. I could have done like a Michael Jordan
It's because
reference, but that'd be
people who
weird.
turn 23 are the worst. That's the joke.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you're the worst when you're 23.
What would I do when I was 23? 6 years ago. 17?
Yeah, I was in
2017?
university.
It's in uni.
I was wrapping up university.
Yeah, we were both wrapping up uni.
My new year started heartbroken and a mess. It's when I was 23.
Or 23. And then, yeah, 24 is the start of that SpongeBob joke. 25 is the end of that SpongeBob joke. And then the start of the quarter life crisis.
And then the quarter life crisis lasts for 5 years, and then you're just fucking 30.
So I'll have another crisis, literally, as I say. I most likely will have another crisis at March 2024.
It's okay. A lot of people hit their peak when they're 30, so, like, let's just hope for that.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's just fucking hope for that.
And then, again, I have a lot of things to talk about when we get to, like, the very end of that.
I can't wait for this, because you haven't told me none of this.
It's
Mind
more...
you, I told you my hopes for 2024, so that sucks. I don't know yours, but I have to wait.
Well, mine is more of, like, it's going to be very vague, I would say.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, I have like my few specifics that I want to do in 2024, but I have like my big vague ones that I'm not too sure how to lead it, and it'll be fun to talk about hopefully in the new year, sort of thing. But yeah, outside of that, and then doing karaoke. Did karaoke for my birthday. It was great. Sang my heart out through Chandelier, and Chandelier, Fireworks. I mean Plastic Bag, and many other songs with friends. So I miss doing karaoke. Last time I did karaoke was July with you, so I want to do it again.
Really?
Yep. I haven't been to karaoke place.
You go to karaoke regularly, so that's a big surprise to me.
Yeah, I haven't done like a proper good karaoke session at a karaoke place for like ever since I visited.
I'm gonna throw the joke that you threw at me earlier today, like New Year's karaoke, New Year's up here, Canada, 2023, 2024,
2024.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, I teased him because I got A&W, and he knows A&W is better in Canada than in America, and so I took a picture, and he's like, and I am coming to New Year's I'm coming up to you for January 1st. I'm like, do it.
And I said, JK, unless, and that's certified true. I had A&W up there. It's so much better. There's no debating it. Sorry, guys, there's no debating it.
That gravy still, like, I can have so much poutine from A&W and not get sick of it. Like I just, it's so salivating. Like I want it now.
I'm not gonna lie, your
I want another
burgers,
one today.
A&W burgers in Canada are so top tier.
Matzo burgers are fucking the shit up here. Unless they put like a whole handful of lettuce on it, then you're choking down lettuce the whole time. But
At
it's
that
still
point,
good.
just remove the lettuce. Yeah, but yeah.
I don't think I've even had A&W down there. The funny thing is that like I have been to the very first A&W ever, like in California,
Mm-hmm.
and well, I didn't get to have it because it's closed, but I got to
Right.
see the very first A&W. But Pat and even you for many years were like, "Don't have it. It's not good here."
No, I had it back during my college years because it was attached to a KFC. I remember getting a burger there, and I was just like, very meh. But when I had it over there, in Canada, I'm just like, the fuck, this is so much better. It's so fresh. It's so good. What the
Hmm.
fuck? Like literally,
Hmm. We good.
yeah. And honestly, I would just like to have good food. I mean, as much as I love California, it's just either if you want good food, it's expensive. Otherwise, it's crap. So,
Yeah.
but that was March. I turned 29 and missed doing karaoke. That's what I wrote.
All right. Well, my March a little busier.
Ooh.
Because back in February, I guess could have added this in February, whatever. I was contemplating if I should kind of step up the ranks a little bit in my Toastmasters experience. I have been a member of a club, duh. But then I also had been on the executive for a couple of years in a row, for like VP Ed, so being taking part words taking charge of like the education program for two clubs and kind of running that and managing it for the clubs. The following year, I became president of one club, so I was like the face of the fucking club for the whole year. And then I did a lot of PR work. So that's where I got into Canva and all that stuff that you and Han know a little bit about. That
Oh,
I've been
right.
getting into Canva more because I've actually been finding it enjoyable. And that came from my VP PR experience. So I was on the club executive, kind of help running the club in various ways for a couple of years. And then naturally, the next step up would be area director. But I am a pretty busy woman. I think there's no argument from
No,
anyone.
there. Ali, during
It's
that time,
very,
you were very busy.
I was very busy, working 47 hours a week, for example.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I don't think I could do area director. And then I had a lovely little friend named Rebecca who put it in my ear going like, well, division director is not a lot of work. You basically do a lot of delegation, you do a lot of communications with them, you meet with the team once in a while. You don't even have to go visit your clubs, like you're just kind of supporting from afar.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, sure. And so I put my nomination in at the beginning of March. Pretty late, by the way. Like the deadline, I think I was like a day after the deadline, but they needed people, so like, okay, we'll take you. I'm like, thanks. Thanks. And so I had my division director interview in March that went really well. It was supposed to be in front of a panel of a group of people, but like it
Ah.
was only two people there. But that's why they had to record the interview, which is a whole added element of nerves, by the way. Like
It's
they're
one thing to
recording
perform
you
it.
so
It's
the
another thing
panel
to
can watch it later.
for
Like
reference.
what the fuck? But I genuinely had a good time, and like one person on the panel still like compliments me to this day that was there. And then obviously one of my club mates was one on the panel as well, Neil Wilkinson, and incredible man. And he's still to this day, it's like your interview still impressed me to this day. And I was like, stop it, Neil.
Oh.
So obviously the interview was really fun, very successful, but I didn't know if I was going to be nominated or not until April. So I mean, hang
Mm-hmm.
on tight. I'll give you that update in April.
Yeah.
So that's the division director stuff, which is really exciting. I then also had my very first in-person paid dungeon master gig ever.
Ooh.
In person, yeah, because I had my first paid online dungeon master gig in November 2022
Mm-hmm.
for the Pride Center doing like queer D&D. This time it was first in-person paid DM gig at my favorite gaming store, Rolling Tales, here in the city. So I got to run a campaign for them on the first Saturday of every month from March till December. No, March till August. So I got my first paid in-person gig, and it was incredible. I got discounts at the store as well,
Hey.
which means I have all these books and dice for a reason. So that was great. That was wonderful. And then what made it even great was I had the big move from living downtown in the apartment building to now renting out a room in a
Ah.
shared house situation, where this is where I'm at currently.
I forgot that happened in March, or at least the start of it, right?
No, up near the end.
Oh, it's near the end. Oh, I thought that was
Yeah,
April.
it's
Oh,
like March
because April.
20th ish.
Ah, okay.
It was in the March 20s in that
Mm-hmm.
time, and because it was good, because it was good that I moved to the south side, because Rolling Hills is on the south side,
Mm-hmm.
so that made it nice and convenient for the rest of my paid DM gigs.
Yeah, at least you're now closer. You're definitely away from all the hustle bustle that was downtown, especially near being at the ledge grounds, and then just finally
All
getting
the
back into that.
protests and things there, yeah.
Exactly, and
And
then
now I'm
going,
here, and I have fire trucks going by regularly, because there's a fire station not too far
right?
away. But
Which is it's not it's better than what it was, to say
yeah, it
the
was,
least.
yeah, for real. But that move was also very, very stressful, with like just coordinating things with my sister who moved to Calgary that same time,
Mm-hmm.
and then like dealing with the apartments and the cleanup, and then just a lot of really hurt, angry feelings that happened with my sister and I. So at one point we were not in a good spot
Mm-hmm.
after that move. Um, and then so that all happened. Yay for having therapists, because she helped me with my sister a lot. Yay.
Aww.
With all that stuff. And yeah, it was difficult, like moving and adjusting and dealing with family and life.
Right.
And then the only other thing that happened in March, which was a huge accomplishment, it took me from December to March, just before I moved, to complete that entire curriculum revamp.
Ah.
So I had done the complete revamp of the entire one-to-one program for Talkmates in that role.
Mm-hmm.
I had finished it. All that was left was to go through and review it and make sure everything was smooth and good, and make sure it was approved by my boss.
Right.
So that was a huge accomplishment, because that was a 4 month big, like, dedicated project.
Project.
And
Nice.
then I was given a bunch of other responsibilities like after that. So after I had settled in with the move, basically the end of March was the start of all the other things I did for
Mm-hmm.
Talkmates, which I'm not going to get into, because honestly, at that point, Talkmates started to get a little iffy,
Right.
starting April. But that was my big March, like division director interview
Damn.
to see if I can step up my leadership responsibilities in Toastmasters, finish that curriculum revamp entirely, did a move
Did a move.
from downtown to south side, and then yeah, my first in-person paid dungeon master gig.
Hot damn! Look at that.
Hmm.
That's amazing.
So yeah, January, February, March were pretty good up
Pretty
until
good.
that
Pretty good
point.
starts. Pretty good. Strong starts. Um, yeah. At least for me, I like. Yeah, for me, it was like starting at that team lead in February, getting used to it. I would say like one other thing. It's like getting used to it in March and definitely April. Just getting
Hmm.
to the swing of things, trying to find my balance as a team lead. Like not only leading my team, but also still kind of doing the duties I wanted to do. The one thing I did tell my lead now manager was that even though I was going to be a team lead, I still want to retain some things of like doing like support stuff myself, because I was a support expert for a few things in our software program, mainly in like the point of sale and the hardware recommendations. So I told him that I was going to maintain that, and it was a fun balance. And not only that, leading to April, I remember starting a small yet pretty monumental project as a team lead. Um, and it was always been a big thing for me to somehow find a good medium to distribute information, because I've always noticed that being a core problem when working as support is that whenever we try to get updates, it's always sporadic and in the wrong places. Sometimes it would just be a quick Discord update. Sometimes it will be in a meeting but never recorded. and it's just a mess. Like, there was no central location or medium to know new things coming out, new updates, new flows, anything. So what what started out was a meeting minutes for one of our monthly updates. Because every month, my team, all of us in our team, gets into a meeting with the manager just to get a monthly update of what's been going on in the world support, as well as in our office and all that stuff. I think that one time, it was actually during March, it was virtual. And so what I decided to do was write down meeting minutes and then, no worries, Dragon. And I was going to write down meeting minutes and then send out an email to, like, an email blast to everyone saying, hey, here was the stuff that you missed out on the meeting. Let me know if you have any questions, sort of thing. And I did it in a very newsletter style because it was putting homage to the meeting minutes I got back in my last job at the census. Someone was very creative to write down all the information that we needed to know from our weekly meetings with other managers. Because for those who doesn't know, my last job was working at the census as an IT manager. And so every Tuesday or so, we always have a weekly meeting, updating of what's going on in the office, any issues that we encounter on the system and whatnot, just so everyone knows. There's always someone that volunteered to create meeting minutes, and I remember this specifically where in like start of one week, they decided to put a meme on the front of the meeting minutes email. So it's like it's a way to just entice you to just read the meeting minutes. Make sure that you read the updates and just give a good laugh because it is a very monotonous, stressful job, and to have a good laugh even for like a few seconds is more than worth it. So I did the same thing for the meeting minutes for my position for the support team, and then I thought in my head, it's like, why do a monthly update about all of this and get it all so late? Why don't we just do a newsletter, like a weekly newsletter? And so I pitched this idea to my manager, and he said, well, go for it. If you can grab all the information that you need and whatnot, have at it. So I did that. I remember trying to create a bunch of templates of trying to figure out what I need to put on these newsletter. I know for the fact I need to put news of like updates with the support, the workflows, and whatnot. I also thought of a way to keep track of bug fixes as well, because our software almost always have bugs on a weekly basis and we always need to fix it, but it's always hard to figure out whether it's a bug or not and whether it's been fixed or not. So I decided to keep a bug fix tracker, and then any like contribution to the team, whether it's they submit a bug fix ticket and I want to put it out there, or they want to submit a cool fun fact or a lesson learned, I put it all into the newsletter, and it was all compiled and then sent out every Friday, usually at the beginning or midday of Friday. But it'll be a great way to like have everyone know any updates that came over during that week and whatnot. And it was a hit. I think everyone liked it, and I remember at least the start of the meme or start of the newsletter, I started with the memes of saying, "Hey, do I have to read that newsletter?" It's like, yes, you have to. And because of that, it was a small side project that I wanted to do, and it's been going on to this day. I've been the sole proprietor and sole runner of the newsletter, with obvious contributions from every support agent, whether they wanted to provide a bug fix update, lessons learned, fun fact, or even the meme of the week. I also opened up to do support related meme of the week, so every week I always get a meme to put into the newsletter, and as of late it's always been support related, which is amazing. But I've been always running it and managing the newsletter. It's been going for the past 33 weeks. I have only skipped a beat once during the Thanksgiving weekend, or the week before the Thanksgiving weekend. But all other times, I've been pretty consistent with it. And It's a bit of a process. It still takes me about 1 or 2 hours to compile everything, and then another hour to format. But overall, it's been a huge success. I've been distributing it to all the support agents in my office, to a couple managers in other offices and other departments as well that found it useful to have that pertinent information. So it was really really good. Um, had a blast doing it, and still having a blast doing it now. Um, I forgot I wrote this because I remember looking at Twitter when trying to remember everything for April. That was a really good idea you had. Glad it worked so well, definitely. And I'm hoping to continue to work on it. Maybe one day I will try to find someone to help me out eventually. But right now it's been surprisingly nice that I've been able to manage it solo for the newsletter. But I feel like maybe in the near future I'll be trying to find other people to jump in, sort of thing.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm
But
back.
welcome back, welcome back. Hopefully you had got a nice good glass of water. I don't know why it's a good glass of water.
I did. I also got myself some food because
Ooh.
I feel really like acid refluxy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to drink water and like have some bready stuff. So I have like pizza pops.
Nice.
Yep.
Speaking of the acid.
Yeah, it's real bad.
Aw.
It feels like it's burning my whole esophagus, but I'm trying.
I know that pain. I feel that for you. Also, hi, Kyo. Welcome to the big O year in review.
Yeah,
This
we
is
are in
March.
April.
We're in the April.
Was your April just like that? Like the newspaper like project or newsletter project and
Newsletter
then
project.
is that it?
There was another thing. Not gonna lie, I think I might be forgetting anything if you're saying it that way. I remember looking on Twitter that I was complaining
Uh-huh.
about warm weather, and thus
Lol.
my tirade of like complaints about warm weather and sometimes canceling the stream because it was too hot in my room.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, global warming. But when I scrolled up a little bit further on Twitter, I didn't realize this was in April, very late April. But it was my first time going to a basketball game, like a live
Oh,
basketball game. I went
that's
to with
right.
my brother and my parents to San Francisco to watch Game 6 of the NBA Finals with the Golden State Warriors versus Sacramento Kings. It was a very high intense match because it's two NorCal teams, and
Mm-hmm.
knowing anything, it's just the two big regional teams that are going against for the finals, and it was loud. It was fun. A little bit anticlimactic though because it was a home game for the Golden State Warriors and they lost. So I don't know about that.
Oh.
So they really went out for Game 7, and then it's like, nah, we'll win in Sacramento. I'm just like, okay, but you could have just won here now. It'd been great.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, did that, and that's not all I wrote for April. I tried my best to remember other things if there
Mm-hmm.
were anything missing, but I realized I didn't really put out too much on. I did not mean to press enter. On Twitter outside of those.
I mean, that sounds about right for how you do Twitter anyway.
True. It's very true, guys. She's not
But
wrong.
yeah, so that's all you can remember or think about for April?
Yeah. Because I know when, like, May onwards, it's going to be big.
I
I have a
mean, a
lot of stuff.
lot happens. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, April for me was a very big, special month.
For you,
Because
yes.
April 8th, a lovely little kitty cat came into my life. Mitzi has been in my life since April 8th,
Aww.
2023. Became a new cat mom. And Mitzi, I wrote in my notes list, Mitzi came into my life and my heart. So
Aww.
there's my boy. He's been in my life since April. 7 months of Mitzi.
Wow.
I know. My precious 4-year-old, now 5-year-old kitty.
Such a
Ugh.
such an old kitty, but such
My
a
sweet
valiant
boy.
kitty.
I got him in April, and that story is still so wild to this day
Oh my
because
god, you're right.
back in March, I was like, oh, maybe I want to adopt a cat. So I started getting a few things to kind of, build up, like getting things. So then April was the month I was going to go real hard, like with subbing and like jobs and work and talk maze to like get more things like a litter box and food and blah, 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 blah. And then I think it was literally that weekend, I was gonna go, wait, when was April 8th? Let me go back for a moment.
That was a Saturday, I believe. I think.
Yes, it was a Saturday. So literally that afternoon after Toastmasters, I was going to go to a cat shelter and start looking at cats.
I
And
yeah,
then
I remember this. Yes, I do remember this.
and then my friend Diane in Toastmasters messaged me going, "Hey, you're looking to adopt a cat, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, pretty soon. Why?" And she's like, "Well, I know someone who is in desperate need of finding a home for a cat. You should message this person, add her on Facebook." I'm like, "Okay, great, I will." And so I added Heather on Facebook, and the circumstances as to how I got my sweet boy is really heartbreaking.
It really is.
So Heather, her aunt had passed away, and the poor boy was alone in the house with her for 3 days while she had been deceased and needed a home. And so that day I was like messaging Heather, like, okay, great. Yeah, I don't have a lot of things for a cat, but I mean, I will take him in for sure. And she's like, don't worry about it. We're at like pet store Dollarama right now. She left money and stuff aside in her will to make sure that her cat would go to a good home.
Oh.
And so Mitzi came with a litter box, a pet carrier, a blanket, litter, food, some toys, the whole works. And he has been in my life since then. And the first day, that like afternoon, evening, he was pretty shy, quiet boy, like kind of just sniffing around, exploring. I needed to be quarantined in my room, so he couldn't go out to really see the rest of the house for a while.
Mm-hmm.
For a good week, I think. I had to keep him in my room and isolated. Poor baby. Uh,
Oh.
but it was the next morning. I remember waking up and going, "Hi, buddy. How you doing, Mitzi?" And he was slowly coming out, sniffing my hands, and kind of getting a little bit more familiar with me. And then, sure enough, I started to like cry immediately because within
Oh.
less than 24 hours, he started flopping over and showing me his belly for loves. And I was like, "You like me?" Like, it was
Oh.
so good. I'm like, "Oh my God, he chose me." Like, that's what it felt like. He just, like, within 24 hours of getting the pretty boy, he was flopping over looking for belly rubs like a dog.
Oh,
And
so
then
cute.
it was just precious and love since. With some, I mean, I'm a cat mom, so there's some moments where I'm like, "Mitzi, it's 4 a.m. Stop.
I mean
Mitzi, I want to go to bed."
that happened throughout the months, but
Yes, but like that was such a special and wild weekend, and I am so glad for it. Then like Diane and my mom and a few others got me some more things from Mitzi, and
mm-hmm.
yeah, we've been building up to getting him really situated and comfortable here ever since, and honestly, still to this day, I am. So I
Oh,
became a cat mom on April 8th.
so
Um,
sweet.
was really the big thing in April. The second big thing, though, leading up from my interview for division director, I had to wait around for early April to see if I had been nominated for the position because it's an elected position in Toastmasters, division
Oh,
director. And shortly after I adopted Mitzi, I think it was a couple days later, I got the email going, "You are now a nominated candidate. Please start your election
oh my
campaign."
gosh.
The conference is in the first weekend of May. So you have a whole month of campaigning for people to vote for you. I ran what's the word? un. No one else was running against me. I don't know the word.
I know what you mean. The only
Cool.
word I could think
Fuck.
of is undefeated, but that's not right.
I mean, I was undefeated. Ha.
Technically, yes.
um, but yeah, I guess there's no competitions. But I was like, okay, I'll still send out emails for people to vote for me, tell them who I am, my Toastmasters
Right.
experience, blah blah blah. So that kicked off in April, my whole nomination campaign to be elected, and I would find out early May. So we'll get there.
Ooh.
And the only other thing that happened in April that was nice was I got to go see the D&D movie.
Ah, right.
D&D movie! And where I got to scream and cry over seeing a druid transform into a fucking owl bear on the screen. Ah! It was so good. That was April. Oh, April was being a cat mom, nominated for division director, and screaming over owl bears. That was me in April.
That's a powerful combination right there. Love it.
There is something I do need to look back because I forgot about this, but I will update everybody that in later. But yeah, that was April of this
Dang.
year.
Crazy, crazy. I'm trying to not gonna lie, I'm trying to really recall how I started May, because technically everything that I wrote down was in the latter half of May. Um Outside of trying to, like, I think prepare for my parents who was going to the Philippines again because they were doing a lot of things. So they were planning to go to the Philippines in May. So I remember prepping for a lot of that for them. Um but outside of that, I think I just remembered still getting into the team lead life, getting more comfortable with it, trying to find getting that groove stick. I think it definitely started around May and then definitely hit like throughout the summer months. So it's getting the gist of it, not having too much, requiring too much assistance, getting that newsletter rolling and all that stuff. Um, ad break.
Rude.
Now, what do you do on an ad break? I should
mean,
get
it's kind of weird, right? Because like YouTube doesn't see these,
right.
right? So like, hi YouTube, we love
Hi
you.
YouTube. Here, I'll sponsor the iPhone 14 Pro. I don't know. I should like get like do like a
Beef Taco
stupid
Pizza
fake
Pops
ad.
up in Canada, y'all. You should get them.
Damn, that sounds so good.
They're so good. Jesus, I love these things so much. I got
Damn.
2. There's 3. I got boxes, like 3 boxes of Pizza Pops for $9 today. Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
2 of them are beef taco. 1 is 4 cheese because I love cheese. I'm a whore for cheese.
Or for cheese. Meanwhile, I still have a bunch of breakfast sandwiches and breakfast burritos that I still want to heat up tomorrow, and tater tots. I'm gonna have a beautiful big ass breakfast tomorrow. It's gonna be great.
Oh my god. I thought you were making like breakfast sandwiches from like scratch, but no.
I used to, but I became a little bit lazy. But then I found this, and I'm just like, ooh. And I go to grocery outlet, and it's like cheap, so I'm like, I could scour this.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But hey, we're back from the break.
We are back from the break, so yeah, going back into May. Yeah, getting comfortable with the team lead position, helping out the parents to get to the Philippines, or just like prepare for the Philippines trip that went on in May. They left a week before my second convention that I went to. It would be actually the first fully planned. No, like actually first fully planned convention for this year. Because in the list of 1 regional, 1 national, 1 international one, Fanime was one of the regional cons because it was in San Jose. I don't live far from San Jose, but I planned this out all with my friends like months in advance. Got the booking, like got a hotel reservation, and then beautifully changed it last minute because I realized the hotel was gonna be shit with parking fees and no fridge for whatever reason, so I changed it at the very last minute, which is great. But I planned it out with friends, doing the whole weekend, the whole thing. It was my first time doing Fanime for the whole weekend because the last time I went to Fanime, which was 2022, it was planned last minute and I only went for 2 of the 3 days. So, but this time around, it was a full weekend with them. It was going to be a full 4. It was like 4 days with my friends, which I haven't done in like ever. So it was gonna be a chaotic blast, and boy, it ever was. So, but even though we were being chaos and crazy, it was still chill. It was a nice chill convention, nothing too crazy, no line con mess or anything like that. We'll do stretch in the tunnel. Yeah. Okay.
I was like, hey, we've been going for like almost an hour and a half. Time for a stretch.
That's true. Everyone go stretch. But yeah, it was nice, chill vibes. I remember going through Vendors Hall, Artist Alley with the friends, purchasing new arts and all that stuff. I think I purchased some stuff in at the Vendors Hall, and then I remember
That's when you started buying me things.
Yeah, I think.
You were taking photos, like, pick something from this, like, vendor, and I'm like, okay.
By the way, I scoured through my room, and I realized I forgot to bring some things. Okay. So I have to figure out a way to either get it to you or,
I mean, January 1st. Just kidding. I'm going to make that joke all night now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's true. I remember that because it's like, convention time, sort of thing. It'd be cool to like show
Stardew Chicken.
Stardew Chicken. That was actually at Anime Expo, which that's not till later. But yeah, and then I remember I wrote this one specifically because I remember spotting it at Fanime, but I found this Japanese import game, which was a train sim arcade game. And it was free play the whole weekend, so you don't have to pay for anything. You can play it unlimited. I remember spotting it, and it's like, okay, fine, I'll give it a try. Fuck. Throughout that weekend, I got sorely addicted to that game.
For those that don't know, this derp loves trains.
I love train. I am a train nerd. I'm a transit nerd through and through, but I am a big train nerd. And when I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm going to try to like figure out how the controls work, because I know for the fact I'm going to fuck it up the first time, and then literally after the second run through, I'm like, I'm going to perfect this shit. And I tried my best the whole weekend to do that. But yeah, I thoroughly missed that train game. I'm hoping I get to play it again at Fanime, or if I ever go to Japan next year, it'd be hilarious, but it'd be fun. But yeah, outside of that, and well, it was also interesting to see BART, the regional transit for the Bay Area, to be at Fanime because they were announcing their anime mascots for it.
Oh my god, nerds!
It's it's so nerdy, but it's so insane and amazing. But yeah, outside of that, it was a fun nice chill as it could be convention. Just having a fun time with friends, going around. I remember, I think like one point, like a few times, I was helping out, taking pictures for my friend because he was cosplaying that year. Amongst many other things, it was nice. It was a nice fun time overall.
What did your friend cosplay as?
I'm trying to remember. It was two things. He had, and both of them required a robe, which was hilarious. One of them was Mashal from the anime Mashal Muscles and something. It's the comedy anime where a guy who does not know magic goes to a magic school. It's beautiful. It's funny. You should watch it. And then the second one was some NPC character from Final Fantasy XIV. Unfortunately, I don't know who he is, because I haven't gone that far into Final Fantasy XIV, and the Final Fantasy XIV gathering was huge. But he just cosplayed those two for the weekend, and I helped him take pictures and help him around while going around the anime. And with that, it was this Fanime was the start of the con run, I would like to call it.
Oh my god,
6 month, almost straight con run.
Yeah.
Because
crazy, man.
To be fair, after Fanime, I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to be going to other conventions outside of Anime Fun in Edmonton, which was planned out beforehand. and Anime NYC in New York City in November, which was planned out with my coworkers. Spoiler alert, there's a lot more into this. It's
Yeah.
coming.
Oh man.
And then this kind of fuels the additional convention trips for this year. But I did show the VTubers I watched to my friends, and I think I got one of them a little bit addicted. We'll get to it as we go down.
Cool.
Also, I wrote, thanks Twitter for reminding me that I did that. But that was May.
Really? That's it?
I tried to recall everything else. But that's all I recall. Both in my mind as well as Facebook and Twitter.
I mean, not reliable.
No, absolutely not.
You need to post more.
I do need to post more.
2024 social media expert. Let's go. Just kidding. Okay. The acid reflex is slowly kind of getting better.
Coming to you.
Oh, okay. Well, my May then, hey?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my May. The first weekend in May was our district Toastmasters conference. So I have to explain a lot of this because people here don't know Toastmasters as much as I do. But Toastmasters basically, let me go through a whole little mini 10-minute spiel. But Toastmasters is an organization, of course, that helps people with public speaking, confidence, communication skills, leadership skills. It's just works on all that for you. And so you become a member of a club. And so you're just part of a club. It's your local little chapter. It's like your little community that you become a part of. And it feels great. And they help you with all your confidence, make you feel like a good human.
If I can interject, if you don't know, if you've never heard of these kind of clubs before, some may, especially in the U.S. side, it is a U.S. Worldwide, technically. Toastmasters is worldwide. But if you want to know a similar one, I think the best one for the leadership side of things is Kiwanis or Key Club. Key Club for high school, Kiwanis International for the adult side of things. Similar concept.
Dare you promote another thing that is my life and passion?
I just want to at least put the comparison. I'm not part of any. I just had to put it out there just in case if someone had any still any confusions and want a comparison sort of thing.
Fine. Anyways, become a member of a club, and then if you want to build on your leadership skills and confidence, you can become an executive member of a club, which is basically running club operations from behind the scenes in many different ways and roles. Then you can go up higher as area director, where you support 4 or 5 clubs around you in your area and kind of offer support, advice, information on club matters in the district. Then you go up to oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm my whole esophagus is just hitting me right now.
It's okay. It's kind of hitting for me too.
But then you go even higher, and that's the division director. And the division director watches over numerous areas, 4 to 5 areas that have 4 to 5 clubs in them. So a lot of responsibility there. And then the division directors all work for the district trio. And these 3 people are in charge of different aspects of Toastmasters for a whole area of Toastmasters. And our district is Northern Alberta, Northern Saskatchewan. And then it goes into regions, and it goes high up to whole worldwide shit.
Yeah.
Well, we had our district conference, so people from Northern Alberta and Northern Saskatchewan that are Toastmasters came to Edmonton, my city, for a weekend to attend educational sessions, to attend business meetings, to compete in contests, and a whole bunch of things. And oh my god, I'm sorry.
Everyone, gas.
Help.
Help all.
And the main reason why I was going there in this conference My God, no! Don't give me hiccups on top of this. I'm
Oh
gonna die.
no!
We're not even halfway through the year yet.
I know.
I'm gonna have to go and start eating bread like a bird. But the whole reason why I was going to this conference is because I was nominated for that division director role, and so it was part of my responsibility to attend all the whole weekend in person, so that. Oh my God, stop it, Body. I'm trying to fucking speak one whole sentence, please. So I had to be there in person, and it was really cool because I got to do like a little like meet and greet the candidates for like all these roles that were being elected, like the district director, the program quality director, and the club growth director. So that's the trio, the people in charge of all of Upper Northern Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Toastmasters. And then it was all of us division directors that were being elected too. So we got to do meet and greets. And the first thing I'll say about the conference was that after being a pandemic Toastmaster, predominantly online only, it was incredible to actually meet all these people in person for the first time
Aww.
ever. Like, just all these people, I've attended their clubs online or visited them, never got to see them in person or know, like, how tall they are, or how short they are. AKA, everybody was surprised at how short I was. 5'2",
Aww.
baby. I'm a baby. And so it was really incredible to actually meet everybody in person. I will say the only downfall to this conference was me being the only person masked. And be trying to keep safe because I was still pretty. I mean, I still pretty am anxious about COVID, but I have a much more bigger reason as to why I'm anxious about it now because of,
Yeah.
I'll explain that in a few months from now in our review. So that was like the downfall to it, and a lot of people are being safe, and it felt really scary and anxiety inducing. But my speech went really well because I had to do a little candidate speech and interview. And that was a lot of fun. I mean, I was running unopposed. That's the word.
There it is.
Unopposed.
Hey, we did it.
I finally figured it out. And so it was really cool to go to that conference. It was a long weekend, and I felt so bad because Mitzi was just a new baby in my life.
Oh my God! Right, I forgot about that.
And so I think it was the Saturday that I had like a 16-hour day or something like that at the conference. And I came home, and he had a hairball. He had pooped on the floor. He was such an angry baby, and I was like, I'm so sorry.
Just being a little revolty butt.
Yeah, he was so upset, and I was like, he was so upset that he made himself upset.
Aww.
And so I was like, oh no, and that got me thinking, and this is a little bit later in May, but I did end up getting him like an auto feeder and a water fountain, so that
okay.
like I wouldn't be giving him like 16 hours of no food and not filling his water. So I felt so bad. But I mean, that's when I got it, was in May for him. So poor baby was very cranky with me. That weekend. I was like, I'm so sorry. And that won't be the only span of time that he was really cranky with me.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there. But yeah, so that was the first weekend I had left him pretty much alone the entire time. I felt so bad. It was kind of nice to get dressed up all pretty all weekend and like be all professional and like networking. And I did a lot of networking because I had to fill my division director team. So that's finding area directors to serve under me to help me out this year. And I had found 3 area directors from that, and I needed 5. So I got 3 of 5 area directors in that like networking sesh at the conference. It was great. So yeah, amazing conference. I got recognized for completing some pathway levels and pathways and my triple crowns. And then division director also like on top of that. So it was a huge like recognition event. I got to talk to so many incredible people. And it was just a really fun way to kick off us like I'm really now like serious, busy, important Toastmasters year that I'm having. So it was really cool, really amazing conference to be a part of.
Truly monumentous if you think about it. Or monumental.
Monumental, indeed. And then this is the start of not a fun part of my year. So my move was in March, near like the middle of March, basically, right? Well, that weekend of moving. So this is gonna be the part of the this where like this is my big health stuff. I'm gonna give that as a preface for Daryl and Han. You guys both know this very well.
Yeah.
For public people, I'm gonna be getting into some TMI stuff, so I apologize, but it's part of my year, so I'm gonna say it. I told Daryl I was gonna be honest bean, so here I am gonna
Yeah,
be an
go
honest
for it.
bean. I I have polycystic ovarian syndrome. Not a fun thing for women to have. Basically, you got a lot of little cysts on your ovaries and they can burst and it causes crazy like menstruation cycles and periods and facial hair and hormonal imbalances, and it's fucking wild. Been diagnosed with that since I was 16. So quite a long time. And well, I noticed that I've been very good with medication this year. That's something I was really proud of myself for. Like taking my prescriptions every night. I only, for the first time in quite a while, for 6 months in a row, I only missed 3 days of medications. That's it.
Wow.
Like I was really on top of my shit for the first like 6 months. So like the first few months of 2023 and a little bit into 2022. And so I knew something was up. Also, why is your camera black? What are you doing?
I'm trying to readjust myself. My shorts and sweats kind of intermingled, and it was giving me an uncomfortable position. So I don't want anyone to see me stand up and try to readjust
He has
myself.
to readjust his equipment.
Yeah, it was getting a bit weird. So I'm just like, I gotta actually know what. Ever since I stood up, I need a pee. So continue on.
Oh, great.
I will.
Um, I noticed something was up. Like that weekend I moved, because I got my period, and I was like, oh fuck, of course I got my period the fucking week I'm moving. Like the society and life would have that align, right? Because being a woman sucks. However, it was being weird. I was taking my medication every day, right? Like I was very regular. Didn't miss a day during this period of like from March to May. However, from March until about mid May, I had my period every single day. I didn't skip a day. It wasn't like light to heavy to whatever. It was just consistent. And I was like, shit, something's wrong. Because if I'm on the medication I'm supposed to be on, this shouldn't be happening. I should have my regular cycle of, about 5 to 7 days, that kind of shit that us women know about. And it's now spanning over like 60 days. So I had to go see my doctor and I told him about it on the phone first. And he's like, oh, you need to come in. Let's do a whole like pap smear. Let's do a full workup, do a bunch of blood work, all this kind of stuff, a urine test, which was the fucking worst. So I had to go through all these tests. And basically, by the end of May, we had basically discovered that the medication that I'm on isn't working, and we could keep doing the readjustments in dosages and such for my medication. But we have been through many, many, many changes in medication in the last like 12, 13 years of my life. And he actually admitted that after about 10 years is when we start thinking about things like IUD and hysterectomies or partial hysterectomies, all this kind of stuff. So I had a decision to make in May. Do I do the IUD and have to go in and have it uncomfortably replaced every 7 years? And haha, women are not lucky, friends. You men out there that get to do procedures for all the things down there, you get to have anesthesia and be comfortable. Women for IUD implants, we don't get that. So I had that choice of going every 7 years. So I have the chance of getting pregnant, having a child, or do a partial hysterectomy where I can maybe have a child and be okay, or just go for the full hysterectomy and just kind of cut my losses. Now, spoiler alert, around 19, 20 years of age, so about 8, 9 years ago, I sort of knew that me having a child would be an extremely low chance because I wasn't ovulating. And for those that don't know anything about women's health, that means I was not producing eggs to get preggo. So around that time, I was like, I'm probably not going to be a mom, like a biological mom. I'll have to find other ways to become a mom. And so I had that already sort of in my mind and in my future plans. So after talking with close Toastmasters friends, and unfortunately maybe talking with this derp who's a man,
Hi,
and
I'm a
talking with
dude.
your dude about women's health and reproductive systems. And Hen was a big part of this too, and my sister and a bunch of other people. It finally got to the point where I'm like, it's the full hysterectomy. And so I had to fight for it though with my doctor. Like May was rough because he was like, no, 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 like the IUD will solve all these things too. Like it'll be fine. It'll just be the same thing basically. So like there's no need to go like to that drastic measures. But he wasn't really listening to me until I finally like started crying in front of the nurse, like my personal
Mm-hmm.
nurse who helps me out a lot. And then she's like, that's not. She basically was like, can I be blunt? And I'm like, by all means. She's like, that's not fucking right. He's a man. He has no right over your body. Let me go talk to him. And it was her advocating on my behalf that's pushed for a consultation to see the gynecologist in 6 to 10 months. This is May.
Mm-hmm.
Um, to have a consultation for the hysterectomy.
Mm.
Big, crazy, like honestly life-changing decision happened in May,
It
and it was
was.
really hard, especially when you're having, especially when you have society like the way it is, where like women are born to fucking give birth and like keep growing society and shit, and you have that pressure on your fucking shoulders all the time. So it was hard, but I was like, I gotta fight against it. I know my body. I know my struggles with it over the last like 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
This has to be the route. Like it's just what I came down with. Now I know people are gonna come at me if people come at me about how medical health and natural naturopathic ways of PCOS and things and whatever, but it's just I've already had that conclusion. I'm not going to have biological children.
Mm-hmm.
I've known it for 8 years. It's time to just let's get rid of the awful part of PCOS, which is the actual menstruation period shit, and get rid of it. So I will hopefully be having that consultation, serious conversation in about February,
Mm-hmm.
March of 2024, and then maybe surgery sometime that year or later.
Right.
So May was that. Or well, the middle of May was basically a lot of that. Like
Mm-hmm.
amazing conference, but feeling uncomfortable and in a lot of pain because of PCOS. And then having all those tests and all this shit. And then finally coming up with that conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So still heartbreaking. Like, I mean, there's so many complicated feelings with it. And most of it is societal and on my stupid head as a woman. And when you see all the discourse about women's health in like America and other places in the world, it just feels so icky. It just everything feels so
Right.
icky about it. But it's my struggles and I want my solutions for it. So I'm hoping that's respected
Mm-hmm.
across the board. Um, but yeah, that started happening here. And then the last thing to lift me up a little bit, Hen, if you are still listening, and I hope you are, I hope you know that at the end of May was when we formed the Castatoris campaign group. So that's you, me, Ryan, Manti, and Runic. We all got together in the Discord to plan our first session in the first week of June. So that happened at the end of May. So there's that little milestone for us.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. So there's that. So good. I know, right? Um yeah. So May was a roller coaster because crazy hell shit and then amazing Toastmaster shit. Being elected as a division director, now fucking being a division director. Hello. It's May was the start of a roller coaster year.
Aw.
Yeah. Fun
Uh,
fact for anyone who cares about women health as much, since my period finally ended in the middle of May, I haven't had it since. So that really shows you how
wow.
fucked up my body is.
This is like you really haven't felt it anything.
I feel like sometimes I might have it because I'll be like, have the symptoms of it, like, feeling bloated and like extra liquid discharge stuffs and uncomfortable, like, feeling in my body down in
Right.
those parts. But then, like, it'll go away after a day or two. And I'm like, oh,
Well, that's
okay, I'm
easy.
not actually getting my period. All right.
Right.
So, yeah, that shows you how fucked up my body is right now. So that is the health shit that's been going on.
I
And it
see.
really did impact me a lot. Like, you can even, I mean, we'll get maybe talk about this a little bit with July, but
Mm-hmm.
even this year probably would notice, like, how really I let it affect my body a lot. More
Yeah.
than just, like, what was going on with it. I just physically have gotten weaker and bigger. So
Mm-hmm.
I need to get on top of that shit again.
Right. Right.
So May was hard, but good. Like Toastmasters, yay, health plummeted and mental health plummeted with all that. But then it got up a little bit with Cassatorus and us playing D&D.
Aw.
But so yeah, that was my May.
Truly, yeah, definitely a roller coaster. Um,
It's scary to
yeah.
talk about that, like women's health on here. It's scary to talk about in public. Fuck. Just be nice to me, people, please.
Please, no, 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 no crazy comments. Please do not.
Be nice
Um,
to me.
if you're watching this on the VOD, I will remove it if you put anything like that. So, um, but yeah, leading up to at the end of the first half of the year, June,
Shoot, baby!
I haven't written out much per se because it
Me
was
either.
mainly a prep month for me. It was a lull in the seasons. I wasn't really going to a convention then because a lot of conventions were not happening until like later anyways. I didn't know there was like I think one or two conventions in June, but I didn't go sort of thing. Um, but pretty much preparing for the big things that were going on in July. Um, Meanwhile, during that time, there were times where I went back to my parents' place in the Central Valley to just check up on the house because they were gone to the Philippines for like a month and a half, almost 2 months. So I just wanted to make sure the house is fine. Just stayed around. That was also the time when the AC broke at that place, so that was great. It was remember being a hot weekend and then just suffering inside there. So that was a fun time. Ooh, I'm still backing up. But that was a fun time. But I did write one small comment. Oh, I'm pressing brake. I was wondering why I'm not moving. Maybe if you press the gas, you'll probably get going. But I did write one small thing, which I do need to point out because it is not great. I'm still trying to curb it. But it is my insatiable addiction to arcades.
Oh my
Um,
god. That's when it
it
really
was.
started.
I mean, it started quite back then, but I think it over amplified
My
around the
god.
May June
Ken,
area.
this man, and I swear, gambling arcades, like, what a guy.
Yeah,
Here you go. Listen to him talk about this. This is
I've
wild.
always had an
But you got some
addiction.
cool shit this year from it, so I will give you
I
that.
did,
But,
I
like,
did.
goddamn.
But yeah, no. The ever since I was a child, I've always been like fascinated with arcades. Of whenever I go to an arcade, I try to min max it so hard. Like I'm trying to figure out calculations to RNG. There's a lot of things wrong with that statement, by the way. But try to min max it with
Yeah.
the RNG, and
You sound like a
then
D&D player, like the one that's hardcore into, like, being the fucking best D&D player ever. That's what you sound like right now.
ding,
Min-maxer. Good.
min maxer. But it further developed whenever I turned 21, legal age for gambling in the states, and or at least in California, some places are 18, but gambling age. So with that, and my parents who are also addicted to gambling, decided to bring me in to a casino on my 21st birthday, and it's where I developed the proper gambling side addiction. But ever since I moved to the Bay Area, I was able to curb the gambling to some extent. It's now only when I visit my parents I will go with them to the casino, which is very few far in between. At least then. But for whatever reason, somehow, I think I was like actually during late 2022, I was in my adventuring phase trying to find places to go in the Bay Area, trying to like go through every nook and cranny, and I decided to go to this mall. And this mall had an arcade, but it wasn't any just normal mall arcade. No. If you ever heard of Round One, the main competitor for Dave and Buster's, if you've ever been to either Dave and Buster's or Round One, you know how addictive it can be with not only the arcade machines to get tickets. Oh my God, truck you asshat. But also crane games, many things. The addiction started early in 2023, but it wasn't as bad, I would say. But it over amplified once I started doing crane games. And the vicious cycle between crane games and arcade machines brought out my true addiction to the game. Now, to be fair, yeah, I did get quite a lot of cool shit out of it. In terms of like the arcade side games, especially earning tickets, I've gotten a lot of really high coveted items. Like,
Yeah.
ever since, like, if you ever been like a child going to an arcade, you ever see like the big items that are like hundreds of thousands of tickets at an arcade? I probably I went overboard and got them. To be fair, purchasing them would be a hell of a lot cheaper, but you know, it's the addiction mentality, and especially in the gambling side of things, it's like, oh, I can get this for like this amount, even though it's probably double the amount, sort of thing. But you know, the addiction mentality leads to that. But I managed to get this
I remember
camera.
the thing you got here in like West End.
Oh yeah,
The big Oilers pillow bear.
Yes, the Oilers pillow pet. I still have it to this day. Yeah, she saw.
So
she could see
funny.
the wrath,
Oh my God.
the pure addiction to arcade machines. This recent trip. I don't think I showed it
Sure.
too much.
To be fair, though, no, not in, like when you first came in April last year.
No.
But to be fair, I got us very addicted to one particular game.
Oh my God, the damn piano game. I love that game.
We'll
It's
talk
so
about that.
addicting, but it's so good.
But,
Um,
but like, you got some other real big shit this year.
Yeah.
But like, was it really June where you started to go, what, like almost like what, every weekend?
once every week. Yep, once every
Once
weekend.
every weekend.
Even though I was supposed to be saving up for a big trip that was, oh yeah, I guess I could probably talk about this in June in terms of preparing. Oh God, I was drifting.
July was crazy.
July is crazy. But
Yeah, you should have been.
yeah, I should be preparing, but no, I was so addicted to going so addicted to arcades and Round One that I went almost once every weekend. If not once every weekend. The only times I didn't go is when I was back in the Central Valley to visit my family, or my family's place. But almost every weekend was just a straight, I'm going to Round One. I'll play arcade games and crane games. I got a shit ton of plushies out of it. For those who wants to know, I have about, I think at this house, it's 7-8 bags filled with plushies. Back
Oh
at
my
my parents'
God.
place, it's 6. There's a
Oh my
lot.
God.
It's insane.
He's
Like-
just a cuddly, cozy bear.
I have so much plushies at
You can make a
home.
ball pit full of plushies at that
I
point.
can. Like, no,
Oh my God.
legitimately, I can. Every time I go to Round One, when during my addiction phase, I would spend quite a bit, and then come out with like 7 to 8 plushies per session. Was it worth it? Oh hell no. Oh hell no. 100% not. But I got them, and I have them, and I don't know what to do with them.
Oh my god. Donate them. It's
I
Christmas
should.
season. Go to
I should.
like a children's charity
Ah,
or something.
you're right.
Or
No.
children's hospitals. Hey, speaking of them.
I
Yeah, that's what you should do. Like the ones that don't
should.
have any like sentimental attachments to them, like
Mm-hmm.
go drop them off at like the children's ward at where your brother works.
I should. I'll probably think about. I'll definitely think about that and see if I could find a time to drop it off.
Or also Christmas toy runs.
Yeah, I'll try to find a few. Cause yeah, no, there's a bunch in this house. I also gave some to my parents because I think they're gonna. I don't know if they're packing some of them to bring it to the Philippines, like in
Oh,
a
that'd be a
box.
good idea.
Yeah, so like I have those as well, but they have. I already gave them a sample set already, but I should.
You could
Yeah, no,
ship
I
some
should
up
definitely
here,
do
and I
that.
could drop them off at the stollery up here.
Could maybe if it's not expensive, maybe.
It's not like I live in London anymore, Daryl.
I know. True.
And plushies are light, so it shouldn't be too bad in a box, right?
It shouldn't, but I don't know.
You never know, though.
I haven't shipped. I haven't shipped that stuff to you in actually a while. So.
That's true. Excuse me, sorry.
But yeah, so the addiction was bad, so I had that. And in terms of like the arcade side of things, I have gotten those high redemption prizes. One of them was the one that started out with like earlier in the year was a PlayStation carry on luggage bag,
Mm-hmm.
which has had really good utility and will continue to have really good utility. That's actually
That
one of my
one I'm
more.
okay with because, like, you have traveled a lot and probably have used it
I
every trip.
have. I did, and it was very helpful to have.
Yeah.
Actually, it's also a little bit of like a statement piece sometimes that I get from flight attendants or assistants. I'd be like, "What kind of bag is that?" It's like it's a PlayStation bag. It's like, "Whoa, that's pretty cool." So, it's a bit of a statement piece. Not only I got that, I also got this camera that you're looking at that I'm using right now. You don't see it. You're not gonna be able to physically see it, but I got this camera not mainly for this stream, but I actually did end up using it for my trip to New York, amongst many other things, and I do plan on using it from time to time. Um, I also got a PS5 right before PS5 became readily available in the year, but
PS5.
yeah,
Jeez.
I got a PS5. There was this couple of anime figures that they also had as well. Not only that, but some of the Korean games also had anime figures, which I have a shit ton of as well. That one I'm willing to sell over giveaway because I'm like at least with
You've
plushies
got
it's more
Spy
general.
Family ones, right? Don't
I
you?
I do have Spy Family ones.
Keep them.
Yes.
Sorry, that anime means so much to me. Keep them.
I do have the Forgers.
That's
Oh,
our wholesome like break from serious animes. This is our wholesome like ha ha ha.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um but yeah, I got those. I also got my dad AirPods with my ticket redemptions for the
Damn.
thing. What other big ones I had? Oh, um, I don't. This one I do low key regret because it was a fun novelty to have, but I don't use it as frequent as the other gear that I got, which was a MetaQuest, the VR headset.
Mm-hmm.
I have one. I got it from there. Um,
Think about how many tickets you'd have to redeem for like some of this shit.
I'll let you know. Camera, PS5, MetaQuest, and those three specifically are 80,000 tickets each.
My God.
From what I recall, in terms of all the big prizes that I did redeem, I think I might have redeemed over 300k tickets. If you want to do some crazy arcade math, have fun. I spent a
No.
lot.
Yeah.
I spent a lot to get over 300k tickets. It's bad.
Gosh. Wild. But yeah, that
Yeah.
was really June that like made it like full fledged like
It
rah.
it was I would say June was the start of the height. That's
Mm-hmm.
the thing. It's the start of the height. And that went on for quite some time. Not so much for July, but the following months definitely. It was still a
You
height for
say
me.
that, but where did we go twice in West Hampton Mall?
Okay, it wasn't. I'll say it's not as bad as the West End one was not as bad. I'll tell you, there's been worse, but it was pretty bad. My addiction to arcades was very bad. Um, I'm curbing it now. I'm
You
trying
are.
my very best to curb it. There are some intentions of me wanting to go there, but I've been trying my best to slap my hands and go somewhere else, and really convince myself, no, you don't need to go there, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's definitely gonna be my focal point for 2024 is to also curb it as well, and it's gonna be hard to curb it if I decide to go anywhere else that has good arcades, but I will try. But outside of that, I was also preparing a lot for July because in a somewhat last minute decision, by last minute it was like 3 weeks in advance. My friends wanted to go. Well, my brother invited me to go to Anime Expo with him. Then my friends wanted to go to Anime Expo, and so we decided to make a big trip out of it. And that was gonna be on the first week of July. Anime-a-thon was 2 weeks after that.
Mm-hmm.
But I will leave it at that because that was pretty much June.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah.
June for me was a bit short for updates, but basically that month I wrapped up my term as president and VPPR. So I was on the executive committee for two of my Toastmasters clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was that month that I stopped going to one of those clubs because I wanted to reduce the number of commitments I had because I was stepping up and doing leadership stuff starting July 1st. So really, June was the last month I was at a core development meeting.
Wow. Oh, I forgot about that club. Not gonna lie.
Right? It's been 6 months.
That's a name I haven't heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wrapped up my terms there and left one of my two clubs. And to be honest, I never had intended that second club to be a permanent thing in my life, but I ended up being there for like 3 years, like 2 years, 2.5 years.
Oh,
So
that's crazy.
quite a bit of time dedicated to that lovely little club. So yeah, I served my time, did real good there. And then I spent that
Nice.
month still trying to network and find area directors. I did find, let me see here. Oh no, I had 4 or 5 area directors before June. Because I had one that's agreed before the conference, and then I had the 3 at the conference, and then, spoiler alert, I didn't fill my division director team until August, so we'll get there. But I spent a lot of time in June trying to network, see who could be my last area director. I visited a lot of my division clubs because even though Rebecca told me back in February that I didn't have to go to my clubs as a division director, it was still kind of nice to go.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, I got to do some executive induction ceremonies. So it's like a nice little like ceremony where you thank the previous year's team and then you welcome in the new year's team. So it's kind of a nice thing to do. I did that quite a bit in June. So it's really just a Toastmasters heavy month.
Mm-hmm.
June was. I also wrapped up some coaching for Talk Maze, my group class I wrapped up. And a couple other students took a little bit of a break during the summer, so I kind of slowed down a little bit work-wise.
Right.
Same with like substituting near the end of the year, kind of always slows down quite a bit.
So it's just like a good transitional shift in a way of like going from
School year to
working
summer.
wise. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the only other big thing that happened in June that kind of starts a whole interesting year for me when it comes to family is that
Mm.
on June 24th, my mom married my stepdad. And that wedding weekend was difficult. Very difficult. Uh, how do I even get into all this? Oh God. Um, I I don't even know how to get into it. It's just so much drama and so many years of it.
Right. It's
But
if you want to like make it too like short, like you don't have to like
okay,
unravel it too much if you don't need to.
okay. My mom and my stepdad have been together for 15 years, 16 years. And that was about the same amount of time since my parents have been divorced. So getting into that's sort of a little hint of like shit.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that weekend, my sister kind of revealed to me that there was some drama going on between the three of them, like my stepdad, my dad, and my mom,
Oh boy.
and around the time of the divorce. So that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
So I found out that from them that weekend. And then it was kind of awkward because we had my mom's side of the family there and my stepdad's side of the family there, and we're not close to my stepdad's side of the family like at all. I remember when we were younger, we got to go to a few weddings on that side of the family in Saskatchewan and like blah blah blah. So like they're in the province next to us. So we don't really see
Mm-hmm.
them that much. But
Right.
like it was expected of us to go and be like family and like close and mingling with all of them. And then when we weren't, like people were upset with us.
Right.
So it's just a very awful feeling being there at the event. And then I will tell you this, the one part of the ceremony that was extremely upsetting and triggering was the actual ceremony itself, where it was the religious part of the ceremony, because they did two parts, civil and religious.
Right.
Because the religious one is just like, and now you may be pardoned for all of your sins in your past. Which is very awkward because my sister and I are literally a part of my mom's past. And we were
Right.
sat there in the front row. So it led to some comments being made from the other family and from both sides of the family being said both behind our backs and directly at us at the wedding. And it just was a very uncomfortable, very triggering event weekend. So that was the start of me going, huh, shit, I don't really feel like a full, proper, loved daughter by these people. So that was how my June ended.
Aw.
Yeah. Oh, and I had my first Clubhouse training session as a VPA trainer
Ooh.
in June.
Ding.
This year in Toastmasters, I decided to tell Rebecca, as our program quality director this year, who's organizing all the training for club officers and executives and leadership peoples,
Mm-hmm.
I told her I'll be your VPA trainer. And so I had my very first
Wow.
session in June, and it was interesting. I got some really good feedback, and I spent that whole first round of club officer training, which spanned from June, July, and August, revamping and now creating a really good, solid presentation of VPN
Nice.
training. So that was the first session was the rough one where I was like, ha ha ha, I'll try. And then I did my best, and yeah, I had some nice comments, and others are like, add some of this, do this. I'm like, okay. So it was interesting. But yeah, that was my first
Nice.
responsibility as a division director was the
Wow.
VPN trainer and clubhouse for training in June,
Look at
pre-July
that.
1st when I officially started. So that's how dedicated I was to this role. Was I started being a division director before I was even a division director,
It's like I'm just gonna pre-plan everything.
pretty much. So that was June. Sorry to spill some family drama into all of this, but
No worries.
it's the start of a bunch of stuff for family this year. So
Mm-hmm.
just there's a fair warning for y'all. If you love your families and you want to judge me for not me loving mine, okay, that's fair. I'll take it.
But yeah, knowing like a lot of pre-context and context out of it, there's a reason why, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
that
my
was
God.
June.
Yeah.
Mihunio, June.
And now time for at least the big month, July. This was intense for me because first weekend of July, 4th of July weekend. Actually, it started technically on June 30th for me, but it was it becomes a very intense run for a good 2 weeks, if not three. Because first weekend of July was Anime Expo, biggest convention in all of biggest anime convention in all of America, if not the world, I believe, outside of maybe Comic Con in Japan itself. But and for Anime Expo, it's a huge ass convention, hundreds of thousands of people. Especially for anyone who is very, like in a post-COVID world, it's something. It's something. But gone there, it was my first time to finally go. Not only, well, it's my third time going with my brother, but my first time going with friends. And I know for the fact I wanted to make this the most out of it for them, because I want them to understand the full experience that is Anime Expo. It's tense, it's crazy, but it's fun. In a way, it was nice to actually be a guide for them to like navigate through how to get to different halls, different panels, and all that stuff. It was also like actually my first time for Anime Expo where I actually watched quite a bit of panels with my friends because they wanted to go. There was a lot of exclusive premieres, exclusive interviews, and all that stuff, and they get to experience the best and the worst of it. The best of like just being with a really big community that you may not know. Even if it's like the most nichest one, that there are people there to see it, but others experience the tail end of it, of where it's a bit too popular and sometimes it might just be a little bit tricky to get there, even if you get there on time. But it was an experience and a half. If you've ever seen horror photos of like crowding and all that stuff in Anime Expo, we might be there. I'm not gonna lie. Also,
El Gordo de Velez is now following.
thank you for the follow, El Gordo. Also,
Hi,
I don't know why my
welcome.
stream elements is not working, but yeah, thank you for the follow.
Welcome.
Welcome. But yeah, if you've seen the hell photos of it, we were there. I've been told by my friends that, oh yeah, we were in that group. If you just look at the little smidge right there, that's us. So it's like, oh shit, we are there. But overall, very intense, very stressful, no doubt about it. We were very exhausted at the very end, but I think for the most part we all had fun. Some of them are thinking of not going there again, which I don't blame them. Some of them are thinking of going there again, which again, I don't blame them. Definitely a fun time at Anime Expo. Last minute planning, but it ended up going, I'd say, pretty well at the very end. I remember one small thing about this when going to Anime Expo. Originally, I was gonna be taking a nice long 11-hour train ride to LA. We'll do a posture check. But yeah, I was gonna do like a nice 9 to 10 hour ride to LA. What was I gonna say? By
Do
one of
some work and such.
yeah, like work on the train, but also enjoy the scenery because it's like one of the more popular national trains by Amtrak that goes down the Pacific Coast, the Coast Starlight. Unfortunately, what happened 2 weeks prior to Anime Expo, or if not 1 week prior to Anime Expo, actually, there was a derailment in SoCal that closed down the line.
Right.
So my reservation for that trip got canceled, which is unfortunate. So I had to figure out what the heck I was gonna do to get down there. So with that, I went back to the Central Valley, and then rode with my friends going down to LA, and then going back, I was gonna take a flight back to home, to the Bay Area. But yeah, that was a fun time trying to plan last minute. And I remember because I said, fuck it. It was the difference of going economy and first class was like $80 and it's only an hour flight. I said, fuck it. I'm going to just do it just so I don't have to stress myself out when I get to the airport, sort of thing. Ended up doing that and wasn't too bad at the very end. I had a nice conversation with someone in that plane ride over. Forgot who he was. But he was a cool guy to talk to. But then after that was a week of like a lull week, of just catching up with work and whatnot after Anime Expo, and then preparing for the next big trip, which was already planned and all that stuff. And thank God Air Canada had direct flights to Edmonton, because I used that opportunity to visit her and go to Animathon.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. What I wrote here was, it was a nice change of pace from all the California conventions I did that year so far. And I definitely talked about it in a past Truck and Talk, but I'll go over like a little small synopsis of like my feedback on
Your perspective and feedback of it.
yeah,
Yes.
my perspective and feedback on Animathon. I found it. I love the community vibe through and through. It was definitely a very homey community. It was a homey convention, full on community driven convention. Definitely felt like Fanime over AX, which was great. That's I've noticed I have a more soft side for a community driven convention versus an industry driven convention. Love the unique shops and vendors as well as artists that were there. It had I'd say Animathon had the most variety of terms of like arts and crafts.
Hell yeah.
Compared to all the other anime conventions I've been to.
We had standees, we had prints, we had buttons, we had stickers, we had so many things, push pins, and
Yeah.
like notebooks and post-it notes, and it was. I mean, I bought a notebook there, so I'm.
Yeah,
just-
I remember buying a mouse mat over there.
Oh yeah, the big
It was
mouse
so
mat.
pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, like we had. It's really cool. Pop sockets were big there too. Yeah, a lot of variety.
I know, it was fun. And also, thank you, Dragyn, for encouraging to go to panels and Maid Cafe when we were there.
Yeah, Maid Cafe.
That was fun. And also all the panels that you suggested,
Yeah,
they were fun to go.
Okay, the dragon.
Yeah. Oh, we got an ad.
Okay. It just immediately shuts down. Like, okay, no more happiness. Just
No more happiness. We have to go bleh for like the next 50 seconds.
Okay,
What are
I'll
you
go.
talking about?
I'll hold a bleh for that whole long like bleh.
Bleh. Here, I'll talk about poop for the next 40 seconds.
I sent you a photo on Twitter.
I know, I saw that.
Did you see this photo?
No, not yet.
You should. I looked over at Mitzi and I was like, I fucking can't.
All right, it's only for those who are not in ad break, which means it's a VOD, but let's see. Do I have my just chatting screen? I do. Oh, my camera's not set up for this shit. Hold on.
Oh my god, lol.
I'll take my 14
the ad break's
seconds
gonna
to do it.
end anyway.
It's okay. I have the time. I could do this real quick.
Oh no. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh,
1. Hey y'all.
hey y'all. You now see a cat.
Enjoy
And
a
that
cat. Mitzi is in a very sensual pose.
It's so.
And the caption I said to him on Twitter was, paints me like one of your French cats.
It's so beautiful.
Paints me like one of your French. That's Mitzi. That's my boy that I got on
Yeah.
April 8th this year.
Aw. You look
Look
so
at that pose.
comfy.
Sexy boy.
It looks like he's a sexy, comfy cat right there.
Sexy boy. Love him. And Hen,
Love
if you
him.
missed that, I can send you the photo later.
Love it.
We were on an ad break and I was just chatting about him like crazy. And
Yeah.
I was like, Daryl, look at your Twitter. Do it.
And I was like, just looked at Twitter. I was like, what is this? I was just like, I noticed it was an image. It's like, paint me like one for your French cats. I'm just like, what is this? You said shared a photo. So it's like, is this from a tweet? No, this is just your photo.
A photo
Of
I
Mitzi.
took of Mitzi.
I
right
love
now.
it. It's so good.
He's just licking his belly right now. He's just like, ah, la, 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 la.
Love it.
Anyway, we're talking about Animathon and panels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
panels were great.
panels were amazing. I'm glad you made me join. Brought me into all those panels. They were funny, all that stuff. Maid Cafe was really cool. Haven't been to one, so that was my first time actually being in an anime cafe. Yeah, I did it in Canada compared to anywhere else.
That's right. We're cool up here. don't laugh at me. We're cool up here.
Cool up there.
Canadians are cool, and we're real people. Okay.
You were real people. But it was fun. I love it. Again, thank you so much for that. And making the whole anime-thon experience fun. I love it. I know there were some minor issues along the way, especially with like the smoky weather outside. So there was like it did limit some events during that time.
Wildfire shit.
Yeah, but overall, I had a fun time. It was a great fun time being with you and everyone for Anime-thon, plus many more other things.
Poor Han. I just realized, Han, this derp has met Jade and Allura, and you haven't. That's hilarious. My D&D friends at Anime-thon.
Oh!
That's hilarious. I'm so sorry, Han. He's met the D&D group more than you. You know my sister, too. That's funny. You've met my sister in person, too.
Oh, yeah.
You've met half the D&D group in person.
That's crazy.
See, you just have to go a few states over with me, Han. And then I would be like, well, fuck you guys.
No. That means it's going to be a big meetup in Edmonton. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Like, I keep joking with Han. It's just a 16-hour drive.
From Utah? Yeah, no, it's not that far, actually.
It's just a 16-hour drive.
It's 30 hours from California. I'll let you know that.
That's true.
We did this math before.
I know how long it would take me to drive to Florida. So, like 52 hours.
Yeah, it's quite far, actually.
Just gonna drive up for 16 hours. Yeah, just straight up.
Straight up. Literally.
Well, it's cool thing about Utah, Han, your drive, you could just follow the mountain line all the way up.
It's pretty, though.
You get to follow the Rocky Mountains all the way up.
Hell yeah.
So it would be a gorgeous, well worth it drive. Until you hit Montana, then I apologize. Sorry, Montana.
Montana's pretty in some aspects. Like it's pure wilderness. But
you can see all the wild horses.
And wildlife, all the wildlife. Oh my god, it's so pretty.
Bison.
Yeah.
My little car could handle it, I'm sure. It's a little car that could. It's a little car
that could, yeah. Now, if we add more people and weight to it, then it's gonna be a fun time.
No god.
But I'm sure it's gonna make it.
Yeah, just go drive around all of the states to pick up my American friends and just come on up. Wouldn't that be great?
Right. But yeah, and also it was interesting to go to Anime-thon for being its 30-year anniversary.
Yeah.
So I guess I did chose the right time to go to Anime-thon.
30 years, and it was really cool to see all the history of it, like where it started out with like a tiny little hallway with some booths. So now
like a high school,
filling an entire conference center.
Yeah. And
with
having
over 14,000 people there.
And having the MC be part of it the whole way through.
Yeah, Mark. Love Mark. He's very active still in the community groups on Facebook.
Which is good. That's good to see. At least there's still like some OG people out there. Quite a bit of OG people out there anyways.
Oh, you got to see the 404s too?
Yep.
The improv comedy group. Dragged you out to their shows.
To most of the shows, yeah. Those were funny.
One and the Pokemon one.
Yeah, those were good. Those were good.
Yeah. And then we did the Disney karaoke.
Yeah, those were fun.
Great. And then you were there for a couple other days around that.
Yep. Definitely there for a couple extra days because I think really the main thing is like going to West Ed and try to like figure out other things as well. Karaoke as well. At the very last day of Anime-a-thon, we went for a 3-hour session of karaoke.
Yeah, then you got to have your A&W again.
Yeah, actually no, first time.
Boston Pizza.
Yeah, first time with A&W, first time with Boston Pizza, first time with of Nando's too. That's
right.
started off.
I got you all your first Fernando's, Canadian A&W, Boston Pizza. Shit.
Yeah, that was fun. That was great.
Look at him being introduced into the things I love in my
Of
life.
course, of course. There's still a handful of things left now, so
Yes.
that it's reserved for the next time.
Yes.
But no, overall I had a fun time with you. Not only through Animathon, but through many other things that we did for when I was in Canada. It's in
Yep.
Edmonton once again.
Mhm. I feel so bad. Like, the first time you came up here, it was winter and everything looked dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no snow, but, like, everything was dead. Grass was dead. Trees were dead. Everything was dead. And then the second year you come here, it was wildfire smoke like crazy, like, very dangerous index, like, all the whole time he was here until, like, the last day when it cleared up when we went to West End, of course.
It did.
And then I'm just like, man, you need to come on, like, a good year where you can actually appreciate all of Edmonton.
What Edmonton has, yeah.
Yeah, like the proper like ledge grounds where it's beautiful, lush and green, and like the river valley. But no, but hey, oh, you also got to do our Edmonton LRT finally
Oh yeah.
up here too, and you met Mitzi.
And I met Mitzi. I visited your place and visited Mitzi.
Yeah.
Yeah, who was a beautiful bumbling butt after what? Another 24 to 30 hours after.
Yeah, luckily I had the food and the water, so he didn't do any bad like poopies on the floor or
No.
like any hairballs. But his litter box was gross. So I had to clean that up.
Well, it was nice to meet Mitzi not only once but twice. So I'm definitely glad you met on that
and
Saturday as well.
he's a cuddly boy. He was actually really nice and rubbing up against your
He
jeans.
was. Oh my god!
He was
Every
very
time
nice
where
to
I
you.
sat, I'm just like, oh, hi Mitzi. Oh, rubbing in. Hello.
I know, and then I just plopped on the floor to play with him.
Yeah, that was a fun time.
Yeah. And then you had more still to come in July. didn't you?
Yeah, I had like one other thing. So like after visiting her in Edmonton, and whatnot, I had another like lull week just getting to just catch up on work and everything because this was like more visiting her in Edmonton was more a more proper vacation for me compared to Anime Expo. So it was a
Except you
big
worked
catch
the
up and
first
stuff.
morning.
Very last minute, I know.
You worked a little bit in the morning. Nerd.
But at the very end of the month, I had two things going on. Nothing for me. It's just me and hobbies and anime conventions, really. One was because for those who didn't hear earlier in the stream, I am a big transit nerd and I'm a big train nerd. And the commuter rail that I've been riding ever since for this year, going to work and back. What? Caltrain was showing was providing demos about their new trains that are coming out, so we get to like see like what the new train's all about, experience it all, and hopefully it'll be out by fall of 2024 as promised. We'll see. But it was a great a cool community event to go to, see a bunch of train nerds, transit nerds, seeing new stuff. I had a fun time like talking to a couple of them as well as we were like waiting in line to see the train. Just had a nice chat. And then that was like the start of my morning. That one Saturday, and then after that Saturday afternoon to evening to night, I went to Anime Impulse Bay Area. One of the apparently Anime Impulse they've been doing multiple conventions in different areas. But they're like slightly smaller conventions, I would say, compared to like Fanime, Animathon, and all that stuff. They run 2 days and they just run a shit ton of events, but I decided to go because it's like, oh, it's like literally local. It's the first convention that I didn't have to get a hotel for, to say the least. Which, by the way, Animathon was my first international convention. I need to make that point across. It was my first international convention, my first con abroad. And then Anime Impulse Bay Area was the first convention that didn't require a hotel.
Look at that.
But it was a fun local con. Lots of like anime, Genshin stuff, also VTuber stuff as well. The train sim game was there too, and I played a shit ton out of it. I really tried my best to perfect myself in that game. And since not a lot of people were playing it, it was like, I'm going to hog this machine for like an hour or two. No worries, Anne. Yeah, I did that. And it was great. It was amazing. It was worth my money. I would say that, to say the least. But yeah, watch some like VTuber panels, and also had some nice yakitori grilled chicken skewers, and yeah, can't wait for the next Anime Impulse Bay Area, which apparently is like gonna happen in October next year, so it'll be fun.
You also had yakitori chicken pizza in Anime Land.
Yes, I forgot about that. Oh my god, I want some.
So that big pizza was so good.
That pizza was good. Legitimately good. But yeah, that was July. I did three conventions. It wasn't back to back. I had a week, an extra week in between to breathe. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, I hit con burnout after doing Anime Impulse Bay Area. But there was still more to come.
Yeah. Crazy man.
Yeah. But that was my July.
Yeah. I'm doodling.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah. Crazy. I had a crazy July too. The first thing that happened, July 1st, I officially became division director.
Hey.
And I got to have my first meeting with my team that month. The little team. I didn't have an area director yet, or the 5th area director, so just myself and 4 people and my assistants at the time. So we had our first official meeting to kick things off and talk about deadlines and things and upcoming crazy things that we all need to be aware of, and talk about our own role training, because we had to be trained as division and area directors. So our start of the Toastmasters leadership year was busy, banging, full of deadlines. So we got started right away. July was like, here we go, as Mario would say.
Here we go.
So that was quite a busy start. And then I got to relax for a little bit with this derp coming to visit me. And all I will add to it was like trying new things. And so I finally got to
I remember this. Yes.
try takoyaki finally for the first time, thinking I would like it. And then as soon as my tongue touched the ugly seafood, it was like, no, girl, please eat the rest of this. This is not for me. And it was bad time. Takoyaki was like, oh no.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I remember this vividly. Where
And it was the first time I actually ever had to like spit out in food in front of someone, and I was mortified, but I was like, damn it.
I'm glad it was. I'm glad it was. I guess with me, right? Because it's just like, if anyone else, that would have been a time.
It's not my fault. The anime makes it look so pretty and yummy, and then when you go and take a bite out of it, you're like, oh no.
And especially knowing like when I know you, because it's like you're not really into seafood a lot. It's very seafood. I
don't know why, but I pictured it to be like the Chinese food, like chicken balls that we have here. Like they're really like well cooked white chicken meat in like a fluffy like deep fried ball. I was like, maybe it's gonna be like that. Maybe they'll cook up the octopus inside, so it's not like rubbery and blah.
Chewy.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's fucking chewy shit.
Yeah, it's still chewy in there.
Like, I remember looking at Daryl and I was like, he's just like, quickly, swallow it quickly, you'll like it.
Yeah.
And I was like, food is not meant to be like swallowed quickly. You're supposed to enjoy it. And then I was like, as soon as my tongue touched it, I looked at Daryl. I was like,
I saw the mortified face, and I'm just like, oh no, oh.
Yeah, but And so I was like, oh, cool. Daryl's looking away. And I just grabbed the napkin. And I was like, pit.
It's like I know what you want to do. I'll look away so you could do it, and then
Yeah.
shortly thereafter it's like you can have the rest. It's like, aww.
It's like, you can have the rice vegetables. I'll just eat my chicken yakitori pizza. So that happened. Another first for me, and this is something that was funny for him and amusing to him, was I really got into K-pop this year. And so all of the K-pop at Animeathon made me so fucking happy. Like,
Yeah.
I was enjoying listening to like Lisa by Blackpink, all the BTS songs. I knew my first I was just getting into Stray Kids at that point, so I got to recognize S-Class whenever they played it, and Case 143. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And then on the finale of Animeathon, they had the dance groups that were there, like the K-pop cover dance groups, and they were so good. So I really enjoyed the K-pop aspect of all that, and then all the D&D dice that I got from that big bin of dice where you would
Oh
pay $10.
my god, I
10 minutes
remember
to get as much
that.
dice as you could in a bag. Wonderful.
I saw that. I remember there were times where it's just man, there's more people coming in.
Mhm. Yeah, and I'm trying to pick the colors. That was when I was trying to find a good colored dice for Jet at the time, my new character for Taurus group. Yeah, I failed at that. I haven't used those dice for Jet. I found a better set a little later on. But yeah, that was fun. And then another first from you on that trip with him was going to a proper karaoke lounge and doing karaoke finally for the first time. And
I've been doing it for a while.
And then torturing him with all the female singers that I love. And all the high pitchedness, and that was great.
It was great. You had a very strong set list. For me, I was for whatever reason singing all Japanese songs.
Yeah, he was torturing me with songs I didn't know any words to, and I was trying to pick stuff that I think he and I would both like. And then this man goes "Aha, all Japanese."
Yeah, I was not gonna lie. I think I even told you during that trip. I was just I'm so impressed with this karaoke place. Why does it have songs that I never seen in ever? What the fuck?
And then you became so fascinated with that. I was just but sing with me these songs, Daryl. But then you just got so fascinated by all the selection. I was all right, but it was still so much fun, and I'm still so proud of myself for singing "And Han, You'll Love This" Car Radio by 21 Pilots. Being able to do that and the rap and everything, that was so much fun to sing. And then right afterwards going to fucking Blackpink and I'm only one person. That group's 4 girls, and so me being able to keep up with the 4 different vocalists with Tally was great. I loved it. So that was my 2 songs that I was fuck yeah, go me. Go me, go. And we stayed right till closing time.
We did. Actually we did, because I remember they came into our room. That's we're closing in 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes. I was okay. Find a final song.
Final song, and we picked "Rolling in the Deep" by
Deep
Adele. Rolling in the deep. Yeah, it was great. So that was my first time doing that with him, and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
And then the only thing else I'll add is at West Hampton Mall, I finally got to do Build-A-Bear for the first time in years, and I got my little Sobble with you.
Oh my god, right! I forgot about the Sobble.
Yeah, and this trip surprised me, paid for the Sobble, so that was cute.
Hi.
Yeah, so I got the Sobble.
Aww.
So that was great. So yeah, that trip was awesome.
And not only that, I also at West Edmonton Mall, we went to the little sanctuary, I believe.
The what? Oh, that's right, the nature reserve.
Nature reserve. Yeah.
Oh my god, that was the best. We got to meet some big ass tortoises.
Yep.
And we got a little chinchilla. A little pure white chinchilla. They were so cute. And then she also had a little. What else was the other thing that we got?
She had a sloth. Did she have the sloth for that one? I can't remember.
No, we weren't able to see the sloths because they were fully booked out. But she had another little thing that we got to touch.
Yes, I forgot what it was.
Like a little lizard or something.
Something like that. I also got to see the feeding. I also saw the feeding time for that one.
Oh, you got to see big snakes being fed.
It was
I did
fun.
it.
It
I was a
was.
chicken shit.
You were looking at the tortoises. I was like intrigued about this. It's like, ooh.
I was watching the tortoises like do laps around the big tanks. It was fun. I was
Hmm.
entertained, and them picking on each other. It was fun. I really enjoyed like the animal reserve in the mall.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. I'm so burpy.
Also, I have learned my lesson to not buy too much shit. I didn't buy much shit in Anime-a-thon, but all other things.
Oh,
God.
you took a picture of the other critter that she brought out. I don't
Yes,
have it.
I don't remember what it was specifically.
But the cute little chinchilla. I was like, I want it.
Also, I am so sorry for the flashbang that's been happening in this game. I don't know why the Christmas event decides to give a flashbang every time I go to the menu.
Oh, and while you're looking for the photo, another first that I had with you here at the Maid Cafe was Omni Rice.
Oh, yeah.
That was a first for me. And I mean, Maid Cafe was a first for me as well. Because last year I was dumb and I didn't know you had to buy tickets ahead of time. And I was like, I'm just going to show up and line up. And they're like, you don't have a ticket? I'm like, no. Can I buy one? They're like, it sold out like 2 months ago. I'm like, oh.
I was about to show the picture of the Omni Rice. It's like, wait, hold on a second.
My Omni Rice is cute. I made our maid do a kitty cat on the Omni Rice because I was still thinking of being a new cat mom.
Oh my god, I don't have it. All I have is the chinchilla.
Oh my god, we suck.
So we don't know what the other one was.
I think it was just a little turtle or maybe a little lizard or something. But
Something
it was
like that,
really
yeah.
precious.
No, it was a turtle. Because we had the tortoises next to us, but we touched the turtle.
Oh yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
I also we did the little Japanese gacha games, kind of like outside in the hall. And we tried to win
Oh,
like little stickers and things. We
yeah.
got like the limited, like I got the unlimited Ryu pin, which is like our mascot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got like a Ryu sticker and things too, and a
Oh, yeah.
postcard.
Those are fun.
Cute.
I have
It's
like a postcard like
cute.
right here. Like right there, if you see
Oh, and we got to
closely.
try the Japanese pancakes. The fuwa
Oh,
Japanese
yeah. The
big
four
floofy
Japanese
ones.
pancakes.
So good. It's so good.
Yeah, those are good. I want to try their full size one day because, oh my god, they're so good.
It's so good. And then all the derpy, like, creepy Pikachu mascot photos I got. Yep. Oh, you and your Tim Hortons, that's right.
Yeah, me and my Timmys. I still remember first things first. It's like, all right, we're getting a Timmy's. I don't care what you're saying. I'm getting a Timmy's.
I was waiting outside the gates, for, like, waiting for him to
Yeah.
come out with Tim Hortons.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we got to attend Retina's panel.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah... Fuck, I forget her name.
I forgot her full name, but she
It was
does
like
a
the
lot of voice.
nostalgia anime panel.
Yeah, her nostalgia anime panel, which was great to see, to hear all the very unique ones.
Mm-hmm.
As she pointed out, I was like, I'm glad she didn't go full mainstream. I'm glad like there's been like some really good unique ones in there.
Oh yeah, I got the Pablo mini cheese tarts.
You did. I didn't get it any because I was
Oh.
already full to begin with.
And all the incredible Critical Role cosplay. There was two people who I met last year at Animeathon. They had dressed up as Keyleth and Vex, and this year they came as Imogen and Fern, and I was like, I loved it. I was freaking out. Yeah, 404's comedy. I took a lot of photos of them. All the old cars in Emden.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so the Dark Magician Girl cosplay was great. Chinchillas.
Arcades.
Arcade, all that stuff. So yeah, it was really good
Yeah.
visit, good trip. The only unfortunate part, and I know you said it was like no problem, but for me it did definitely bug me because I knew like back in May, like when I started to have all the health issues and things, and then it ended up affecting my mental health, and then my physical health was really bad. I did feel bad about not being as physically able to be around and walk a lot and do things. So that part was like a little bit of a downer
Oh.
because it made me feel sad because I couldn't be more for you in many regards and aspects. And we talked a lot about this, so we're all good.
Yeah, we're all good now for that.
But yeah, that was only like a little bit of a downer on it. But honestly, like everything else made up for it because it was incredibly fun.
Yeah. Still had a lot of fun nonetheless. It was a fun time, and I still want to go back. Pending if it's anime-a-thon or just a normal trip, I still want to go back.
Yeah, yeah. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
Um, and then towards the end of July, I started to finally host demo meetings for the new Toastmasters Club I want to start.
Ooh.
That's Yeah, Toastmasters Club is dedicated to, not dedicated, but catered to the queer community because I feel like normal formal, the normal formal Toastmasters program is very limiting when it comes to allowing anyone to come into the organization. And I've had experiences before where, like, certain topics are not allowed to be speeches, or you're not allowed to express certain things. And you must use the gendered language in the program because it's a traditional organization. And so I'm trying to eliminate those barriers and start a club where all that stuff just fucks off,
Mhm.
while still maintaining the essence of Toastmasters, but being a little less formal, having no gendered language, and all and any topics are open. So yeah, I started this, and it started out with like name that club demo meetings. I tried to make it like a little contest, and if you attended, you can like suggest the name for the club, and like maybe we'll pick it after a few months of like demo meetings. And so that officially got kicked off in July. So that
Oh.
was really fun, my passion project. And then the family thing. The weekend, I got to go to K Days. I went to K Days on one day only. So this is Klondike Days. It's a big like summer festival up here in Edmonton. It's like your big, large amusement park, concert rides, markets, exhibitor halls, like
Mhm.
big whole out events here. I got to go on the Pride Day, so that was nice. That was like like last Friday of July, and that's where I got to see Talk, which was like the cool band that I got to see. And then I got to also see Tegan and Sarah perform. Love Tegan and Sarah. Okay, that was the best part of the end of July for me. But that day was also something really scary and frightening that I found out about in August. But it was also the day of my dad's amputation surgery.
Alright.
Because you guys know this a little bit. I didn't go into a lot of details over the last couple years, but
Mhm.
my dad has had really bad infections in his legs. And, well, it led to a partial amputation of his toes last year. And this year was a full amputation of the other leg up to just past his knee.
Mhm.
So that surgery happened at the end of July. Yeah, I have more updates about that in August because it is leading to a series of unfortunate events with my family. But that was the big thing that happened at the end of July.
Mhm.
I knew he was in the hospital Thursday night to prepare for the surgery, and then I was told that I was going to get updates about things, and then I kind of didn't. That's all I would say.
Right.
Until we get to August. But that was my July. Like, started off amazing, like hyped up, like Toastmasters team stuff, Daryl's visit, starting my Pride Club, and then ending with dad surgery,
Yeah. Oh.
which was a pretty scary time. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. I know it's interesting. Like now, like coming from like big a big high for me. Like big high for like both of us, honestly. But yeah, big high for me. For July, then like just now time to like take it easy sort of thing because again my last trip will be like my last big trip is New York City in November. So I was like, okay, it'll be a good time to like catch up on stuff and whatnot. I didn't write much for August until I remembered one other thing that
Mm,
did happen. Um, it
yeah.
was I was visiting family because they came back. They came back in mid July. My parents came back mid July from the Philippines and whatnot. But I remember being back in the Central Valley that weekend. And then it was interesting to say the least. But on the Monday when I was supposed to work from home before
This is
going
in
back
August,
home.
right? Like one of the
Yeah,
first weekends?
I believe it's the first weekend of August.
Yeah.
And especially like the first Monday in August, I believe, because everything planned out very quickly from there. Unfortunately, my grandma, who just turned 96, was supposed to turn 96 6 days ago, passed.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, she has been her health has been deteriorating. She hasn't been the most healthiest these past few years. Not only that, she has, I think, really big. She has really bad dementia, sort of thing. So she started to forget a lot of things. But I'm glad I was able to meet her one last time. During the Christmas trip.
Earlier this year, yeah.
Yeah, during the 2022 trip, the Christmas trip. Even though she didn't fully recognize me, she thought I was my brother, which was funny. I was glad to meet her with one last time, but that was it was a time.
Mm-hmm.
That was an interesting turning point where,
Yeah.
like my mom cried it out with the siblings on the call, and then we were all now planning to see who will be able to go straight back to the Philippines. So, luckily for my mom, she's retired. We were like, okay, try to find tickets. We were able to find some pretty reasonable tickets. The week of, like on the Monday, we booked her tickets for Wednesday morning, and it was still reasonably priced, which was good. So we got that, and then we're just all planning that straight. It's like, hey, if you need to get there, go. Let's just buy the tickets now. We'll head back to the Bay Area so you can prepare, and then be ready to go, sort of thing. So,
Yeah.
went through all that. Took my bereavement, for that day, on Monday, and then went back to work. Try to like distract myself, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it was a beautiful. It was a time where like this starts to make sense more when we talk about 2024 and like turning 30, sort of thing. But just like thinking,
Yeah.
man, I'm getting old, sort of thing. I mean, I know for some people 29, 30 is not old. You still got a lot of life to live, right? But at the same time, it's like, cool, I have a job, I have like this and whatnot. But at the same time, I don't know what I want to do, sort of thing. Like, I still like my parents are almost 70, and
Mm-hmm.
that's it's just gonna be a time will tell, sort of thing. But at the same time, I want to at least give them something out of it. I was, they were able to like give me a place to stay and all that stuff, education, all that stuff. And I'm able to still, you know, be a pretty productive person now. But at the same time, I feel like the one thing I am missing to do is like, start a family, sort of thing, and at least give them a chance to see grandkids and whatnot. And
Or at
it
least have you fall in love.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, starting with a fall in love and hopefully maybe start a family as well before they go, sort of thing. And because, yeah, turning 70, that's where things get a little bit worrisome, I'd say, for some
Yeah.
in terms of the age. So like, I want to make sure that they at least have a time to experience that sort of thing. um Knowing that my brother is like in his mid 30s and still from what I heard, hasn't found anyone yet. I'm being a little bit quiet because he is here.
He's just a workaholic, crazy nurse guy.
Yeah. Well, he does have his hobbies and other things, but I don't know about
That's
like his
true.
love life or so or anything like that. Again, I have to be very quiet because he's just here. If he was working, I'd be a little bit more louder.
Gossiping about the brother.
I know. But like I like thinking to myself, it's like I need to get somewhere, sort of thing. I feel like I need to get somewhere. Not saying it's my obligation, but at the same time, I want to at least give them something more. Like, continue to still give them something to anticipate, so at least they can live that fruitful life as well.
Hmm.
Again, these are just my thoughts, sort of thing. It's all subjective to me. These are not played out by other people, all
Yeah.
thoughts by me, and especially it really settled when my grandma passed away, sort of thing. So I
Yeah.
had that long, deep thought in me for that whole week.
Oh,
So it
God, that
was.
still makes me cry. That was a hard month.
So yeah, but I was able to help out my mom to get her a ticket, get all that stuff. She was able to go on Wednesday, and then I took another day of bereavement, just to distract myself. I ended up going with my dad to the mall just to distract myself and
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff. But throughout that week, it was just a deep think, a deep dive. Like,
Yeah.
um, it's like makes me think. It's like, what else do I need to do, sort of thing. It's like I know I for the fact I still need a pilot. I'm still in control of my whole life, but at the same time, I feel like I don't want to let others down, sort of thing. I still want to at least give them something to be happy about, to anticipate, especially knowing like even the people around me, like many of them are in relationships, some of them are getting married, some of them are having another child. And knowing where I'm coming from in my age, I'm just like, I really need to
It's
think
like
about it.
you got one person on your side in the same boat, at least.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So it was a solemn time for me at the start of August.
Mm-hmm.
But I managed to get myself out of it. I'd say about a week or two later, sort of thing. Again, people cope differently.
Yeah.
Some take it longer, a lot longer. I was able to take it pretty short and get myself back up into a working thing. Again, that's just me. If you find a complaint, have
I
at it, but it's all
promise
subjective.
you, like he and I had a lot of calls that week to talk a lot of this out too. So
Mm-hmm.
he had an outlet, I promise.
Yeah.
I was
Okay,
there.
thank you for that.
Which is
Thank you
why
for
I'm
that.
like still emotional right now hearing this again, because Jesus. But yeah. Mind you, I was
Mm-hmm.
also going through a rough time that first week of August too, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a reminder. But yeah, we had our heart to hearts for all
Yeah, we had
that.
heart.
So
So,
yeah.
but yeah, I was able to get back up myself and running mid-August, sort of thing, and then I wrote this down because it does lead into my September. But my last point for August was I didn't expect to go to another con last minute. I blame my friend for this
Right.
one.
Oh my God, I forgot about this.
Yeah, I like literally my friend told me, it's like, do you want to go? They still got tickets for these things. I'm just like, did you really want to go? It's like, we can. All right, how much are trains? All right, how much is travel? How much are hotels? Maybe I can get a good deal. Did you really want to go? Yes. Okay. Literally planned out. I think a week or two before this all happened. I'm
It
just
was
like,
pretty quick. Yeah, I
it was
remember going
quick.
like, wait, what?
Yeah. It's like, well, I'm gonna go back. It's like literally, I'm gonna go back home early just to go somewhere for the 3-day weekend in September.
My gosh. Incredible.
Yeah. But that was my August.
How was that convention though? You didn't explain that a little bit. I mean, I know we did in like Truck and Talk and such, but
Yeah, but that's not
like,
until
well,
September
a couple
actually.
highlights. Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my birthday weekend.
Yeah, that was your birthday weekend. I am so sorry about that.
Uh huh. I tease. But yeah, that's your August.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not ready.
I know. I know.
This is where the
This is
year
where
goes
it's.
to fucking shit for me, and I'm not. I'm already crying over like your grandma, so this is not a good sign. Um. So, follow up with Dad's surgery. It was about almost a week later. I finally was able to go visit him. And kind of get like a full updates, and it came from some guilt tripping of other family members, like, he had a major surgery, so you should go. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Fuck. So I did go and see him on one of my days offs. Or I only worked a few hours for Talkmates that day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, there's so much actually before this too. Fuck it, we're starting with my dad, and then we're gonna go into context of talk maze, and well, it's just gonna be a hot mess.
Right.
So I finally got to go see him and get the full update on everything. And he was in high spirits, like when I got there, which is pretty good considering what I walked in on. And like, it's very hard to actually see your dad without like both of, well, without a full leg, you know? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it was pretty hard. But we still just talked about it all. I got to share a lot about my life with him, and then we talked about like the whole stuff with surgery, and I found out some really upsetting things. So I didn't work that weekend. Like the weekend that he was in surgery, I actually had it completely off. I wasn't doing anything either besides the Pride Day on the day of the
Mm.
surgery. So I actually had that weekend off to be like, call me up or let me know if I need to know anything. Like I had it free. So then it sucks to hear a week later that that weekend my sister had came up from Calgary to kind of be there and kind of be there. I didn't know she was here in the city,
Right.
first of all. And then apparently over that weekend, the Saturday, Sunday, uh, my sister and my stepmom were in a big panic because they couldn't get updates from the hospital about how my dad was coming out of surgery and anesthesia. And they were really worried, really concerned. And it turned out my dad was really, really ill coming out of the anesthesia.
Mm.
And they were concerned if it was like COVID or something serious. So he ended up being in isolation, which is why it caused a lot of like difficulties in getting updates.
Right.
Um, but I guess it was really bad to the point where he wasn't able to eat anything or keep anything down, and he's a diabetic. So that caused a lot of complications, and fortunately on the Monday he was able to start coming out of that kind of state of being really ill and sick.
Mm-hmm.
But they basically had said that if it kept going for another day, they weren't sure if he was going to make it. And I didn't know about any of this until like on Thursday, like 4 days later.
Right.
So that really hurt to find out and know because I was free all weekend. I should have been told or at least brought into things. Like I was really, really hurt, and they kept making excuses about how I'm so busy and like they know that I don't want to be like bombarded by updates or like things like that because their chosen form of communication with me during all this was copy and pasting Facebook statuses that were already posted and sending it to me directly. So I wasn't even getting phone calls or like proper updates. I was just getting what the public was receiving for updates about his health. So that like that was just how they chose to communicate with me, but my sister got more of the like personal communications and updates.
Mm-hmm.
So so that sucked, but I was able to kind of talk to them about like I need to know these things because I'm your oldest daughter. Like I'm here in the city. Like I need to know these things because if something would have happened, like what if something happened that Monday and he was gone? When would I have found out?
Right.
Like I made that like an awareness thing for them, and I think both realized like shit. Um, so then after that, communication got a little bit better, but that was really hard. August 3rd, which is the day before his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So that was tricky. It was hard. At least he was able to enjoy the Tim Hortons coffee I brought him. He kept saying that like this is better than the hospital shit. I was like,
Love
lol.
that.
So it was a pretty hard day.
Mm-hmm.
What made the week awful? On top of that, uh, leading up to this week, hearing the sigh from this man makes it even harder to talk about. But here we go.
I know what's gonna happen. I know what happens too.
leading up to this week, I was asked by a colleague of mine at Talkmaze if I would run a workshop. And at that point, I had been doing really good with Talkmaze. Like, I was on top of a lot of things. I was improving my communication and, like, doing a bunch of stuff. Like, I was taking on a lot more tasks, helping across departments. Like, I was doing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so when my colleague asked me, I was like, oh, I would love to. I wonder if this could be a chance where I could maybe ask for a little extra compensation, because we were kind of heading around that period of me maybe getting a raise soon anyway for all the hard work I've been doing, or more hours. And so I thought, you know what, let me see if I can advocate for myself a little bit and see if I could get those hours of the workshop added to my week. So instead of making it part of my 20 hours per week I only was allowed to work, I can maybe get a little extra compensation and work like the 23 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because earlier in the year, I was allowed that allowance before. Like, I was allowed to work up to 25 hours a week once when I was like doing a lot of hiring of coaches and such. And so I thought this was a possibility. Well, it led to a pretty awful debate about my performance at Talkmaze and my actual work ethic and my attitude and things like that, like in our team channel first. Or not the team channel, our private channel in the team, like Slack, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it led to me having to defend myself as much as I could, try to prove myself that I was right, keep myself level-headed. And this man was there during all of it, because I was like, help me,
Yeah.
like, make words sound professional. I tried my best so hard to keep it professional. And then it got to the point where she's like, yes, we need to have a one-to-one call and talk about what happened. And so that was on my dad's birthday, August 4th. We had that one-to-one, tried to explain myself, and then all of a sudden, after I defended myself and kind of re-explained a lot of the stuff that I had said to her, like, throughout the week, she came at me with a bunch of things that I did not know that I was doing wrong, or about my attitude in certain things, or like how short of a time it has been since I like started to improve and I needed to keep improving for a little longer, and then a sense of entitlement that I had, and it just, all these things came out of me being not a good team member or anything like that. And then in that call, instead of offering a chance to grow or change things or allow me to grow and change things, it just felt like she had a list of complaints about me for months now, and was able to use my ask of compensation for a workshop out of my normal hours to use that as the last excuse to finally just fire me. And so I had to spend the rest of that August working to wrap up all my projects, do all my turnover documents, and leave the team. And then she came back a week later with the audacity of like, we would love it if you stayed as a coach though and work one-to-one with our students and the group classes in September. And at that point, she had burned the bridge so fucking hard and so fucking far that I was like, yeah, no, I'm not coming back. And I'm not staying as a coach.
Right.
And so I got let go. Let go is too nice. I got fucking fired on my dad's birthday, day after finding out what happened with him at his surgery. And then I got to leave a team I really loved working with, and I got to leave behind so many incredible students that I had worked with for almost a year. Not only that, it left me fucked financially for starting September, because I had that consistent 20 hours per week, every single week, to a really nice salary at the end of every month. And then I lost it all. So I got a severance in September a little bit. But we'll get to September.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to September in September. So that was the two big things there with my dad and his choice of communication and the choices made by my family about his surgery and updates and things. And then being fired from a job I had genuinely loved.
Right.
Couple good things. We had more club officer training sessions in August that I was the VP Ed trainer for, so I did those sessions. And then when my district trio, so those are the 3 people that are in charge of all of us,
Mm-hmm.
when they were in the Bahamas, I got to coordinate and actually run my own club officer training sessions for the district and
Ooh.
try to fill those slots and offer more sessions when they were away. So I had a little bit more responsibility during a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of that August that kind of helped with some of this. Although all the things I do in Toastmasters are for free, so I wasn't really paid anything.
Right.
But I did a lot more Toastmasters work in August, and I filled my last area director position in August. I had Reese join my team. He's a very
Nice.
experienced Toastmaster, so he joined my team. So a couple good things there, but August was that.
Yeah. Trying to load up my iPad because it went to sleep. Ooh, fuck.
But yeah, also I will not gonna lie, that whole week, the first week of August sucked because I of course was like really upset about my dad and Talkmates,
Mm-hmm.
and then just the timing of having to be like, oh, put that shit aside for a whole week or two to really like be there for you with your grandma too.
I
Like
know.
that was a really tough personal challenge for me, but
Yeah.
it was worth it because I needed to be there for you. So it was worth it. But it was really hard.
Yeah. Not gonna lie. When like I remember you still mentioned that. It's like, I need to like also like make sure it's like this is like I don't know. My mind was just like, oh man, I hope not. Like I hope like for me, I was like, I hope this doesn't happen to you, like at all. It's like your dad, and like I know like there's been some like iffy places in terms of communication, but I know you love him, sort of thing. So it's like I don't want to discount that, like don't want to like take that away, sort of thing, and like make you focus on me. So I guess we all had that thought, sort of thing.
Yeah, both of us. But
Yeah.
I did in the end, like, drop a lot of that just to be like, oh God. It's because, like, I don't know if I should talk about this on the stream, but I have. I've always had this fear for like many years in our friendship that like if something bad happened in your family, like you've told me years ago that like you would disappear
Mm-hmm.
and you would just be gone. And we've already been through a period of that
Yeah.
early in our friendship. And so I was terrified when you told me. And so I was like, shit. Like, what do I do in this moment? Like, I couldn't focus on all my bad stuff at that moment. I was like, fuck, what do I do? Like, are you leaving me? Like, are you gone? Or are you gonna stay? And then you surprised me. It was like, no, I need you. And so I became what you needed. And I
Oh,
did what you
thank
needed.
you.
So
Thank you.
August was hard for a lot of things. I was very scared of our friendship there for a bit. Probably from like August 7th to 8th and 9th. I was just like,
Mm-hmm.
anything can happen at any moment and I'm fucking scared. But you stayed. So like, oh, I think
Yeah.
that's gonna be the emotional like consistent thing in like these next few months that we're gonna go through is like you stayed despite this all. So
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah. That was the first like little genuine fear. I'm like, fuck, we just had a really good July visit and now I'm like, oh no,
And then
what's
this
gonna
is all
happen?
going down, yeah, sort of thing where I like I could probably revert back to my normals, to my old self, sort of thing.
Yeah. But you didn't.
No.
So yeah. August was the start of all this crazy fucking shit coming up.
It's a roller coaster, guys. I promise you. Um.
For me. Damn it, Daryl, it's only August we're in and I'm a mess.
Aww. We'll pull through. We'll
Yeah.
go through it. But at least for me, for September, I
Daryl, that's
did.
not a legal driving lane.
Shh. No one saw that.
I
It's
saw
okay.
everything.
It's okay. It's not like I hit a truck either. Oh shit! I'm going backwards.
I
Ah,
saw
come
the
on.
many vehicles you've nudged into. I just now chose to make a comment about it.
You just saw my like a wee.
I was like, Daryl, I'm sure that's a turning lane for the oncoming traffic, not for
Don't worry
you.
about it. I'm just passing.
Just passing.
Just passing. But yeah, for me in September, abandoned her on my birthday. Okay, not really. Kinda.
You,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, no, I did.
I made plans. I was fine in the start of September. Huh?
You did make plans, and I can't wait to hear about it. It was actually really cool.
But yeah, I do
Um,
tease them all the time. Like, really? You know, you do. And even okay, no, I'll. That's from my September. I will just say this though. I was genuinely surprised at the lack of anything on my birthday from him though. I was like, shit. He really it do be busy with his stupid anime
with my
convention
stupid anime
things.
convention. Yeah.
And see, there you
Yeah.
go, Daryl. I had a genuine fear and anxiety of our friendship for like a month.
True.
Ah.
Me being my derp ass moment there. But yeah,
But you got to
so
go somewhere.
I did
Haha.
go somewhere. I went back to SoCal, except with a friend at Anaheim. It was literally this is my third Anime Impulse. Went going to Anime Impulse Anaheim. Um. Oh yeah. It was planned very last minute. It was very on a whim. Thank you, friend, for deciding to say let's go. It's like okay, fine. Like literally, I got the fuck it we ball. It's like you do not say that to me. Do not say fuck it we ball. But yeah, so I went down to SoCal. That's a train. Went to Anime Impulse. Saw more VTubers. Saw some stuff. Watched a VTuber concert, which is always interesting to say. Um, but definitely enjoyed the vibes and the food. Oh my god, the food in SoCal is just amazing. Especially in Anaheim and like Orange County. It's like, oh my god, I didn't know SoCal actually has food. Oh no, I did, but I forget how good they are, sort of thing.
Mhm.
Um, and low key when I went around like the Friday night, going to like they had a night market as well when I was there, which was surprising. When I walked around and did all that with my friends, I was just like, I want to move here. Like low key, as much as I love the Bay Area and all that stuff, Anaheim and Orange County wowed me, and I'm just like, I want to move here. This is such a nice. This is like a
It's not the
awesome,
only
cool
thought you
vibe
had about
place.
moving this year.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, no. There's a lot more to it, but I had a
Yeah,
moment.
that's the first one where you're like, ooh, Anaheim.
Yeah, it's like I thought I would never move to SoCal because it's like, that's not gonna be my type. Some parts of SoCal, no, like LA, around like Hollywood, like going that way, nah. Orange County, Anaheim, I'll take it.
For those that want some context, Anaheim is where California Adventure and Disneyland is.
Disneyland, yep.
Uh-huh.
And I found a smoking good deal to stay at the Westin right by Disneyland, which is
Mm-hmm.
right by the Anaheim Convention Center, and we're on an ad break. But I'll talk about this. This is very, very not essential in this case. But I
Yeah, you can
managed.
keep going.
Yeah, but I essentially got a good deal with like credit cards and all that stuff. I was just like, okay, what would be a very expensive hotel? I got it for like a pretty decent price, and it was a nice place to stay. Definitely curbed the spending of Ubers going back and forth to the con. It was just now Ubers getting food, which was but yeah, no food. Oh, love it, so good.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna go. I like may go back depending. Oh, that was some lightning. Some scary
Mm-hmm.
lightning. What the fuck?
Ooh.
Yeah, right. It just go whoosh. But yeah, food was amazing. It was great. Vibes were pretty cool there too. So I definitely got thoroughly convinced that I want to move to SoCal. At least that time. Um, but yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. Being there for a weekend. It was a fun time. Um, and not gonna lie, this is the start of the burnout for conventions. Like if I didn't feel it during Anime Impulse Bay Area, I definitely felt it for the Anaheim one. It's like I can't do this anymore. There's too many conventions, but I still had one big planned convention left in November. I was like, I can't do this. It's too much. But not only that, I've also experienced another kind of burned out, which started to develop in September,
Yeah.
and it grew a lot. It's the reason why you haven't seen a lot of content from me in this channel nor streams this past few months. Um, I would say at least preliminary was a lot of things going around that kept me preoccupied from doing streaming and whatnot. And then leading up to that for the following months, which I'll do talk about, I think more towards October, it was the workload decided to increase quite a bit. Not only of handling my team, but also starting up new projects as well, which definitely kept me preoccupied. But at the same time, I think kept me way too preoccupied to forego streaming for a while.
Yeah.
But that was my September.
Yeah. Okay. That was real quick. Shit.
I tried to like look if there was anything else that I had in my tweets.
But what were
and
some of the other things going around that you were kind of like hinting at? Because like you mentioned, like the burnout hit really like more in October, but it started in September. But like, what was like some of the September influences, if you can recall, if there's anything specific?
I know it. I know what it is specifically. Unfortunately, I have to pass the story to you.
Oh, shit. Okay. Cool.
I it's
That makes me feel great.
it's no it's not
Shit.
it's not your fault at the slightest. It's more I was really I just like hearing what was going on for August and then leading to this coming months. I was worried a lot, sort of thing, knowing where you're coming like what was happening and where you were coming from it, and I was just like I cannot like in my eyes I could not have I know you're in that feeling sort of thing, but it's not right to for me to like try to put face into it and then stream or something, because I've always you've been such a trustful and amazing co-host for Truck and Talk and many other streams that we did. I just couldn't bear the fact that we would have to change face for it. So there was like I had that implication. It's like I cannot do that to you, sort of thing. So I forgoed like even streaming. That was like my other reason for forgoing streaming. It's not only burnout, but also like I wanted to protect you. I don't want to like make it hard on you, knowing what was going on.
Yay, well, September. Well, the start of September was okay, because I did have a really good birthday. I turned 29 on the 4th of September.
Welcome to the 29 Club.
Woo! And at that point, I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do for my birthday, because I was pretty, like, scared about funds, and basically when I got paid my second last check in September, or my second last check ever from Talkmaze, it went all to bills and, like, groceries and things. So I didn't really have a lot left over for my birthday. So I was just like, I'm not gonna do anything. Fuck it. Like, Daryl's busy. Like, there's no call really for me to do. No one to hang out with. So I was like, I'm just not gonna do anything. And then I told my Toastmaster friend Diane this, and she's like, unacceptable. What would you like to do for your birthday? And I was like, well, I haven't gone bowling in a while. And she's like, done. What alley do you want to go to? And so we booked it. We booked a couple lanes for a few hours. And she's like, invite anyone you want. And I'm like, all right. So I invited her, my Toastmaster friend Eric, and then I invited the D&D group, Han, except for you and my sister, obviously, being in different cities. But everybody came, like Elle, Claire, Jade, Alora, Eric, and Diane. And it was really sweet. Elle and Claire got me like a gift card, which was nice. The last time I had like a proper Boston, that was the last time. I had a proper like restaurant sit-in meal was the gift card they got me. I
Aww.
haven't had one since. Jesus. Because they had got me a gift card at Boston Pizza. But it was such a fun time. Like the dynamic of everybody was great, and we split the teams, like the lanes, into like Toastmaster lane, D&D lane.
I
This
love
was
that.
fucking hilarious. It was really actually kind of cool to see like everybody on my 29th birthday like getting along. Like Eric and Diana from two different Toastmasters clubs.
Mm-hmm.
My D&D group has only met each other online at that point, so like I'm kind
Aww.
of like connecting and bonding.
That's sweet.
And then me going back and forth between both of the like groups was really great. And we had cake at the lanes, and it was a really nice birthday. And it was probably like one of the best birthdays I've had in quite a while, like from quite a
Aww.
few years. So that was really nice. And then I started subbing again. New Year came in, and it was really slow going.
It
My
was.
God.
I
The
remember
first
that.
couple weeks was painful of like no jobs or no suitable jobs for me. And I
Right.
was like, fuck, I think I had maybe 3 days of work in September only.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course the talk mains. But I really thought it was gonna pick up like mid-September. I was like, okay, it's gonna start picking up soon. Come on, like it's fall, weather's wacky, like it's gonna change. Come
Right.
on. And then September 17th and 18th hit. September 17th, I had a full day of wandering around, doing a bunch of errands and groceries. I had just got my last pay from Talkmains. And so I was doing a lot of work and kind of like getting all these errands out. But I was like, huh. And at that point, the smoke was still really bad. And so I
Mm-hmm.
was like, oh, my lungs feel bleh. Because of like, I've just chalked it up to like wildfire smoke. Because honestly, after months of wildfire smoke, it's probably wildfire smoke. That's what my brain
Right.
was thinking. But then overnight, it was just suddenly I was hit by like bags of marbles. Like my whole body just felt awful. I felt like shit. I had no idea what was going on. I had 4 days of work booked that week.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I can't do this. Like, I canceled the first day and I was like, oh my God, I'm getting worse. I don't know what's going on with me. And we had a call that night. And I was like, Daryl, I gotta
Mm-hmm.
go to bed. I'm feeling like shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then woke up and I was like, I'm scared. I don't know. This might be the C word. I hope
Right.
it fucking God it's not the C word. And then, yeah, sure enough, the 18th, I took a test that night. C word. COVID. 2.5 years into this fucking pandemic, and I got it. And I got it bad.
Yeah.
I was out for 2 full weeks, the last 2 weeks of September. I had all the symptoms. I had the fevers, the chills, the aches, the loss of smell, the loss of taste, the sleeping like a cat 16 hours a day, uh, not being able to breathe well, like the coughing, and just, I had it all. I
Mm-hmm.
had it all for 2 weeks. And it was the worst. I canceled so many things that was supposed to happen that month. I canceled so much potential work. It was miserable. I had never been that sick. And then I was kind of scared because I'm like, I still have this cough and like sniffly nose. And like even 2 weeks later, like near the end of September, I'm like, what the fuck
Mm-hmm.
is going on? Like I'm literally gonna be so fucked. I was so fucked for so many reasons. So I finally had a call after like on the 14th day, 13th day, 14th day kind of
Mm-hmm.
thing. I was like, I'm gonna call AHS, which is Alberta Health Services. I was like, I gotta talk to someone. Can I fucking please go to work next week? Like, I was desperate, like
Right.
fucking desperate to work. And finally, after like a 3-hour call with the agent, 'cause she was very thorough, which I'm super grateful and I love them
Mm-hmm.
for it. She's like, I can determine you're not contagious anymore. You can return back to work on Monday. And so I was like, okay. She's like, take Friday off still. Try to do some light like housework activity. See where your lungs are at. and your breathing and where you're at, and then if you can get through like doing laundry, for example, or some dishes, or cleaning up your room a little bit, whatever that looks like, try that. And if you're all right, then you can go to work on Monday. And so I followed that instructions, and yeah, I was able to return to work in October. Now, what did this mean? Like I said, I only had worked 3 days. All of September, no talkmates anymore. Nothing else that I was able to do because I was super sick for 2 weeks. October 1st hit, and well, we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah.
Talk about the fucking repercussions of all that I'm still dealing with months later. I turned 29 and then got fucking sick and almost died. Woo. Good times.
Aww.
That was September. Yeah.
Yeah. So from October, mine is short. Unfortunately, mine is short. Where I wrote burnout was real.
Yeah.
And for me, it was like knowing where she's coming from. You know, getting fired, then getting COVID. It's like I'm not gonna have her like try to like ignore that. It's hard. So it's like I can't make her stream. I don't want to force it or anything like that. And it's like it's always been fun to have you on board for streaming. So I just cut it off for the month, sort of thing.
I want to point out, I told him we can still do it. Like, I kept trying to convince him to do it. I wouldn't talk about my shit. We'll just talk about fun gaming stuff.
Right.
I tried to convince him to do it.
But I said no. I said no because I feel like it's not more of like you won't be able to. It's more of I think for me I might accidentally bring it up, and I don't want to do that. Even for like I try my best not to. I know somehow some way I might accidentally do that. So I was like I cannot put on that stress for you sort of thing. So I said I'm not going to. We'll just have a nice chill time. We'll just have a fun talk. We will get addicted to golf. I'm pretty sure. I think it started in September, but it was really hitting hard in October.
Mm-hmm.
The golf with friends, whether
Both
it's on
PC and Switch.
Exactly, both PC and Switch. I had a pure addiction. We both had a pure addiction to golf. It was.
I started it.
You did, and then I joined.
It was the end of September because that's all I fucking played when I had COVID was golf with your friends.
Okay, so it was the end of September. Okay, I wasn't entirely
the only
sure.
game I could play during those 2 weeks was like I can't do story games right now. I can't do Animal Crossing right now. I can't do Stardew Valley right now. It's
like anything that requires managing. No, it's not happening, sort of thing.
Hit
so
ball, go Wii.
Yeah, pretty much. And then you got pretty pro at it. Not gonna lie.
So fucking good at it.
You're so fucking good at it. I'm just like, damn. But yeah, no. All of October was just nonsensical golf funness. Learning all the custom matches, loading up all the custom matches, being a dirtbass in the game. It was a fun time. I also wrote that at least weather was getting better because I was still complaining about heat throughout those 5 months. Ever since I said I was complaining about heat in April, I was still complaining about heat until October.
Every fucking month.
Every fucking day.
Yeah.
Honestly. It wasn't even like
for you it was the hot weather. For me it was wildfire smoke until like October.
Oh, so everything changed.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, the air got crisp and goodbye smoke.
Yeah. And then for me I was just like, ooh, the air's crisp and it doesn't feel like fall, but oh my god, at least it feels so much better. But yeah, so yeah, that was October.
That was it? Shit.
Yeah, because more of the big stuff is like in November, like a lot of planning like that.
Well, you spent October kind of preparing for the stuff in November.
I did. I'm holding it off for November. I wrote it for November. I was like really thinking about it. I was like, nah, I'll hold it up then.
Fair enough. Well, great.
Hi. I'm sorry.
Well, October had more big events because 2023 wasn't done with me yet, bitches. The first thing I wrote for this, Daryl, funnily enough, and it's the first line and first point for every single month after, was struggling financially, physically, mentally, emotionally. Because, I mean, like, really physically, I had to come down with, like, I was really annoyed when I got COVID because I spent a lot of August, like, going swimming and getting my health up
You
and
did.
like trying to build up stamina again because I honestly really was bothered by how I was in July.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I'm gonna work hard at it. I'm gonna go swimming. I'm gonna learn some K-pop dances. I'm gonna do all this cool
You
stuff to
were.
build up my stamina. And then I got COVID, and then I was like, I'm back to zero. Like I'm back to -5. Like physically.
Aw.
And then of course financially, like I October 1st hit, I had gotten paid and I would have only had like 300 and some dollars for the whole month. That's where I was at. And suddenly, that's where everything else hit really hard. I was like, what the fuck do I do? I didn't know what to do. So I started trying to schedule more out school classes. I tried to work as hard as I could throughout October, even though it was hard because, like, again, I had like a big reset physically. And so the schools that I didn't have bus stops near the school, I didn't want to go work at because I was really struggling physically. So I was really hard accepting jobs and I wasn't feeling confident and it was hard. Like
Mm-hmm.
October, like that reality hit so hard and the panic and didn't know what to do and I was just grateful that I bought Mitzi a bunch of stuff ahead of time in August because I knew it was going to be hard when Stockmates was over. So like Mitzi still has his bag of food that I only just opened his second bag of food that I got in
Mm-hmm.
August. I had got a bunch of kitty litter for him. I got a bunch of treats. Like I was like, I'm set for Mitzi. And then October hit. I'm like, I can't. And now I'm not set for me. What am I gonna do? And then I don't like even talk about it, but I got a lot of help. So yay for that.
I'll leave it at
I
that.
I don't
Yeah.
want to brush it off, but like it's like since I do want to be honest in the stream, like I know we've been hiding away for months, but it's really hard to say that. Like I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say it.
No, I don't blame you, and I won't force it for you.
I will say though,
Sort of thing.
Han did her best to like do a GoFundMe for me and help me out with that, and that did help a bit. Like or a lot at one point. So like that
Mm-hmm.
was a big thing, and then a bunch of other people tried to help me out with like coffees and such. So
Mm-hmm.
it ended up kind of working out, but it was just a really hard month. And the only good thing that happened in October, and it was thanks to really like a little bit of you and my sister, I got to go see the Eras tour movie in theaters.
Oh yeah.
And so you helped me get there by Uber.
Mm-hmm.
And then like my sister helped sent me money to get the merch that
Oh.
was there, like the cup and the popcorn bucket. That was like
Mm-hmm.
really the only nice thing about October. Because then like another big thing happened on top of just really struggling with all of that other stuff I mentioned. Is Thanksgiving happened. And I decided to go with my moms, and celebrate Thanksgiving with them. But it was a really awful time. Because, I mean, during my bout of COVID, like, I had a lot of my family help me out. Because, I mean, I don't drive. No one else can really bring me things. So I had to rely on my family to help me out.
Mm-hmm.
And one special delivery from you when I was running out of masks and panicking
Yeah.
during that time. But, like, I had to ask for help. Like, what else were you supposed to fucking do when you live on your own? But my mom made me feel really bad for having to ask for help and then getting help from people. because she guilt tripped me a lot about like when they had COVID and such in the beginning of this year. No one offered to help them and no one offered to bring them things uh and then she started bitching about my aunt, who's also, I guess, I gotta bring up my aunt. She's going through a lot of crazy health stuff too, with being diagnosed with diabetes, like extreme case of diabetes, after falling and injuring herself really badly, losing a lot of weight very suddenly, and then
Mm-hmm.
having gallbladder issues and dealing with all that turned to drinking, and then now is back to being an alcoholic for the first time in many, many years. So my aunt's going through it like crazy and has needed my grandma, or aka her mom, to really help her out a lot
Mm-hmm.
with all this stuff. And she's been very abusive to my grandma. So there's also this stuff going in the
Oh.
background as well. Um, so there's that. And then my mom would like did that to me, right? Like complained about like how us girls didn't even like go and help them when they had COVID, but even though she knew our anxiety about it, like she knew our boundaries and
Mm-hmm.
our anxiety about it. And so that really shitty. And then she started complaining about my aunt and how much my aunt needs my adult aunt needs my like like my elder grandma for help. And how
Right.
like if you're an adult, you don't need help from you shouldn't need help from your parents anymore. And so that all that came out. And then there's just so many other things she fucking bitched about that basically like
Mm-hmm.
directly implied that I was awful. Like an awful daughter, an awful sibling, an awful granddaughter. Like she was pretty unhinged with us getting errands and such and taking care of the errands beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a nice dinner and we are talking about talk maze again. And then she basically implied that it absolutely was my fault for getting fired and asking for compensation when that was compensation for more work because it's our job as women to keep our head down in the workforce. I don't need to tell you how problematic that statement
That's
is.
just that's a whole
Um,
that's literally just saying kiss an ass right there.
mhm. And then the last thing she said about that was like, well, there's obviously a fault in your personality for the reason why you got fired. So there was all that came out during Thanksgiving, and I was heartbroken. I got home and I was in bed for hours, like crying, because like, there was a lot of direct attacks against me in that, like, just few hours I was with them.
Mm.
And it led to a soft. Mitzi, what the fuck? How did you find. Whatever. He's playing with a tiny little silver paper.
Nailed it.
But basically, I made a decision that night. This is going to be a soft cutoff with my mom in that side of the family where
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna mute the group chats. I'm gonna mute her chat. I'm gonna mute her. And when I'm ready to go read messages from her, I will choose to do so. But unless it involves my little brother, I don't want to see her.
Right.
Like I made that soft boundary. I didn't communicate that with her. I just chose to start doing it because communicating it with her felt dangerous and unsafe
Mm-hmm.
based on what she was telling me at Thanksgiving and just all the other shit throughout the years. I was like, this is my soft cutoff from my mom's side of the family, officially, unless it has to do with my little brother, who is only in grade 9, or my little cousin, who is just starting kindergarten this year. Those are the only two exceptions. Everything else, I'm done.
Right.
Because obviously, my mother has this belief that her adult children don't need their mothers anymore. So I'm not gonna need them anymore. And yet, she still does things that breaks the boundary all the fucking time. But
Right.
that's a couple a couple things later from here. But I decided after Thanksgiving, hard slash soft cut off with
Mm-hmm.
her and the family because of things that were being said, things that I was being accused of, even the stuff that she told my aunt accuses me of. I can't. I can't be around it.
Right.
So, yeah. That was and then that was October.
Yeah. So, but again, it's like one of the many, like one of the few many reasons I just couldn't, like, sort of thing. It's like there's just things like that can't be masked. Like I don't know, it's hard, so I didn't bother. Like, um,
I'm
I,
sorry, my life sucked for like 4 or 5 months straight, guys. And I
no,
kept
it's
you all away from
okay.
streaming.
It's okay. It's okay. Um, to be fair, you built up a lot of courage ever since November, I'd say, for that. Even though for me the burnout still kind of continues. Um, but
We'll get there.
we'll get there. We'll get there. But I would say a lot of things have been ended up happening in very late October, but definitely in November. Um, Work picked up once again, but more in the fun side of things. I was spinning up a big side project that required everyone's participation. It was all voluntary, but I'm glad the people who did join participated. I'm glad they got a lot of benefit out of it. But it was to prepare for our new version of the software, and I wanted to do. I'll find a way to keep track of all the new stuff that's been coming out, sort of thing, and then either do presentations and then try to maintain all this like flowing of information. It's something that I did last year as a support agent, but it was pretty mismanaged because I thought of it very last minute, and then it kind of worked, but didn't work as well as it planned. This time around, I found the time to find the right people to work with and then build out the team, build out everyone's participation and whatnot. And it's been, this project has been a blast, sort of thing. I'm glad to see this side project went into full fruition with a lot of people's help, sort of thing. But all of November, I was planning that out, like throughout November, even trying to set aside for vacation and Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving, I was still able to help out and get everything planned out and get ready to go. Basically, the second week of November was just to watch our big presentation on it. We had like a whole convention in Europe about it because I work for a European company, so they had their convention in Europe. One day I want to go because apparently I've heard a lot of fun, wild stories that happen, and it makes me want to go next year. We'll see if it happens. But on our side, we managed to do a lot of fun activities as well. Not only that, but I also capture all the information from all the talks they had. Apparently, for what I've heard, they had 300 talks for 3 days straight. It was intense, but we all managed to get through all the talks we wanted to watch and talk about it to the rest of the team. Like, relayed all the information to the rest of the team, so it's just been amazing. But throughout that, two other things happened. One is Thanksgiving, which I'll discuss as we get closer that way. But before that, the literally weekend before, I can't believe it has been 20 years then since I was back in New York City. For those who doesn't know, I was born in New York City, born in Brooklyn, lived in Queens, and
New York boy.
I was in New York by through and through until I moved out at May 2003. Up until November 15th, 2023, it was been 20 years since I've been last to New York City. But I went with coworkers this time around because, as if you've heard earlier in the stream, there was a pre-planned national convention that I wanted to go to. And it was for Anime New York City, Anime NYC in New York City. Planned this out all the way back in April, thinking that, okay, I'm just going to go for this, Fanime, and Animathon, and those are all my conventions. Maybe smaller conventions along the way, but nothing too crazy. You've already heard the rest of the story. But it was a monumental time. I managed to book not all the tickets for Anime NYC back in April when they were almost getting sold out. Booked flights and hotels with my coworkers a couple months before November, so around like August or so. And then, yeah, doing the whole presentation thing that kept me preoccupied. But then the week of, I started packing, and then got ready for the big trip, going all the way to the East Coast. I did splurge a bit because I was doing a red-eye flight going to New York City, and I wanted to at least get some sleep, so I splurged on first class. Not the best thing to do per se, but if I really want to do a red-eye flight just to spend a whole day in the East Coast, I would do it again. But outside of that, I would just fly economy. 5 hours in economy seat would be fine. But when I got to New York City, went over to I dropped off my bags at my friend's place, and then the first thing I decided to do was go back to my hometown, go back to where I lived in New York City, in Elmhurst, Queens, New York. And it was such a nostalgia trip for me. It was very, yeah. If you were there, you would have seen the biggest grin in my face the whole time. And I remember getting off the subway station, my hometown subway station, my home neighborhood station technically. I remember the first thing I did was, Mom, do you want a FaceTime call right now? Because I'm here. And so I did that. Called them as I was emerging out of the subway station to the street level, and queue literally an hour and a half walking around the neighborhood, walking around the neighboring neighborhoods as well, just trying to remember everything. All the fun stuff. I ended up showing them the parks we went to, the shops we went to, all the shops that open and close in our main street. Walked up to the apartments that we used to live at, and yeah, it was nostalgic. It was reminiscent. It was everything, and when getting there, it just, all the old memories flowed. As much old memories flowed to me, just remembering everything. And throughout the whole New York City trip, even like visiting like other places that my family visit, like a lot of old memories started flooding to me. It was like, in my brain, it's like I was just playing an old VHS tapes in my head, just like picturing what happened in, like, when I was here in the past. Even if it was like the most mundane things, as like shopping in that neighborhood or something like that. It came back, and it felt nice. It felt amazing. It was quite an emotional trip for me in a positive way. It makes me want to go back. Outside of that, went to Anime NYC, and not gonna lie, if I didn't go to AX, I think I would have liked Anime NYC. But because I went to Anime Expo and I went to 5 other conventions throughout the year, I was surely tapped out from the convention game. And unfortunately, Anime NYC did not wow me. But that's just because I went to a lot other conventions throughout this year, that I was pretty much done for conventions for the year. But it was great. I would say, even like walking around with my coworkers, just trying to like find some new things and whatnot. But it was interesting though. I do have like one fun story to share for Anime NYC. One of my coworking, I guess her friend, like one of my coworkers and their friend, does cosplay. Apparently, like, she is becoming an up and coming, like, prolific cosplayer, I would say. Like, she has a following on Instagram and all that stuff. Apparently she has her own YouTube channel, which I forgot what it is. But she does cosplays. She goes to conventions every year. Been wanting to also go to Anime Expo one day. But her home, like her big home convention was Anime NYC, because both my coworker and her friend went to the same college. So we decided all tag along to get to the first day. The line was starting to build up for the first day of the con, which, for whatever reason, the doors opened at 2 p.m., which is strange. Usually you would open at like as early as 8 or 10, but for whatever reason, first day of Anime NYC, it started at 2. Odd. But we got there. We were starting to wait in line, and apparently some person was complimenting her friend's cosplay. If I remember correctly, it was like one of the characters from One Piece. Unfortunately, I never watched One Piece, so I can't tell you who she was cosplaying as. But one of them noticed and complimented her cosplay, and then asked her to come with him and a group towards the front, which we're like all thinking that's strange. It's weird that some random dude decided to say, "Hey, come up," sort of thing. So her friend asked them, it's like if she can bring us along, and the dude says, "Yeah, that's fine. Bring them up. We'll go toward the front." And it's like, okay. So we just walked up with the front with her, all the way up. Like we're just now pretending to be bodyguards for her friend, and my coworker as be like their manager sort of thing, just in case if we have to make some shit up, we'll think that way. It's stupid, but it's great. But we thought of that, and here we go. We just started passing the line, walking up front, showed our badges, walked around, and then boom, 30 minutes before opening, we're at the front doors. And from what I heard, they were doing a couple of pictures. I somehow missed my turn. Oopsie. Nailed it. I'll make a U-turn. But we were at the front doors, and then there were this dude and the group who were other One Piece cosplayers. Like this dude was trying to ask for like a group picture. It's like, okay, that's interesting. Weird, but interesting. And then from what I overheard eventually was that this dude was not just some random dude, but he is one of the social media coordinators, I believe, for Viz Media, who publishes, I believe, the English version of One Piece, amongst probably many other prolific mangas. So upon hearing that, I was just like, oh, this guy is official. Apparently, he is quite official because there was like he was planning out an event with, I guess, one of the manga creators from One Piece, I believe. I don't know if it's the manga creator from One Piece, but like some manga. And apparently he remember recalling being on a boat. I'm just like, damn, this dude got stories to tell. He is legit. But yeah, first day of Anime NYC, we're at the front. We're at the front of the line. I was just like, cool. That saved us half an hour to an hour to try to get into the convention. But overall, convention was okay for me. But again, for me, I was tapped out. Like before entering Anime NYC, I was tapped out with cons. So I was like, I'm just hoping there was something unique with Anime NYC. Unfortunately, there wasn't, because most of the things I saw at Anime NYC was at Anime Expo or at other cons. So there was not a lot of things that really wowed me. The one things I did find a little bit funny and memey was the U.S. Marines, the U.S. Army, and the FBI having booths at Anime NYC for whatever reason. But they were there. A lot of people memed on it. If you saw it on the internet, a lot of people memed on it. It was real. They were there. But yeah, like Anime NYC, if it wasn't tapped out with cons, I think I would have enjoyed it. But unfortunately, I was tapped out. So I ended up becoming a big ass tourist in New York City, going around visiting. I went to visit the World Trade Center with and like see the fountains of the Twin Towers. Again, it's like I don't have a full memory of like what it was before, but it was just interesting. Just like felt a little bit solemn there to know what happened on that fateful day in that area, and how close I was back then. But it was nice to also not only do that, but do night photography. It felt liberating to actually explore a city at night and feel okay about it. Because I'm sorry, San Francisco, it's not great. I'm sorry, LA, it's not great. But New York, I was probably out and about till like 8, 9, 10, or 11 p.m. and felt fine. Like, New York has a nightlife. It may not be the best nightlife, but it has nightlife. You don't have to worry about being weirded out by other people. There's normal people walking around those times at night. So I felt safe. It felt nice. Couple like my coworkers ended up also doing a little bit of touristy stuff. We ended up going to Chinatown, getting some really good ass food. Central Park. They went ice skating. I just explored around. Amongst many other things. It was a fun, amazing time. Just exploring all the things that were nostalgic to me, such as my hometown and a couple of places that I visited when I was a child, as well as new places as well. For me, World Trade Center, Chinatown in Manhattan, Central Park was my first time. Sloan Paul Denver Bridge Central Park, as well as there was one other thing I can't remember. Times Square.
Times Square.
Times Square. That was my first time being there, because as a child, it's not the best place to be as a child back then, nor it is now per se, but it was nice to just go to Times Square 10 o'clock at night, have some stores open to roam around, but also just see a very lively nightlife in New York City. I miss it so much. And the food. Oh my god, the food.
The cheap pizza slices.
The cheap pizza slices, the cheap Chinese food, and a lot of quality food as well. It's the reason why I kind of also want to move back to New York City. That was the reason why she was hinting of about moving somewhere else. New York City. It was great when I started with SoCal, but then when I went to New York City, I'm just like, fuck, I want to move back here. I miss this place. But it's one of my contenders of places to visit again very soon. Up there with Canada and the Philippines. So I can't wait to go back. But outside of that, came back right before Thanksgiving. I literally worked one day and then went on Thanksgiving break. And this was a very interesting Thanksgiving this time around, because I wasn't with the family. I was with my brother, but I wasn't with my parents. We decided to, my parents didn't decide to come over to the Bay Area. I didn't decide to come back to Central Valley. Mainly because I was already going to be meeting them the week after. I had doctor's appointments and whatnot, so if anything, we'll just celebrate, and if anything, we'll celebrate Christmas instead. So it was a interesting time to be separate this Thanksgiving season. Definitely took the time to think of everything that has been going on this year, sort of thing, thanking all the stuff along the way, the amazing people, friends, support, the amazing things that have been happening and whatnot. And yeah, it was weird. For me, it was weird because always used to be with family during these big holiday events, but for Thanksgiving it was one where we just weren't, and I was okay with that. I mean, again, since I think I was meeting with them the week after, I think it was fine, but overall it's it's hard to plan out things nowadays, and whatnot. So, I let it slide. We all let it slide. We just gave a quick call, and it's "How was Thanksgiving?" It's okay, and then all that stuff. They did a nice quick call, and then again met up with them the week after. So it was strange but fine, to say the least.
Yeah.
And then the one last thing that did come into mind, it kind of does relate. It does relate to what Violet said for her October about finances and whatnot. It opened up a picture to me as well, because while I was going on these trips and all that stuff, I was also still in my high of being addicted, my gambling addiction, my gambling / arcade addiction high. And once once we talked about her finances and whatnot, it gave me a wake up call immediately. I was just I can't do this. I can't do this frequently. I don't want to encounter this similar situation. Again, knock on wood moment sort of thing. Should something happen, I want to prevent myself from getting there, sort of thing. It's I still want to help her out, but at the same time, it's I just had that wake up call of just I should be in an okay spot should something happen. So I've been trying my best to start budgeting and curb any unnecessary spending. Again, like arcades, even like eating out for food. I've always been a person that always eats out, sort of thing, gets food to go or delivery. So I've been trying my best to curb that as well. I've been trying to buy my own food. It's been a hassle and a half. I haven't really, not really hassle and a half. I'm getting somewhere with it, sort of thing. It could be better, but I do. Aw. But I do want to work on it. So, but yeah. So it's a work in progress, and it's gonna be definitely a big project for me, personally, for the new year.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that was my November.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, and it's the same with October. While I tripled what I made in September to October, it was not enough yet. Haha. So struggling again financially, physically, mentally, emotionally throughout November. But this time there was some highlights, but then also a really big bad sad thing, a couple big bad sad things too. Highlights. So for Toastmasters, club officer training happens twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
So we have like round one and then round two. So November started and we had a session. So I was the VP Ed trainer again, trained all of our vice presidents of education in our district. So I had our session one there near the end of November, which was wonderful. Got great feedback, and I had to quickly shorten a few things.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I did some. God damn it! Headset decided to die. Hold on. I need to switch to this.
I will pause.
Ah, I'm clicking all the wrong things. I just want to make sure I could change this quick for the stream. Okay, that should be good.
Hi, hi, test test.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So got some good feedback, and yeah, I basically got cut down to a third of my time from the summer. So I had to quickly gotta adjust a few things, but I'm well prepared now for the December session, and now preparing for January session. But we'll get there in a moment. So clubhouse training, the first session of round two went really well. Also, early November was game day for Extra Life.
Hell yeah!
And
I forgot to point that one out, but I think I was gonna hold off for until we get to your part because I had a fun time. That was a very fun time.
that was great. So, game day was a lot of fun. Playing games I never played before in game day, like Sunhaven, which thank you, Han, for that as a birthday gift in September. Baldur's Gate 3, which again, thank you, Han, as a gift for in October. Um, so I got to play those games again. I actually learned how to play Baldur's Gate 3, although I really still suck at it. Fucking, how do I play Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know. But I'll learn, maybe, on
Someone
Monday.
give
I don't
her
know.
lessons.
Someone teach me this game, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Um, but then I also got to play Danganronpa 2 and started that on the stream. So that was kind of fun. And then we did Golf with Your Friends, and Han and Daryl were there, as well as our friend Cece. And that was a lot of fun. Shenanigans were had, and then a lot of donations came because we were all pissed off at the settings that were existing. So
I love it.
it
It
was
was
wonderful.
so good. I'm glad you had that idea of how to like handle all the donation shenanigan ones
Oh,
because
hell
it was
yeah.
so good.
Kept getting turned into
It's a
a
fucking
fucking
acorn.
acorn. I know.
I
Oh my
love.
god, that was hilarious.
I'm glad we kind of kept random shapes for like a while though.
Yeah, that
That
was
was a good one.
wonderful. And we fundraised so much, like over 330 US or something like that, in just that stream alone,
It
which
was. That
was
was
incredible.
huge.
Yeah, so it was a really big successful stream. And then, yeah, the Stardew Valley stuff was a lot of fun. I did have to go have a nap in the 25-hour stream because time change also happened. I had to
They
go have a
they
little
love
nap.
planning game day on a time change day. I swear.
Always the first weekend of November.
Uh,
I love it. It's so great. So I had to go for a little nap, and I promised I was only gonna go for an hour nap, and then end up being an hour and 20 minutes, and then end up being a little bit longer for me to get back to the stream because Mitzi had a hairball.
damn, Mitzi, come
Silly little
on,
hairball.
small
Dumb
hairball.
cat drank water too fast. Uh, he did have the brain cell during that stream.
Aw,
But that was fun. Yeah, we gotta do that again sometime. I agree. It was a lot of
definitely.
fun. So very successful game day, and then yeah, it was like, oh god, we only have $150 left to raise, and I haven't had any donations since game day. But we gotta get donations hopefully soon
We'll get there.
to
We'll
get
get
that
there.
goal. We'll talk more about that in December. So yeah, game day was really fun, super successful, and just incredible. I love game day a lot, always. And all the incentives, and my poor nails got painted so many funky colors that coincidentally matched the Taylor Swift album colors. What is that?
Did you plan? I didn't expect you were gonna plan that, or did you?
I didn't plan it, but then I looked at it all and I was like, shit!
Oh, really?
And I was like, Hen, look, it's red. It's Speak Now. It's 1989. I was freaking out. So yeah, I became a big Swiftie again this year. That happened. So yeah, those were like the good things about November, but I still really did struggle financially, emotionally, mentally. At this point, it just instead of it just becoming financial struggles, it just started to really feel like financial trauma. Like it was just affecting me almost every day. Like it was getting pretty bad. And so when you're like really struggling like that, yay for therapy and making arrangements and deals with my therapist to actually continue therapy with low finances. Thank you, therapist.
Aw,
Because she knew I was in a very dangerous spot, a really dangerous spot a couple times in October, November, mentally and life wise. So thank you, therapist, and thank you, friends, in many ways. And then it got worse again. End of November hit, which is not too long ago. But end of November hit, and I knew for a little bit that my dad's dog, or like our family dog, Panda, wasn't doing great. He is 15 years old, 16 years old for
old
puppy
boy.
age. And so he was starting to go blind. He was getting more lethargic, and like, we knew he was not doing great. And so I was like, all right, well, that's okay. And my sister had came up for a visit at one point, got to say her like probably goodbyes because she's not coming up for the holidays from Calgary. So she had her like probably goodbyes from Panda. So I'm glad she did get that. And then it was one of the sorry, before I do sad news, after game day, I decided I'm gonna stream every Saturday night. And I have been.
Yeah, yeah, and that's like the one cool thing. It's like I'm glad you've gotten that like consistency to back to streaming sort of thing, which should have been a telltale sign. But I was still busy / still burnt out from it. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I got into it, and luckily I'm playing like Stardew Valley, which means it's a lot of chill vibes. And I get to do silly voices for silly Stardew Valley characters and
mm-hmm.
name all of the animals after Taylor Swift songs / albums. So I'm having a good time with that. So that was the one thing that came great, and I've been very consistent with it.
You have.
I have not given it up. I will start later or earlier depending on like how I'm feeling sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
but because I mean I've got a lot going on in this little brain and heart of mine. So sometimes I'll start a little later, sometimes I'll start a little earlier. But that was the one cool thing that I'm like, okay, I guess Saturday's my only free fucking night. Let's just do it. Let's just fucking go for it. And I've been doing it.
Aw.
Oh my god, Daryl, I forgot to mention things in August. Fuck, I got hired by a tutoring company
Oh yeah.
in August, and then I got my first students in October. Well, I was gonna start tutoring in September.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got COVID.
And that all
Um,
happened, yeah.
and then I got a bunch of students throughout August till now, and I'm up to 7 students, and in January I'll be 8 students.
Amazing.
So tutoring, yeah, I'm doing that now.
Yeah.
How did I forget? Oh, jeez, there's just so much going on. So that's been a nice extra help boost financially, but not quite enough. um, so yeah, I was able to stream every Saturday in November, and now it's December, and I'm gonna stream again tonight, this
Hey.
Saturday. So that's the thing. Follow me if you want. I don't know. I stream once a week. It's hard to miss.
Yeah, I'll just do that real quick if you want to get her follows.
My follows. Although Twitch is still not on there, but
Oh, duh. I keep forgetting about that.
that's right. I'm a mythical dragon. Follow me.
I think I do have it.
So that happened. So yay for streaming on game day. Yay for motivating me to do it again. Um, okay, back to this. So my poor puppy, doggo, uh, he got a little bit worse off in November, and it got to the point where I didn't know really how bad. Until one night I was streaming, just a couple weeks ago, last September of the month of November, and I got a message during streaming from my dad going like, "Hey, like Panda's not doing well. We're probably gonna go and put him down." And I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I paused the stream for a bit to kind of get some messages going like, "Okay, crap. Like when I can be there. Like let me know when. What's the address? That kind of stuff." Uh, and then he's like, "Right now." So I was like, "Wait, what?" Like I don't even get a chance to be there or go. Like I was really upset. Like I was like, "What the fuck? Wait, what?" Um, and no reply. And then suddenly it's like 45 minutes later, he sent me a picture of him holding Panda and going like, "Panda's gone," and that hurt so much because not only is it like a last minute kind of spur in the moment decision to let go of the doggo, it's also not telling me ahead of time. It's not giving me an address, not giving me time to get there. Because I live on the south side of the city, they live on the west end. It takes me a bit to
Mm-hmm.
get there. They didn't tell me any of that. But it's just also like another fucking situation where something bad happened or something serious happened, and I wasn't told till after the fact,
Right. Until it
or the
actually
day of,
happened.
or the moment it was happening
Yeah.
by my father and by my family. I was a mess. I'm sure Hen remembers that night well because I was just like screaming at her in the Discord because I was so fucking upset and mad. I mean, I still am. Obviously, it's only been a couple weeks. And I didn't sleep that night. I was like, I didn't sleep very well. I was really emotional, really angry, really, really upset by this choice by my father, especially after August when he promised he would communicate better about things. And then did this again. Oh, we're in an ad break. Cool. This is a serious thing. I can't just talk about it still while we're in ad break. So, hi YouTube. What's up? How you doing? Enjoying the stories? Haha. They'll help. I don't hear you, Daryl.
I forgot I had it muted because I have my headphones off. Now I was just like, I'm gonna use this time for ad break to drive like a maniac.
Oh my god. You're gonna go crazy.
I'm a maniac, maniac. Oh. I don't know the rest of the song how it goes.
Neither.
I've been trying to find other cars, but I think all the other cars are gone because I'm driving like a maniac.
You scared them all away.
I know I did. Alright, let me drive here. Wee.
Good job. Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
cool.
we're back. Cool.
We're back.
Serious time. So yeah, I really didn't sleep that night. I was thinking and tossing and turning, going through a million emotions, like crying to anger to what do I do about this, and trying to take the things I've been learning in therapy to heart. Like, okay, this is what I'm feeling. What are my emotions telling me that I should do? Like, what should I do about this? This doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel right. It is probably number 11 or 12 in like 3 years of my father doing this to me and breaking my heart over and over again with things. What do I do? And so I fell asleep, had a couple hours of sleep. Woke up on, like, stepped on it, quote unquote, for a little bit. Then I woke up and I was like, I'm done. Like, that was just the immediate thing and feeling I had. It was like, I am done with him. I'm done with this. I don't deserve this. And, like, obviously, I'm not important enough to be involved in really a lot of things, despite being the oldest daughter, living in the exact same city and now. And at a moment's notice, I can be there. Like, I will be there if you need me. Just give me the time and a heads up. I can be there. And this is again another situation from like all of the hospital visits over the last few years, the surgery, and then now our beloved dog like being put down. I was finally at this point where like I woke up and it was clear. I was like, I can't, I need a break. And so I wrote out a really long message the next morning. Probably poor timing because they're also mourning a doggo and death. But like I couldn't sit on it and let it fester. So I wrote out a long message. I had this derp proofread it, uh, and click send. And instead of doing a soft cutoff with my father, like I did with my mother's side of the family, I did a hard cutoff. I told them that I didn't appreciate the way communication has been handled. I am no longer in the UK, so there really is no excuse for lack of communication, for lack of invitations, for lack of involvements. There's no excuse for this anymore, and it's not fair. And the communication has been dismal and awful. And so when I'm ready, after I heal a little bit from all this, then I will reach out. But until then, don't reach out. Don't talk to me. I will choose when and how we will have these conversations. And so, in the span of basically from October to November, well, 2 months in a row, I have no family
Oh.
and no doggo. So that's how November ended. And I know people are gonna be out there going like, no, don't cut off your family, don't go no contact with family, because society says that you should lean on your family, you should love your family, and like I fucking know, I know. When your family constantly breaks your heart, it's
If yeah, no, like, and it's like, hi, like, I am a quintessential person who is like the quintessential that kind of person. Like I am family first always, sort of thing. However, unless if you like if unless if you know the full context, you can't berate.
mm-hmm.
And I know the full context, and it's one thing to be with family, it's another thing to be with a toxic family.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only do so much to try and amend it, and if you attempt to amend it and it doesn't work, then you're more than welcome to cut it off, because they're not worth to be with them. If you're going to be berated just for doing absolutely nothing, like, for just trying your best to try to be there, sort of thing, and then hear that you're not doing anything, or like you're like failure or like that, no, I would totally shoot that down.
Yeah.
Like, I do
And
not
there's
want to be
just
there
so
for that.
much to this that makes it complicated to explain in
Mhm.
a live stream. And I know I'm doing my best to be really honest in this call,
Mhm.
or in this call, oh my god, in this stream. But like, it's hard and heartbreaking, and when it keeps happening, and I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. Like, if you want to come at me about this, like, trust me, everything that you're gonna come at me with, I have thought. Like, since doing that and sending that message, I'm like, fuck, was it too soon? Should I have waited a little longer on it? Mate, was any of this all my fault? Like, should I have done more as a daughter? Trust me, I have thought all those fucking things, so I really don't need them at me. Because it's hard. This was not an easy thing.
No, I
Especially
like.
coming this close to the fucking holidays. Like, it's not easy.
Yeah,
I am actively making myself alone on the holidays. I know. So I know, guys. I know. This is why this is a hard stream to do, is because I am going against everything that a woman should be doing with her body as of May, and then I'm doing everything that someone should not do with their family this year. I am not society's perfect little girl. I'm not. And
and
so
nor should anyone.
it's scary to be out there and say those things and make it public. So I'm terrified of this. But I don't know if you can even hear it in my voice, but I've been heartbroken and beaten the fuck down so much that I
And
have to do what's right for me.
it's like not only that, but you're exhausted as well.
I'm done.
It's
I
like
have so much emotional, mental burnout that there's like nothing left.
yeah, and it's like, and if you've been hearing like many like just the stories so far, everything has been. Oh, my light died. My other light died. Cool. It's been a long stream. It's been 4.5 hours. I can see why some things are dying now. Um,
Oh no.
it's okay. My main light is still working, and then I'm hoping there's not a lot of feedback. Um, but no, like, um, just if even like the most like I've been hearing like some of these things outside of Panda passing. Many of these things are like very petty, and if the pettiest things is um really all you're gonna complain about, it's not worth to just be there
Hmm.
and hear it. It's just like complain something more meaningful, sort of thing, like
Yeah, like how capitalism fucking sucks.
right, or like how
Eat the rich. I don't know. Fucking something meaningful.
or like how banks are just ways to cash grab, sort of thing,
Yeah.
sort of thing.
So is PayPal.
Yeah. But like
Trying not
things
to
like that. Just,
say capitalism. That's where I'm at the end of the year.
but it,
Um,
but it's like if you have to nitpick and complain of the things that you're doing, it's not gonna help out anyone who's trying to recover.
yeah.
Like like not gonna lie, for me in my head, it's like if you want to complain about them, complain when they're actually in a okay well space, not when they're already down in the dumps.
Yeah. Like this month I've really worked hard. Like November, like outside of all what I'm doing and constantly putting myself through and going through emotionally, mentally, physically, and everything,
Mm-hmm.
I'm working hard. And it's exhausting because the only reason why I'm doing this is so I don't continue to feel or be in this state.
Yeah.
So I'm literally making myself worse in many ways just so I can actually maybe see some glimmer of hope. And maybe when I'm in that better space, these things can improve with family
Mm-hmm.
and other stuff. But right
Right.
now, there's it's just been a lot.
You don't have space for the emotional baggage right now. You tried to make the space, but you just don't.
I try.
You just don't. So it's definitely a sacrifice. Not I mean, not gonna
I
lie. It's just
haven't done fun events in person in the city. I haven't gone out. I get maybe a few takeouts a month, maybe if I'm lucky. I eat the same boring fucking groceries every month. I've been. There's not been a lot of living in the last few months. It's been pure survival
surviving.
mode and
Yeah.
even failing at that. Like, failing at that. So it's just not been easy.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not even in December yet, so. Oh.
Oh.
But I mean, December is looking up a little bit, but it's just I get to talk more about this exhaustion in December. But I'm at a pretty broken state. and near the end of the year here, and I'm trying my best.
Right. Either like distracting yourself and working hard, but also making the sacrifices to get through.
Yeah, canceling any event. I've literally, since I had COVID in September, I've canceled every fucking fun event that I can go to, even the free ones, because it's taking away from bus money. It's taken away from other things. So
Right.
I haven't fucking went anywhere and done anything.
Right. Of where you could be, sort of thing.
Besides the Air Store movie, and then having like chances to do things with friends and D&D stuff, but even then, I haven't had a lot of joy with the D&D stuff until recently. So
Aww.
I'll be good in the moment, be good in my classes, be good in the work, and being good in the moment of things. As soon as anything ends, I'm back in the state.
Right. It's like, yeah, it
Stuff
only.
they display and show it.
It's
quickly,
like,
but
yeah.
this is what we've been trying to hide from you for months, but this is the stream to show it. And let it out.
It's.
But now I'm in therapy and I've got good friends by my side, so it's not all doom and gloom, but it's also.
It's what's been keeping us in pause, sort of thing.
Yeah, it hurts.
Yeah.
I feel it right now in my heart. It hurts.
Yeah.
But that's November.
And I'm hoping, I want to make it better for you for December, sort of thing. And whatnot, knowing that we're getting there. I still commend you for recommending to do a year in review, and also letting me encouraging me to stream before that sort of thing to get back into the norms. Not gonna lie, for whatever reason, late November to December was our change in addiction from Golf with Your Friends to Wheel of Fortune. I still don't know why it was Wheel of Fortune, but
because I was watching Game Grumps, like their
yeah,
of Wheel of Fortune. I was like, girl, let's play.
And then we played and played and played. We even did
almost at level 40's next level, and I'm at like level 33. So.
Oh my god. We've been having a fun time struggling, pissing ourselves off because of stupid ass puzzles, as you could tell if you watched last week's stream, which is now up on the VOD. If you're watching this on the VOD, I have last week's stream of where we played Golf with Your Friends because Wheel of Fortune servers were down. Thank you, Ubisoft. And then played Wheel of Fortune for the next 2 hours. Didn't expect we played Wheel of Fortune for the 2 hours, but we did. But that was fun. And yeah, leading up to December, having that addiction to change from Golf with Your Friends to Wheel of Fortune. And then for me, like in terms of the work side of things, finishing out the first part of the project so far, which was presenting upon about like all the new stuff that came out for our new version of software to our team members. And then just like encouraging everyone to like present and all that stuff, which has been a really good thing. I sent out my feedback survey to them to see how well we can improve it next year. And then now it's gonna be the fun part is to plan out everything of like maintaining this information, like distributing it accordingly to like other departments and all that stuff if possible, and make sure that the transition to the new version of the software will be as seamless as possible in terms of knowledge transfer. So a lot of big things like that. And not only that, I've been on a pure grind of reviews and appraisals at work. Had to do 4 appraisals and review, like 3 appraisals and 1 review in the past 2 weeks. So it's been a grind and a half to do that. But also a ton of fun events have been occurring at work. We had dim sum, a dim sum dinner on a Tuesday. I also had a team leads dinner to catch up on a lot of stuff and just had a fun time with the team leads. Another day, just yesterday, went for a happy hour, ugly sweater happy hour with coworkers. It was fun. She saw the pictures. It was great. And then next week it's gonna.
The messages on your way home were great too.
Oh yeah, I was a little bit inebriated. It was fun. But and then yeah, the next one last big hurrah, not really about last big hurrah. There's still a couple big hurrahs before the end of the year. But next week it's going to be the big Christmas party. Apparently it's a wild time at the Christmas party, so we'll see how much of a wild time it'll be. Planning to go with all the coworkers. And yeah. And then, yeah.
Oh, you're not going to talk about what we did this week? Really?
I'm going to hold it up for you.
But no, this is important. Hannah and I want to know what you really think about it.
Okay, because I guess we have to spoil of what actually happened, per se. Since I was the second one to watch it with you, sort of thing. I've been thoroughly convinced somehow, some way, to partake in watching Taylor Swift's Eras Tour movie, extended cut.
Version. Thank you.
Got very thoroughly convinced, through tweets, or not through tweets, through DMs, for a while, and then I said, okay, fine, let's watch it. Also, it was very hilarious to, because I was still awake shortly after both Han and Violet finished their run through of the Eras Tour movie, and I said, do you want to watch it again, like right now? This was 10 p.m. my time, 11 p.m. her time, and she said yes. I'm just like, okay, I'm getting on Skype. I'm being like, what? She went, what? And yeah, we watched the Eras Tour. You watched it twice/3 times, twice for extended, 3 times including the original. And this was my first. And okay, not gonna lie, in a very general sense, I really want to go to a concert now. Watching that was quite a thrill, and honestly, it was pretty cool. And yeah, not gonna lie, I really want to go to a concert now.
As you should.
As you should. But it also makes me like, because okay, we're gonna be explaining the Eras Tour in my eyes, which is gonna be great.
Oh my God.
You're gonna all be laughing at this. So in my eyes, it's from what I remember, what you told me was that it's basically, this tour was to sing a good song set list of her past 5 albums, I believe. No, 4.
Oh my God. You keep explaining and then I will correct.
Okay. Like her main ones, I don't believe, like, not so much for like her tailored versions that have been coming out in these past couple years, but like her main ones ever since her last tour, I think back in 2017, if I remember correctly. So, there was quite a lot, from what I heard, there was quite a lot of albums, and it was during that time I think I started to wane in listening to a lot of mainstream music, like Western mainstream music. I've been going more towards anime, more J-pop style, music during that time. So yeah, I never fully connected with the Western music ever since like 2018 onwards. There was like a couple, but mainly were Japanese, Eastern style, or a lot of European. I've been listening to like a lot of like EDM, house music instead versus mainstream. Okay, not like the very hype EDM sort of thing, but like house music, tropical house, and all that stuff. Been loving a good beat, sort of thing. Also being very nostalgic and going back to 90s and 80s music. So I was having a time. But yeah, I was fully disconnected from today's Western music. So, and especially during the pandemic era, I was not never. Not gonna lie, never give 2 fucks on listening to Western music. Like current Western music. So, knowing that, about half the songs on the Eras Tour were songs that I've probably heard once before when Dragyn played it to me, but that's it. So, in a sense, I don't know any of them. And it makes me thought, like, in a sense, it's like not only, like, ever since hearing all her set list, it made me also think it's like, wow, songs have gotten really deep as of late. Like I had like that deep moment when listening to all her songs. All her songs, it's like, man, it's not only her, who's probably like the pinnacle, but like other artists had like a lot of other deep songs as well. And I'm just like, man, I
Yeah.
missed out on
Tell
a
everybody what your favorite era was. Speaking of deep stuff.
deep stuff. I was cross between. Okay, after really rethinking it, I actually did rethink about it.
Ugh.
I am cross between Evermore and Folklore, actually.
The pandemic album.
Like the actual pandemic albums, it's like, wow, these are actually a lot more thoughtful.
Don't call me cat. Don't call me baby. Yes, taste. I know. I trained him so well. Yay.
Yeah, like, I
But
mean, as
really,
much
so
as
why are we adding folklore? Give it to
uh,
me, baby.
like actual like the stories,
Right.
the stories.
The storytelling.
And it's just like it's a good taste. It's a really it's like it's it detaches from typical music nowadays, sort of thing. It's pulling back the roots of actually how you write music.
Okay.
It was just to tell a story. I mean, yes, you could tell a story based on your past histories and whatnot, but to tell like a interesting, fresh, made up story along the way that you can relate to still, but
That perfectly describes no, what is it? Oh god, my brain. One moment. Please hold, my brain broke. And I had a burp.
nice.
And then I had a burp. The last Great American Dynasty. You just explained that very well because it technically starts out with two characters in
Mm-hmm.
a story, and then it turns into Taylor going to I language in the middle of it. Like, I was the last Great American Dynasty this time ever saw. You just
Mm-hmm.
explained it very well, like how she wrote two characters and told the story, and then changed it to reflect it upon herself. So yeah,
Yeah.
folklore.
Yeah. So definitely those like the two pandemic eras. I thought
Oh,
listening it to it like when I know you were playing the albums prior sort of thing. And I was like,
yeah.
it's not really clicking to me sort of thing. Audio wise. But when it was
Yeah.
played with a visual, it pulled me in. It pulled me in.
Yeah.
It made me respect her pandemic era albums.
Yeah. Okay, I have another question for you.
Okay.
You finally got to hear All Too Well 10-minute version. What'd you think?
God, I'm trying to remember that. I do remember it. I'm trying to remember the lyrics in that one.
Oh my god, please hold. Are you ready for this? As we talked about this afterwards.
I know you did.
Okay, All Too Well lyrics, 10-minute lyrics. Let's go, baby. Okay, what lyrics do you want? Do you want like the deep shit that is memorable? Probably.
Probably.
Okay. And now I want to sing it though. That's dangerous. But and I know it's long gone, and that magic's not here no more. And I might be okay, but I'm not fine at all. Okay. There's that. This part here. Photo album on the counter, your cheeks were turning red. You used to be a little kid with glasses in a twin size bed, and your mother's telling stories about you on the T ball team. You told me about your past, thinking your future was me. And you were tossing me the car keys. Fuck the patriarchy, keychain on the ground. We were always skipping town, and I was thinking on the drive down. Any time now, he's gonna say it's love. You never called it what it was till we were dead and gone and buried. Check the pulse and come back swearing it's the same after 3 months in the grave. And then you wondered where I went to as I reached for you, but all I felt was shame and you held my lifeless frame.
Okay, I see. I remember it being very deep.
Uh huh.
It really struck core, sort of
Okay,
thing.
my favorite part. Well, maybe we got lost in translation. Maybe I asked for too much, but maybe this thing was a masterpiece. Detour all love, running scared. I was there, I remember it all too well. And you call me up again just to break me like a promise. So casually cruel in the name of being honest. I'm a crumpled up piece of paper lying here. 'Cause I remember it all. They say all's well that ends well, but I'm in a new hell. Every time you double cross my mind, you said we had been closer in age. Maybe it would have been fine, and that made me want to die.
So, who wants Violet to do a karaoke stream?
Right?
She has to do one tonight or something. Tonight or tomorrow.
Olive, if you make me do this 10-minute song, I'm gonna cry again.
Oh no, you're doing the whole Eras tour.
Oh my god, okay.
Eras tour karaoke.
Alright, I have the playlist. Let's go. Um
You should do that as like one of your streams, one of your final charity streams or something like that.
Yeah, okay, and then get TOC'd. Twitch is cracking down again.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
So I have to like literally just read out the lyrics as poetry, which I could do.
Which you could spoken language, spoken word, yeah.
Yeah, but there you go. So Daryl, that was a few courses of the all too all 10-minute version, because this is the one I told you where it starts off like, aw.
Yeah.
I locked the door to you, the air was cold, but something about it felt like home somehow, and I left my scarf at your sister's house, and you still got it in your drawer, even now. So I felt sweet and innocent. And then you got lines like what I just read out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, just between us did the love affair maim you all too well. Just between us, do you remember it all too well? Just between us, I remember it. Just between us, all too well. Wind in my hair, I was there. Down the stairs, I was there. Yeah. Heartbreaking song. A whole love story gone to shit. So yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, but yeah, I made you talk about it because Hannah and I wanted your, like, live feedback of the beautiful movie that I watched twice in a row and ruined my voice the next day for.
Yes, and like it makes me want to actually go to a concert now. So I don't know about next year, but how do
Unless she somehow randomly opens up tickets for Calgary, that would be great. Or
yeah,
anything.
if she does.
And then you and I are fighting Ticketmaster, like guns blazing. We're fighting Ticketmaster.
Oh god. Truck, please turn.
I'm kind of concerned because she's already in Vancouver pretty late into December, and then this year for Eras Tour, she ended her tour like just before December. So like the fact that she's extending into like December for like next year for like Toronto and Vancouver is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
So I doubt there's gonna be Calgary Edmonton tour dates unless she decides to go January 2025. That's so fucking far away. Anyway, I'm complaining.
That means we need to just. I'll just randomly send a. I should just randomly send a message to her, and just like.
DM
It's like-
her on Instagram like, "Hi Taylor Swift, please listen up."
I've been.
I have a request.
No, and just go for a life story. Here, listen to my life story right
Life
here.
Story. This is where life sucks in Alberta, but like if you come to it, it'll be better.
Right.
You can help restart our economy.
And not only that, but also help me restart my life.
Restart my heart. Anyway.
But yeah.
But yay! So there you go, Han. I did it. He's one of us now.
I don't know about fully.
After all that.
But you got me interested. Yeah.
I can't believe it. After all of my hard work and persuading you and training you and making you listen to the albums beforehand and then watching it with me, it's still I'm interested.
It's not a
You want to go to a concert. How are you interested but want to go to a concert?
not uninterested.
Okay, fine. I'm talking about my December now.
Yeah, pretty much. I was like, do I have anything? I think I do. Hold on, let me just check.
Well, actually, yeah, we got like you have the future of December to talk about, like the last couple
Yeah,
weeks.
like the last week. It's just pretty much being chill for the end of the year, sort of thing. Gonna be with the
Yeah.
family next week for Christmas and whatnot, and then just pretty much anticipate all the things gonna be happening for 2024, work wise and all that stuff. Okay, yeah, just planning out the big stuff for 2024. So, or at least, yeah, work and potentially travel. But in terms of life, I don't know about that yet.
Great.
Yeah,
That was literally it for the next 2 weeks.
pretty much. Taking a chill after the Christmas party is basically that, and then I think after Christmas, it's gonna be a biggish ramp up to plan out for 2024. Especially in the work side of things first, and then hopefully other stuff in the very near future.
Sweet.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that soon. So I want to let
Hecky.
you know, like when I talk about my December afterwards, I do have an overall like little summary blurb of the year that I'm gonna read out after for myself because I am a teacher and I do that.
Yeah, no worries.
Uh,
You,
some
I feel like, can I request you ask me that question after you do yours too?
yeah,
Okay.
because then you can listen to my like
Mm-hmm.
overview of the year and then I will talk about. Then you can think while I talk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
here we
you.
go. December. So this is gonna be something that's probably shocking after what I just said about November. But I did write down slowly recovering uh physically. I might change physically. I'm still working on that. It's hard to build up stamina, but I'm trying. Um I'm slowly recovering physically, mentally, emotionally, financially because this month I don't feel like I'm staring down an impossible financial survivability challenge. I feel like I finally have managed things quite well for 16 days of December. And that's a surprise to me because normally it's usually about this time where I'm like, fucking help me again, life, please. So I feel like I finally am like, okay, I did enough to make just the ends meet finally. I'm not in a dangerous position. However, I say that and then I did something stupid today with finances, but that was kind of by an encouragement by this derp. So really,
I
who
was the
knows?
cause for this one this time.
He's the cause for this one. AKA, I did buy groceries. I was gonna stick to my like $80 budget of groceries for 2 weeks, right? In this economy. But I decided I wanted to try to get a few Christmas sneaky snacky like meal things. And I was like, do I do this? And fuck me over a little bit, like with my necessary Uber rides coming up or not. And he's just like, do it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. Great. So I might have some nice Christmas meals and sneaky snacks and charcuterie,
Yeah.
because of that. So that's kind of nice. But like honestly, I worked real hard to get to that point where I'm like, I think I can probably do it and squeeze it in, but I might need a little bit of help. But I think I can technically squeeze it in. So that's how hard I worked in like November to be like in this state in December. So there's that. Like, so getting there a little bit crazy. However, some of this comes with a cause. A cause. I am working like crazy. I have so much on the go where I am tutoring Monday through Friday. I did some extra tutoring sessions this month when my kiddo was sick the 1 week and then he got really far behind in school. And so I did like 3 additional sessions for him to get him caught up on nights where I was really fucking busy already. And so I've been tutoring a lot. I've been getting subbing gigs. I'm getting into schools regularly. I'm trying to aim for 3 to 4 subbing gigs a week. Like working my ass off. Like even this weekend is crazy because even just before the stream, which is probably something I shouldn't admit because people are like, Violet, go to bed right now, and I'm like, ha. But like just before the stream, for example, I tutoring from 4 till 5:30 my time. Then I had to rush to Starbucks to get set up to teach my online class from 5:45 to 7:15, and then I had to rush home as quickly as I could after all that and be a dungeon master for my D&D group on Friday nights. And then after that was the stream. That's my Friday night. Was like 2 things of work, 2 things of fun, back to back to back. And then tomorrow is even more crazy, where I teach at 6 a.m. because I now have a campaign class that I teach on Saturday mornings because my kiddos are on the East Coast, so it's 6 a.m. for me. Right hand, I'm getting there. So technically, I teach my class in less than 3 hours from now. And then after that, I go to my Toastmasters meeting. I might sneak an hour nap and then go and Uber it to Toastmasters. And then it's my Toastmasters meeting with a potluck event afterwards, rushing home, playing D&D in a session, and then I finally get to have another nap before I do my weekly Saturday night stream. This is what my weekends are looking like, basically, until the 26th. So my weeks are basically a busy Monday to Friday every fucking night, no matter what. And then I'm trying to get as many subbing gigs as I can, so January will be okay financially. And I think it will be, based on what I did this week. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'm trying my fucking best. But that also means I'm taking on an 8th student in December or in January. So in the new year, after the break, I'm taking on an 8th student for tutoring, which means I'll be tutoring Monday to Saturday, as well as subbing and my Toastmasters work and my out school classes and campaigns. I am on the fucking grind to just be fucking okay. So it is really hard and difficult and exhausting and stressful. And like I said, I'm sacrificing a whole lot. There are so many holiday events I could go to this month that I would love to. But instead, I'm working straight through to the 22nd. And then the 23rd, I get a little break, a little reprieve. And then I'm volunteering 24th and 25th, which is a nice thing for the Pride Center here, a LGBTQ plus community organization. They're doing a big fundraiser event at a casino, so I'm volunteering the 24th and 25th because obviously I don't have any family anymore in my life, so I'm choosing myself and hopefully making friends at those community events and volunteering events. Then I finally get to take a break on Boxing Day, where I have no work, no substituting, no tutoring because the library is closed. It's a full, proper break. So I'm going hard from now until the 26th. Nonstop. On the grind, trying to be okay.
That's what the Japanese say is ganbare, you can do it.
Yeah. What also happened this month is that I had a very full division team for Toastmasters, but one of my area directors suddenly stepped down and quit earlier, like just a couple weeks ago. The crazy thing is that I went and emailed a bunch of people that night after she had resigned, and the next morning, and I immediately found a replacement the next day.
Wow, I never got that part of the update.
I'm sure I told you, but
I think I might have missed it then. Might have missed that part then.
So yeah, luckily this guy stepped up and he agreed to, because he's originally from an area around where the clubs meet, because this is my clubs that meet all around northern Alberta. So he is from Grand Prairie, like nearby, and so he would love to actually go and support those clubs in person. So he agreed to be my area director for the next 6 months.
That's sweet.
So that's really great. So we're in the process of getting him approved and accepted and all that kind of stuff. So he will officially start in January.
Awesome.
So a quick little like whiplash there for a moment, like, oh fuck, what am I gonna do about my Toastmasters team? And it's really hard to find area directors. So like, oh, I found one. Oh, okay. Really?
It's like, well, that worked.
Was that easy? Was I that persuasive? All right, cool. So that felt really great. That was a nice thing. And then of course I enjoyed watching the Aerostar movie extended with Han and Daryl, because both of them haven't seen them yet. I know Han's been on TikTok a lot, watching the clips from the Aerostar with me and stuff. So I knew she's seen bits of it from that perspective. But it was really great to watch it, and I'm so glad we did because we had so much fun singing our hearts out. And then with you, you were singing your hearts out to the songs you knew, like "You Belong with Me" and "Love Story" and "Style" and "Wildest Dreams" and like the stuff you knew.
Mm-hmm.
So it was great, and like all the stuff you remembered from the Red album, like
Not gonna
we
lie,
are
I
never ever getting back together. Everything
yeah.
you were trouble, and like you knew a lot of like 22 and like yeah.
I was no, for me, I was genuinely surprised because I remember hearing a lot of people loving Red, and from in my eyes, I was thinking, I don't recall any song from Red, and then she chose the songs from Red, and I'm just like, fuck, I know all of them.
Except for All Too Well.
Yeah, except for All Too Well, technically, yeah.
Yeah.
But I heard the rest. I'm just like, wait, this was from Red? Oh shit, I actually know songs from Red.
Mhm. Oh, and the one thing I'll point out is that both Daryl and I want Taylor to do a fucking rock album or like make Rep TV like rock version of Rep
Yes.
TV because that Look What You Made Me Do rock version with those fucking guitar riffs were like amazing. So that's what we're hoping that Rep TV will be is like a rock version of
Oh
it.
my god, it would be so cool.
Yeah.
I want
So
either a live or rock version because that
yeah,
sounds.
it would
As
be
much as I
so
love pop,
good.
it just some songs do hit well when with a guitar riff.
Amos just knew what he was doing on that guitar. Thank you, Amos. Oh, so yeah, that's what like it was really fun. And I mean, I had to cancel my Thursday job because of it because we stayed up till what like fucking 2 a.m. or something. My time, 1 a.m. your time. It was worth it.
It was worth it. I mean, I felt
It
a
was so
little
worth
bit
it.
groggy as fuck last night, or not last night, Thursday, but it was worth it.
It was worth it. Super worth it. Um, yeah, and so, and then yeah, the next little bit is just the work and the grind. Volunteering throughout the Christmas break, so I have an excuse to not be with family. um, and then yeah, I don't know what my in between Christmas and New Year's is gonna look like. I will have to do some tutoring throughout that period, but I'm hoping just to chill and somehow maybe on my payday, if I can, get a bottle of rum and a bottle of prosecco for New Year's and just drink alone with my cat into the new year.
Aww.
It's probably what's gonna happen. So that's the thing, because I know. Oh, this is the shitty part about like choosing myself this holiday season is that everybody else is busy because of family, right? And so I can't make plans with people because people are gonna be busy. And so that's like the heartbreaking part of it. So I'm just gonna have to like listen to my Sabrina Carpenter, um, and get through it. And then have that champagne buzz from my head to my toes on New Year's Eve. Yeah, I guess the other thing too is that this month I got to do some planning with my training team because I'm coordinating and planning a one of the club officer training sessions by myself in January. And it's being focused on all club contests because club contest season's coming up really soon. So we're doing training on helping the club officers prepare for club officer training and for club contest. So I'm coordinating all of that, and we have a Google Drive going, Google document going, and a Google Slides going for the preparation work.
Damn, look at all
So
that prep work.
yeah, we're doing the whole shit, the three of us. So we are having fun with it. I haven't done a fucking anything since our meeting, so I'm like so sad. But I told them like, guys, give me till the 22nd, and then after that, I'll like start putting things together to help you out. And they're like, yeah, no problem. You're a teacher, we get it. And I was like, thanks. So yeah, that's my December. Is this crazy grind I'm in, feeling exhausted completely. But I did have my last therapy session of the year with my therapist because we are agreeing to meet in January. And I did this whole like year in review thing with her. And it was really sweet because she's like, "What? It's been a year since your consultation. Holy shit!" I was like, "Right, right, Jessica, right." And it was really sweet because, like, after I kind of went through all the brief points, because I mean, she's been through all of this with me. She doesn't need to have the full extended version like you guys are having. She was just like, overall, like, genuinely really proud of me from all the things I've learned this year and building the strength up to make the decisions I've made this year. From like the hysterectomy choice to the soft cutoff with my mom and that side of the family to like the hard cutoff with my dad and like trusting my gut and listening to what I was feeling and doing and dealing with. She was genuinely proud of me, and that made me feel like okay after at the end of this crazy fucking year. So January is gonna be fun because like we have 2 sessions planned. The first week of January is gonna unwind and unwrap the holiday season. How did I manage that being alone? Let's talk about that a little bit because yeah, I'm deathly afraid of being alone this holiday season. So we're gonna unwrap and unpack that a bit. And then the second session, I'm actually gonna start a new type of therapy called EMDR, where we're going to go a little bit more deeper into who I am and the traumas I've been through. So next year in therapy, it's getting deeper and more interesting. So yeah, Daryl, when you said if we had a plan in therapy for next year, goals, we do.
Oh, nice. Truly
So,
go through, yeah, like, I was gonna say, truly going through the intrusive thoughts, which I'm not entirely wrong, but like, really,
oh no, she's heard all my intrusive thoughts.
right.
You've heard only a little bit of them. They're all in hand too. Oh, there's been a many, and they're not fun.
I
Um,
bet.
Throughout these last few months. But no, it's not really going through the intrusive thoughts. It's just more like going back through core memories of
Mm,
why I have these certain beliefs about myself and why I
mm-hmm.
behave a certain way I do.
Right.
So it's going that deep.
Okay.
Like, when did little Violet feel this the first time? And like all that kind of shit. So,
Just really hitting, like, unlocking a lot of stuff that
walking
you
a
don't want
lot.
to lock, that you've been locking up for a while.
Yeah, and then doing things after those unlocking and discussions and breakthroughs and all that kind of stuff to sit in the bad feels about it all for a bit and then working on the repair after. Of
Okay.
like, how can we self correct that, or how can I give you a corrective experience to like offset what has happened and where we can maybe lead you to after kind of
Right.
thing. It's going to be deep shit, and
Yeah.
I actually feel ready for it um, because I've learned to sit in my negative emotions for months now. I know how to think about them and manage them a little bit more. So I feel like I'm ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
But now she wants me to work on how to be self compassionate and how to give myself grace and give myself a break and that I've done my best and I need to treat myself kindly. Okay, Jessica. So we're gonna do a little.
Love it. I love it.
So yeah, we're doing all that. So that was really great to have this month. And at the end of the session, I was brave. I'm like, I just wonder, cause like you never know how therapists think about their clients. Like, are we just work for them, or do you actually like us? And she likes me, and she enjoys me. So that felt really good, and then like a nice little reassuring
Oh,
thing at the end of the session.
that's really good.
So thanks. Um, yeah, that's a year of therapy, like unpacked in like a little brief synopsis there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so you know it's going great. Yeah, your therapist likes me. So that is that. It's my overall synopsis and summary of the year. Are y'all ready for this? Overall, I have rediscovered my love for a lot of things, like Taylor Swift, Dungeons and Dragons, Game Grumps. I'm obsessed with watching everything they publish every day on YouTube. Reality TV shows. Like The Ultimatum Queer Love and 90 Day Fiancé and Sister Wives and many more. reality TV, Stardew Valley, gaming in general, a little bit with like Danganronpa, uh, BG3, Sunhaven, gaming. And then this was the year I got really, really into BTS, Blackpink, and K-pop, as well as some animes, some key animes throughout this year. Attack on Titan.
It's over.
It's fucking over. The Ancient Magus Bride, Classroom of the Elite, Spy Family, Rising of the Shield Hero, Scarlet Nexus, which we still need to fucking finish, Romantic Killer, and Don Munchie for some of the big titles that we loved this year, or I love this year. I love being a cat mom. That's been a joy. I love rising up in the ranks and learning what it takes to be a leader in Toastmasters. I ended up cutting off family entirely, leaving me feeling actually really lonely here at the end of 2023 a bit. But overall, I genuinely am surprised and grateful that I've made it, because I honestly, at one point, through all this shit, didn't think I was gonna actually survive 2023. There were some periods, real fucking dark periods during those last few months where I'm like, I don't know if I can live through this. But I did. And we're here.
And honestly, I'm glad you're still here. I know it's something that we held off, sort of thing. Even in my eyes, like it's just like even I wasn't ready to like even talk about it, sort of thing, with anyone. Like I'd rather just talk it with you and only you. And I just like had that thought of just like she doesn't need to no one needs to know about this sort of thing. No one. So we held off. I made the call of holding off because if she doesn't feel comfortable, I won't feel comfortable, and I don't want to force anything or accidentally share something that can affect you, especially emotionally, because I see where it's coming from. There's a lot of hard conversations. Probably not as hard as like with your therapist, not gonna lie. But there was like a lot of like really emotional ones.
A lot of bad weeks there, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like if it's like I don't want to enforce it. Like I don't want to force a face and say no. We're gonna not. We're like we can try and stream and like that. It's like I can't.
Yeah, like fun fact for you all, the last few weeks in our calls, like our one-to-ones with Daryl and I, it's only been the last few weeks where I finally haven't broken down and fucking cried with talking to him. I'm finally at that place where I'm not there anymore when we talk. It gets close sometimes.
I might accidentally poke and prod a little bit.
This stream, a lot of it came back. But yeah, it's funny not wanting to share this all with anybody, and now it's all out there.
It's all out there now. Yeah, I wanted to give it the time, the space for it to do it, sort of thing. And I even let you know just in case it's like, did you want to share it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because I knew it was gonna be tough.
He was willing to let me do the Cliff Notes version. The bullet points only, but
yeah.
I held it off for so long.
And I was really there. I didn't want anyone to know either, sort of thing. It's like it's not a fun subject. It was not a fun subject to talk about then, I would say. Still kind of not fun now. But
No.
I hope it's been like at least a somewhat of a good reflective point to finally talk about it. Because I felt like if it was in the heat of the moment, I would have just said no.
It was the heat of the moment. I probably would have hung up 2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
I did it.
Yeah, but like,
And I
yeah.
get to talk about my hopes for 2024 after, because guess what? There's some fucking hope, I guess.
I hope
At the
so.
end of
Come
it.
on, we're almost there. 15 more days. 16 more days.
I know.
Um,
I do have a nice list, so I found this in
yeah.
there. I'm just feeling drained right now from it all.
I mean,
That's
to be
all.
fair, it's also been now 5 hours, which I didn't expect we're gonna hit.
No, I told you it was gonna be like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, it was like we're getting close to 6, since we still gotta like we'll have a handful of things, but who knows how long we're gonna be talking about it, right? Um,
Are you gonna be able to do a summary now? Or are
yeah, yeah. So I'm
you
probably
a
gonna
summary
take
of
it
your 2024, 2023.
23.
We're almost there yet.
Let's go. No, I'm gonna probably take it a little bit different. I'm gonna do it on a more grander approach. Um, Coming in from 2023, I honestly did not know what to expect because, well, one, I was in the Philippines, so I was like, let me just enjoy this sort of thing. I'll start 2023 when I come back to America, and I did. I felt like I thought it was gonna be. Honestly, there was one thing I didn't share, but it felt like this was like a thought in 2022 for the most part compared to the start of 2023, was that I had no idea where I was gonna go this year. For the main reason that it was like I did have another burnout, but it was at the very towards like the latter half of 2022 and kind of started 2023 where I'm kind of doing the same work over and over and over again as a support agent, and I really wanted to look for something new, like a new avenue, new prospect, or anything like that. Um, da 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 da. And hearing that there was like a team lead position, it's like, okay, it's not. It's like it's new, but I don't know if I was ready to come back to management. And I remember telling her about this early in that year. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready to go back to management. Because I got fully burnt out when I was an IT manager. I was so tapped out.
A little birdie said, but you're already burnt out doing the same shit all the time. So this would be different.
It would be different.
It would be exciting.
Yeah, so I still still took on upon that offer, and I tried, but again, as I said earlier in the stream, it's like if I don't get it, it's fine. If I get it, it's awesome. If I don't get it, it's fine.
And then there's me going like, no, seriously, kick you in the ass.
I did. And it's just like just in case if there was like better, more competent people, awesome. I think they would be better off, sort of thing. But I think at that point, like if I didn't get it, I would have reconsidered working there. Probably when I got to my actual 2 year, my actual 2 years at this job. If it's like if I'm not being compensated too well, I probably would have moved on. Hopefully, find a new place to work. However, since the roll of events decided to happen in the first month of 2023 and led to a weirdly favorable outcome. I'd say weirdly because there's still high amounts of stress, a little bit of burnout, but on a different end. I ended up liking it, and I'm glad I took upon it. Becoming team lead and all that. It's okay, guys. You guys can hear the rest of this on the thing. I'm just gonna leave it running. But I'm glad I took upon it. It really changed the perspective of what I was thinking about. Now it's less of like I kind of want to get out of here, and more of like oh, what can I do to improve this place, and what kind of power do I have, right? And it's like not only that, it's like I don't want to do it for myself, and like I want to do it for everyone, but also I want to encourage others to make it better for themselves too. Like if I wasn't I was doing that in an unofficial capacity, like for a couple of support agents, but then I was able to it's like, okay, I can do this now in a more bigger official support capacity. Let me provide them that the space for it so they can improve upon themselves. And it's been great. I've been loving it ever since. Sure, it's been stressful, but it's working out. It's keeping me busy, keeping me preoccupied, and making me love this job more, which is good because it was a change of pace back then. Um, so I'm hoping to keep that up. Another thing, the convention side of things, not actual cons, but the convention side of things. Yeah, no, I'm not doing a lot of conventions again. That was a little bit too much for me. It was fun. It was great. It was exhilarating. I'm not going to try to do more than 5 in a year now. But my God, what an experience, I'd say. Going to one really big one international one national one. It was amazing. And I'm glad to be a weeb, I guess, and all that stuff, and just really enjoy the anime culture a lot more. Not gonna lie, it almost kind of died out. Probably the past couple years. Been more into like tokusatsu sort of things, like Power Rangers and all that stuff because of my friends. But slowly getting back into like anime and all that stuff, I think going to conventions, it's been sparking the interest.
It helps that like some of our favorite animes are getting multiple seasons finally.
Heck yeah, and knowing all more of that, it's exciting to be an anime fan again, I'd say.
Yeah.
So I'm glad for the.
Added it to my summary.
You did. But yeah, like I'm like re-enjoying like anime and all that stuff. Just been re-enjoying a lot of things. One thing I haven't got myself back into again is like, at least as of late, is streaming. But I think we'll see comes about after doing this year in review, and then hopefully I can at least restart it again in 2024. But because the burnout decided to change from work side to this side, a little bit back into work side as of late, but getting there. Is as something I didn't expect, I would say, or kind of did midway through 2023. But if I had to ask myself in start 2023 and be having a burnout of streaming, I'd be surprised. But because I think all the new roles, new things I wanted to do, new ops, and new plans, it did throw one curveball, which was here in streaming and in content creating. Actually no, content creating, it's been a while, but streaming specifically, it threw a big curveball. And I didn't expect, if you had to ask me myself earlier in the year, I wouldn't expect it. If you asked me about 2 months ago, I expected it. But I'm hoping to come back to it after doing last week's stream and this week's stream. It's coming back slowly. Like I can't wait to like start talking about stuff again. Just having a fun derp time. Like, whether it's we talk about our week, or we decide to sing, or we decide to be a derp in golf or Wheel of Fortune, who knows. Can't wait to share more of that. But overall, for 2023, I didn't expect to do a lot. A lot more than I thought. I knew, like, I wasn't going to be traveling too much outside from conventions. I was going to take it, like, a little bit chill, and then hopefully plan out something bigger and better next year. I just ended up doing a lot more stuff this year, which now I have to plan out something even bigger and better again next year. But definitely turned out better than I expected.
Yeah.
For what it's worth for 2023. Like, I'm simply surprised myself.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Do you want to talk about your hopes now for 2024?
Yes.
You need to do this now.
Yeah, I do have my hopes and plans for 2024.
So you're gonna start, and you're gonna answer my question by just jumping into yours. Got it.
I'm sorry.
I literally asked you, like, do you want me to do it or you? And then you were like, my hopes. I'm like, okay.
Sorry. I know. I got like so like anticipating. It's like, oh, good transition.
Go for it.
So yeah, no, for 2024, just like a few big thing, like a few things I have in mind. Something that's always been on my radar ever since I'd say 2023. Honestly, is plans for international travel again. Since it's been now like a little bit more than a year since I did my international travel. Well, like my bigger, like long haul international travel. Let me rephrase that, because technically I did international travel, but my long haul international travel, I want to bring it back up again for 2024. There's been two in mind. I'm still waiting for a good plan with friends, but the big one is hopefully Japan. Either 1 or 2 weeks, sometime in the late summer, early fall, from the looks of it, because based on our scheduling, it just works out to like that everyone's available around that time. Kind of sucks because it's gonna be very humid, but oh well. And hopefully 1 or 2 weeks. But the one thing that I did want to plan, or had in mind, but my parents have a plan, was to go back to the Philippines. I did make a promise with some cousins to come back more frequently than what it was before. Not every 4 years, but hopefully every like 1 or 2 years sort of thing. And from the looks of it, my parents, at least my dad, but I think also my mom as well, wants to go sometime in late May, early June, because there's a whole fiesta celebration going on in one of the provincial towns that my parents live in, or my mom's sides live in, and they wanted me to join. It'd be a fun time. I was like, okay, cool. So potentially May, June. It's gonna be hot. I know. I complain about the heat, but it'd be fun. 2 weeks to do that, because I have a 4-week allocation per year at work. And if I had to pre-plan 2 big trips, those would be the two. However, if one of these doesn't pan out, my immediate alternatives would be Canada and New York. Visiting you again, maybe going to the East Coast. And then additionally, if there's any other time off available, I'll plan on other things as well, but nothing probably is not going to be like as like big crazies per se. If anything of like paid time off avail, it's going to be any convention. Speaking of cons, I'm planning to go to conventions a lot less. Outside of Anime Impulse LA at the start of 2024, which doesn't require any extra PTO. Most likely I'm going to be going for like smaller conventions. Fanime, most likely, since it's kind of it's pretty local to me, as well as Anime Impulse Bay Area. And then I'll see what else sort of thing. I don't know if I'll go to Anime Expo. If my brother goes to Anime Expo and he's willing to offer, maybe, but maybe not. We'll see. And then any other like bigger conventions outwards. It's up in the air. We'll see if I show interest in it. The one other thing I want to at least also fit in, at least work-wise, is to go to the big convention experience that they have every year to release a new software. I'm hoping that that's going to be towards the end of 2024, and I kind of want to go. So we'll see what kind of planning does it require for that.
Belgium.
Yeah, in Belgium.
Damn.
Yeah. It sounded fun when my coworkers did it, so I was like, I want to do it next year. So it'll be in the book. It'll be in the thought process, and we'll see when we get closer to those dates to plan it out, if possible. On the flip side of things, while I want to do these travels, I also need to budget accordingly. I'm not gonna try to go willingly all spend. I really need to I'm gonna budget it accordingly, as well as budget everything else, like in terms of life and whatnot. Get the expenses tethered down and controllable, so then I could pay off many things that I need to pay off, and whatnot. Cause yeah, and then the one big thing that I wrote out in a very vague sense is, hi, yes, I am turning 30 years old on Pi Day next year. It's a monument. I feel in my eyes it's a monumental time. Like a turning point, definitely. And as I said earlier in the stream, it made me think of what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do in the future? You know, you know, maybe find love, start a family, all that stuff. It's gonna be in the thought process a lot more now. Um, and maybe you see where I'm gonna pursue. Am I gonna continue to work where I'm currently at? If so, I have a very ambitious yet it should be an easy goal to hit of can I make 6 figures before I turn 30? My
I mean,
appraisal
your
is
appraisal, right?
my appraisal is in February, so I'm crossing my fingers.
Damn.
Yeah. I have a strong suit, but I need to make sure I can produce more until we get there, sort of thing. But I'm hoping be cool as I turn 30 to hit that 6 figure salary sort of thing. That's just my personal eyes, but hopefully maybe in the leading into my early 30s and whatnot, I progress more into my life, progress more in the working space and things as well. I really want to like even think about like going into maybe more full management, like even project management or something like that. It's been a thought in my head, sort of thing, especially hearing how my other coworkers, colleagues, and whatnot start thinking about their futures as well. And it's like they got some good thoughts, and it's been also giving me good thoughts as well. So, kind of taking their suggestion at heart, and then we'll see how that pans out for 2024. Or at least as I get into my 30s specifically. It's a more bigger plan, but really I want to I want to at least make sure like I have a good path, like at least starting path, hopefully in 2024 to pave my way for my 30s. Because as some people call it, the 20s are the golden years, and that's ending. But at the same time, if you can at least pave out your golden years, you can extend it a little bit, sort of thing, and then hopefully, oh, I did not mean to do job completed. God fucking damn it. But I want to try to now start making the most out of it. Like, as I know I've made the most out of my 20s, but hopefully I can make more out of it in my 30s before I have to slow down, sort of thing. Because will be a time and a place to slow down. I'm hoping it's not yet, but I'm hoping I can plan for it before I have to do it. So those are my deep thoughts in 2024. Again, like at least like the some of the concrete stuff and some of the big vague stuff that comes into mind, especially for a turning point.
There's one thing you forgot. But I'll tell about it in my hopes for 2024.
Okay. I know I'm forgetting something. So.
Well, for me, I have some more specific things. They don't sound as deep and important as yours, though. So here we go. Um, one of my more like specific goals is to hopefully charter my proudly outspoken Toastmasters Club. Like actually create that safe, like queer professional speaking training organization club thing. So I want to see if I can get that club chartered next year, whether it's this Toastmaster year or next Toastmaster year.
Yo, awesome.
We will see. Join Extra Life for my year 5 and kind of set the same goal. I don't think I want to go any higher. I don't feel that ambitious yet for a community, but at least try to raise another 1,250 for Extra Life year 5. And with that, get a little bit more involved with the team and try to do the in-person game day special next year and actually be at like West Hampton Mall and be part of everything. So that's a goal for Extra Life. I also would like to start finding my community here in person, like finding my chosen family. I've got a great online group with like a few of you, aka Daryl Han. But I want to start finding my community, like an actual place and safe people to be around. Um, I'm hoping that I can try to obtain a more secure job than what I'm currently going through, like session to session work, day to day work. I'm hoping I can find, oddly enough, a 9 to 5 or an 8 to 4 kind of like secure, proper job, like something that I can rely on and won't fuck me over. And whether that's a teaching contract or some sort of new job direction, I just need something more secure, permanent than what I'm currently going through. That's what I'm hoping for 2024. A little bit of budgeting stuff, but develop a bit of a savings and try to go and create a social life, which means both online, in person, and maybe go on dates and try dating again.
Ooh.
And then develop a savings, try to really get a good savings routine down. And the one thing that you forgot, and how dare you, celebrate 10 years of friendship
Oh
with
my god.
Daryl.
Oh, we did spoil it too in this whole thing and I did forget. Yes.
That's my hope for 24 is somehow, even though Mr. Philippines, Japan, Belgium, somehow find a way to celebrate 10 years with you.
Yes. We will find a way. I don't know where though.
Well, where or when, Mr. May, June, or summer, fall, or winter? I don't know when we're going to be able to do this or how we're going to be able to do this, but we will see.
We will
Some
see,
sort of-
definitely.
Some sort of 10-year celebration.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's 10 years, buddy.
I know, it's crazy. You still remember the date, right? Specific.
September 17, 2014.
There we go. Okay. Yes, we will find a way to celebrate our 10-year friendship, 10-year amazing friendship. We are highs and lows. Yeah, it's crazy to say it's already been 10 years. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, definitely that is also on the radar as well. That's something that also gonna be in the plan, which I will actually put on my thing right now before I forget. I keep forgetting about it. I always keep thinking it's like we've been friends, and then I didn't ever thought of. I keep forgetting about the year. Every time, it's okay. I even forgot about my like my other friends as well, and I was like, oh yeah, it's been that long, huh? It's bad. It's bad.
And I have only brought it up every single call we've had lately in the last little month.
And I've been forgetting it ever since. It's bad.
Mr.
I promise you, I don't have dementia. I just am really forgetful at like the most thoughtful things sometimes.
To be honest, that's also my out of everything you've been incredible this year. But I will say my one little tiny complaint is I guess we're just getting old and complacent where your birthday messages and anniversary messages and sweet messages aren't so sweet and long anymore.
Yeah.
They're so brief and like, hey, happy birthday, have a good day. I was like, wait, what? But like, if we go back in our messages and things, I usually got like nice long paragraphs or things. And this time I didn't. Not this year. This year you're like, nah, have the standard Hallmark card.
Hallmark card.
So that's my one little tiny complaint. Like, our friendship feels weird that way. But then we're like super sentimental in calls this year, so it really makes up for it. But like, that's the one thing I was like, oh, huh, weird.
I think
Thanksgiving.
yeah. It's. I honestly, when you make that point, I don't know. It's opening up a can of worms, which I'll open up probably in a future stream, I'd say.
Oh God.
But
Now I'm scared.
I've been having a hard time typing up sentimental words, I'd say. It's just so much easier to talk about it.
Fair.
I don't know. Like for me, to say the least, as of late, I have a hard time writing like long stuff now, which is not good because I'm a team lead.
You are. You need to be able to give appreciations to people in a specific and constructive ways, which means long text or long speeches.
Long speeches. I think I could. Well, actually, no. It's weird. Inversely, I can't do long speeches, but I can do long texts when it comes to leading. But personally, it's the other way around, and it's stupid.
It's okay. It's only. It's fine.
But yeah,
That's God.
it's. I would say I actually have been having a struggle. Like when it comes to like more personal stuff, I have a hard time typing it out. And it's just like I'd rather just be verbal about it. And then yeah, in the work side of things, it's the opposite, which is hilarious. Yeah, God knows what happened and how that change came about.
I know I'm a lot, but yeah, well.
And like in my eyes, it's like I can convey more when I speak it out.
Oh, yeah, I know. This used to be an old argument many years ago.
It really is.
Oh God, things are coming full circle. Shit.
Oh no.
Run. Go eat chocolate. I mean, what? That's the year in review, basically.
That is the year in review. That's crazy.
I know.
It's crazy. That is the year in review. But yeah, it was been a wild year for both of us, to say the least. Lots of highs, lots of lows, lots of. What did I say? Was it lots of highs, lots of lows? It was right before the stream.
Lots of fun and lots of blows.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It was such a stupid time. Newt. But it's crazy to see how 2023 has rolled around. And we'll see how 2024 rolls around for us in New Year. Hopefully for the better. I'm hoping for the better. For everyone, for the better. Definitely.
I'll see it when I believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. That's what I meant to say.
That's understandable, honestly.
Believe it when I see it.
You believe it when you see it.
I believe her when I believe her.
You believer? Are you a believer?
Not really.
Good.
Believers overrated. Last hot take of 2023.
Hell yeah.
Alright, well, I am feeling like a lot has been lifted, but I'm also terrified of how this is gonna go.
In like how people will react to it, or just all the thing. Okay. Please, guys, be kind. I don't want drama to start. Sort of thing. In the case that we've talked about everything of what we did for the past year, please be kind. Things happen as it happened, and yes, I know there's ways it can be better. It will come. However we do it, it's how we're gonna do it. So please be kind. Respect what we've gone through, and try to look forward of what we can do next year. Not only for us, but also for you too. Hopefully you guys were also able to reflect during the past almost 6 hours through the stream to reflect your time in 2023, and hopefully anticipate what you want to do for 2024. And hopefully, like, if there's been any good highs or lows that you've brought out, let it go, pulled it in, let it go, and definitely look for the best in terms for the next year. And yeah, trying my best to figure out how to end this one. But again, throughout the whole year, throughout many years, as always, thank you, Dragyn, for being such an amazing guest. You've always been able to provide the funds, provide the talks and all that stuff, and hopefully we'll have you as a guest for the new year. I'll try to get back into streaming and all that stuff. So thank you again, Dragyn. With that, I'll pass it on to you to share all your stuff if you want.
Hey, it's my stuff.
It's your stuff.
YouTube may or may not be coming back. I haven't decided yet because I'm sticking with one thing at a time. So, but it's there. Subscribe in case something happens magically on that channel. I have a Twitter. Follow me there for when I retweet things and talk about things and do things. I have a TikTok, and right now I'm currently going through my 25 days of Catmas birthday celebration of Mitzi. So you can go
Happy
see me opening.
Catmas.
You can see me opening a little gift for Mitzi every day. I apologize, the 11th and 12th. I don't know what the fuck happened in that video, but it's just gone. So it's fine.
It just went poof.
It was just gone.
Aww.
But we're gonna keep going forward from there. So TikTok, I've got content, so go watch me on there. And then I have a coffee. So if you want to help me with the grind of this month, aka what I'm going through today with less than 2 hours of sleep, at this point, buy me coffee. That might be a good idea. That's at least me there. And then, hey, I'm also going to be streaming later this evening in about 15 hours from now. So come join me for some sleepy Stardew. Even though I was going to try to do Baldur's Gate 3 tonight, I ain't going to have the energy for Baldur's Gate 3.
I don't think you'll have
I'm
the energy
not
for
gonna
that either.
lie. So I'm just going to do sleepy Stardew tonight. So come join me and follow me on Twitch.
Yeah,
For my
definitely.
weekly Saturday streams. And the most important thing here is extra life. We are in the last 15 days of fundraising, so I really would appreciate any donations that possible. I have a friend named the wonderful Cece who is matching donations currently up to 100 USD. So if you have any spare money, please go ahead and donate. Cece will match whatever you donate. If it's $1, she'll match your dollar. If it's $5, she'll match your $5. If it's anything higher than that, she'll match whatever you donate. So please help us out and let us hit that final goal. We're $149.73 or something stupid like that.
Oh
So please
no.
help us out and hit that lovely goal. I would really greatly appreciate it.
Please do. It's
and
definitely
that's-
for the kiddos at the very end of it, and definitely do it. It's gonna be great to end it off on a good note for both you and everyone for the holiday season.
Exactly. It would be really appreciated. And yeah, the salary here needs it a lot. And I love doing it for them.
Aw. So sweet.
Oh, sister.
And then me. If you guys haven't already, feel free to follow me on Twitch. Again, thank you to where was it? El Gordo for the follow. But if you want to follow me on Twitch, if you follow me here. If you're watching this on YouTube as a VOD, feel free to subscribe to me on YouTube down there. If you want to hear stupid updates along the way, I usually try to update on Twitter. I just try to update on Twitter whenever I stream or many other things, maybe shit posts, likes, sometimes photos. Go follow me on Twitter. I do try to post pretty photos on Instagram. My latest ones have been the trip to New York City. So if you want to see some cool New York pics, go look at my Instagram. And then, yeah, for YouTube, I'll try to slowly come back to it. It'll be streams again, only so far. I do have so big of a backlog. Every time I look at my desktop, I have this big backlog. It's now New York City trip, Anime Expo, Menlo Park, and a bunch of other things. I have stuff here, and the Philippines trip is actually in a different folder. So I have a lot of stuff. I just need to find the time to edit up. But at least for now, I'm going to try my best in 2024 to get back into streaming and start uploading there. So if you're watching this here on YouTube, go follow me on Twitch if you want to watch it live. Otherwise, follow me on, subscribe to me on YouTube so you can watch all the VODs.
Mm-hmm.
And poop.
And poop, as always.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. It's been almost 6 hours since we started this stream. But we've talked about everything about 2023, and then we're all hoping for the best for 2024. In that case, I hope you guys have a great day or night or wherever the heck you are. I hope you guys have a great rest of your holidays and a great rest of your 2023. And hopefully we'll see you guys in the new year. Or maybe I'll stream one more time in 2023. There's a reason I only did this just to get over the year in review, because I'm not entirely sure if I'll be streaming in the next couple of weeks. So.
And if he isn't, you can catch me 3 more times in 2023 on every Saturday.
Yeah, on twitch.tv/mythicaldragon.
That's me.
But yeah, I hope you guys have a great day or night, wherever the heck you are. I hope you guys have a great weekend if you're watching this live, or I hope you guys have a great rest of your week and holidays if you're watching this on the VOD. And I'll see you guys next stream, whether it's the end of this year of 2023 or the start of 2024. That is Dragyn over there, and this is Spam Waits. My stream ending screen is not gonna work. Well, I'll say see ya. Bye.